2026 get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, Every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, All 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group, where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season phase,
this is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now. That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Nemesis not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just recently. Tate has what about risk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.
Group stage just finished, and we're now back with the elite group and contenders group. I'm gonna be your host for today, and by my side I have Bingon. Oh man, like I just noticed that you shaved your mustache in there.
Yeah, man. I'm ready for phase 2.
Yeah. We're getting ready for phase 2, and speaking of phase 2, we had a lot of fun in phase 1, a lot of competition between the teams, and speaking of that, we have 8 teams that they're competing, also like we had them competing of course in phase 1, but this time we have the 2 groups. The contenders group that includes all the teams that faced a lot of trouble early on the season, and of course the elite group that got the teams that got all the stats, everything, the wins, and I believe, like, speaking of the wins, we have Vitality, and Vitality, they had no losses and the entire season. Also LCK, like, beside their face-off versus Vitality, of course, they didn't lose one match. A lot of stats, a lot of stuff to break down, but this day, like the kickoff of the groups stage, is gonna be fun. And for you, Penguin, who was your, like, I would ask you about your top 5 players that you enjoyed watching in the early stages.
Well, if we're gonna be talking about the best players we've seen, it's definitely one of them is gonna be Spoxy. We've seen a lot from this guy. He's just doing great when it comes to individual skills and match MVPs. We've seen him doing crazy KDs. Also talking about Snare from Vitality, he's doing also a very good job. This guy's always the guy, the man that's moving this team. Then going to Team Nemesis, definitely back in Comics. Comics is doing a very good job right now. This guy is stepping up very, very good, because the first time he played the CFW League was the last year, I guess. Maybe last season. Yes, he showed very good, but now he's even showing more dominant performance, which is gonna kind of give me insights that this guy can be one of the best players in Egypt right now. And going for unKnights, for example, let's say, definitely we're gonna be saying famous, but in my opinion it's LSY, because this guy is still consistent and he's still hitting his shots and doing a very good job, because also this is his second season into this game. So yeah, I guess these guys. And also from Anubis, I would say Muffin. Muffin is always the guy who's performing. These guys needs to play around him. He's the guy that you need him to be fragging in order for you to win.
So you mentioned a lot of names, but I don't see any famous.
Yeah, famous because famous is always hitting his shots and he's always performing.
Yeah,
so you wouldn't expect this except from him. Yeah.
Yeah, and speaking of famous, he was the highest player that got headshots in the league. And a funny stat, like one of the stats that I have on my side here, that he has 206 kills headshot, and the nearest one closer to him is Noxlin with 159. That's like a huge gap you can see in the entire, of course, I would say in the league. Like, the guy, he's playing with 100 ping and wounded arm, doing all of that, and guess what? He has almost 78 headshot percentage from his kills. This number is something crazy that you should be looking for. Like, how can he even be that good? And of course, we had a lot of like numbers to break down. And speaking of numbers, we have the trivia of the day that Team Vitality 2 total map loss were both,
yeah, they only lost 2 maps.
9. Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was versus Swamp Gaming, the Black Widow game, and Anubis, the compound game. Both of them 8-10. I believe that they were just testing these maps, because the loss from Swamp Gaming followed by a win versus LCK, which is huge, and also in compound the loss versus them followed by also all wins in compound. So this is definitely a practice for Team Vitality, and they did a great job, because they destroyed their team, their opponents when they lost this the first map. The first, I mean, they won the first map, they lost the second, or even if they lost the first, they still win the series 2-1, and they destroyed them in the other 2 maps. I remember that Anubis lost 10-4 in the next map directly after the compound. So it was just a practice game for them, for Anubis and Swan Gaming. So it's very good job by Vitality that they are widening their map pool, because it's needed for them on the international stage.
And of course, for Team Vitality, they had a lot of fun in the first phase, but now we're back into phase 2. And speaking of phase 2, we're gonna kick it off with Vitality versus Nemesis. But before we kick off, let's see the distribution of the prize pool and of course the like how the league will be played. Phase 1 we already saw it. Phase 2 will have two groups combined. We are gonna see only single round drop-in, best of 3s. Top 6 goes to playoffs, double elimination, best of 5. And you see the prize pool distribution. First place will take 56k on their pocket. That's a lot of money. And the total prize pool is $228,000. Numbers don't lie, and the players are, I mean, they are motivated, I believe. Won't you? Be motivated,
Yeah.
people?
You're talking about a huge prize pool coming out on the line, and for them and the guys, the achievements as well. As we mentioned, the new maps, the new meta that gives everybody the chance to compete. You're not playing versus somebody playing new compound for like 3-4 years, or maybe you're talking about 5 years. No, he just started new compound the same as you, and I believe there is another newer compound which is going to be 3.0. I bet it's going to be released very soon, probably maybe before the playoffs. I'm not sure if they're going to be included in the phase 2, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to be on the playoffs or maybe on season 2. So this gives everybody the same equal chances so they can compete.
Yeah, we saw the chances, the change in maps, and of course for our participating team, we already know them, Nemesis, Vitality, Anubis, and so on. We can see all the 8 teams, which gives us the conclusion that we're seeing small changes with teams across the year. I'm not gonna say across the years, like across 2025, 2026, almost same players, small changes when it comes to the players. Elite group will have Vitality, LCK, Nemesis, and unKnights that they barely got to the elite group, like by the bite of the tail of their nails, barely making it. And contenders group, Anubis, 3BL, Swamp Gaming, and Imperium. The level between both groups, we can see a huge difference, to be honest, when it comes to bottom 2 teams versus top 2 teams. But otherwise, it feels like when we are in the middle, it's pretty close.
Yeah, mid-table fights. I'm talking about starting from Nemesis, ending on 3BL Galaxy is always close. You can never tell who's going to be winning. Maybe on papers, everybody is going to bet on one team, but the other team can just surprise us. And this is what makes the leagues very good. The middle of the table, the fights is not ending on a very, very not only as close matchups, it's also a very unexpected matchups. Talking about the last 2 teams, Swamp Gaming and Imperium, yes, we asked them to step up and we wanted them to step up so we can see better from them starting from phase 2. However, even though Swamp fall shortly versus 3BL and Anubis 2-0 each, which is kind of showing us, I'm not going to say a weak performance, but a performance that maybe can make them into the going into the relegations, not the playoffs, and they can't lock in their place. Imperium, I don't see them going into the playoffs because they're going to be playing Anubis today, and if they lose, it's over. They are going to the relegation 100%.
Yeah, they have a really tough game today, and it's do or die, even though that we're just kicking in, like we're just starting the contenders group. But for today's schedule, we have a really good way to open the day with Team Nemesis versus Vitality. Then we have unKnights versus LCK, 2 from the elite groups. And on the contenders group, we have Imperium that they are fighting to stay in the league versus Anubis, who's trying to secure his place in the playoffs. They have only 3 matches for each team, so a lose, a win, around 1 set will matter a lot for the teams. And speaking of things that will matter a lot, of course, Nemesis versus Vitality. And what? Nemesis to average phase 1 loss versus Vitality? They're trying to avenge. Oh, I'm sorry, like I lost it, but
Yeah,
avenging
yeah,
versus
they're
Vitality?
trying. Yeah, they're trying
Do
to
you
get
think
the
so?
revenge because last time we've seen Nemesis or maybe the former roster, which is Inner Circle beating Team Vitality. Maybe it was Rocky Sports last year was on the group stage when they beat them 2-0. However, on playoffs, on every game, every single game in the playoffs, Vitality has the edge to win and close the series because these guys, when it comes to the playoffs, they play on a higher level, which maybe Inner Circle or Team Nemesis right now cannot match them. So that's why they always struggle on the playoffs. However, when it comes to the group stages, because we are kind of still in the group stages, this is not playoffs, we are on to phase
Of
2.
course.
That means that still Team Nemesis have a chance to close it versus Vitality and shows a very good performance. In my opinion, Vitality will not give a chance. That, yeah, as you can see, it's only one time the Vitality got this loss versus them. But in my opinion, Team Vitality will not give anybody a chance to go into the first and second place because they need the bypass, because they learned from the lesson last year when they lost versus LCK in the regional finals and they had to play from the group stages from the CFS and they weren't lucky enough. They had a very bad day on the group stage on the CFS and they lost their place on top 8, which everybody expect them going even further than the top 8 on the CFS. However, they couldn't lock it in. So that's why I'm saying that Vitality is going to be taking it onto a different level. And this time, I don't think Vitality is going to be playing this game as it's a group stage. This is going to be a mini playoffs for them, and they will need 100% to secure this top 2. And fun fact, it's only one win. They are only one win away from securing it because they have 7 wins. 7 wins. So one win, that means that nobody can get them out of the second place at least, even if the LCK and Nemesis won all their phase 2 games.
Yeah, and for Nemesis, they lost only 2 games versus LCK and of course Vitality. And this team is one of the teams that we saw them scale, I would say, early on the season. We didn't expect a lot from them. Like, we expected them to be, of course, in the top 4, but we didn't expect that much aggression. They looked pretty solid, and I believe before we get into phase 2, they were already logged in and playing versus Team Vitality, which, like, yeah, on the screen, he lost 2 maps, one versus Anubis, one versus Swamp Gaming. It looks pretty convenient that winning versus Team Vitality, or at least taking 1 map from them, will mean a lot for Team Nemesis, since, as you have mentioned, they have really good players. And speaking of their players, we can see them already on the scoreboard when it comes to the highlights.
Yeah, Team Vitality, they never struggle on the group stage. They might show some struggles on closing the games on finals, because we've seen them losing 2 times a comeback coming versus LCK when it was 2-0 for them. But when it comes to group stage, especially I'm talking about the group stage, not the playoffs, any other phase than the playoffs, I don't see Vitality struggling at all. Even if you see them losing the first map or maybe the second map, the guys are so chill, they're having fun, they don't have the pressure, because they're always having a lot of secured wins on their board that makes them feel comfortable. So now I don't think they are also pressured. Team Nemesis, maybe they are pressured, they want to be securing maybe the second place, they want to be bypassing into round 2 on the playoffs. I see it very hard because they need to beat Vitality, either Vitality or LCK loses a game beside Vitality. So in my opinion, Vitality has no pressure at all today. Nemesis, they kind of pressured because they want to win, and if they didn't get the win, they still going into the playoffs, they locked in, but the placement for them is going to be hard. They need to start from round 1.
Of course, getting to round 1 is gonna be a bit harder for the teams. You really need to get the bypass, you really need to get the advantage when it comes to playing these games, watching a lot from your opponents. That will give you the edge. Of course, we have seen them before the playoffs, but this will matter a lot. But speaking of the playoffs, we are still in the phase 2, and for this game, we're all going with Vitality. No one in the analyst desk, no one from the casters, Laz and Elfish, no one really believes in Nemesis, but I believe we might see some supporters in the chat. Okay, I'm gonna look at the chat this way, guys. Please show some love for our team Nemesis. I believe we have a lot of supporters, a lot of players that support other players in the chat, so would love to hear you and would love to see you in the chat section. But for our prediction, it goes to Team Vitality, and for the maps itself, it feels like, yeah, Team Vitality, they're pretty flexible, and I love the fact that you have a player that can play on multiple weapons. You can count on him. He can play on AR, he can play on a sniper, he can play on anything.
Yeah, and Vitality, yeah, definitely is gonna be a Slayer. He's the guy that he's hybriding any gun that you need. You'll
Exactly.
usually have that one player on your team. And on Team Nemesis, it's the guy in front of the camera right now. It's Dipsy, one of the best players and the rising, one of the best rising players back of the days, maybe in 2022, 2023. He started very good, and he was also a hybrid player. He's using the sniper rifle if you want. He's using the AK. He's now sometimes using an HK. EBR, I don't think he's gonna be minding that. So you usually those Joker players that you usually see, you would be relying onto them. And now we are seeing Nemesis picking finally Black Widow versus Vitality, because I believe last time they beat them and they took map for them was Black Widow on the board. So now they have a very, very fair chance, and all my hopes are just destroyed when I see Subbase, because Subbase is one-way-sided into Vitality. However, if it goes to Ankara, I would say that it's anybody's game. But in case Team Vitality beats them and wins the first map, Black Widow, it's a very high chance we are going into 2-0 for Vitality.
To be honest, it looks like it's the same as the first set that we
Yeah,
have
it's
in
the
phase
same,
one.
exactly. Yes,
We
it's the
played Black Widow, so basically I believe the decider is different. The map V2 was, I believe, Eagle Eye on the group stage, or like the phase one. So
Yeah.
we just have small changes when it comes to the decider, but at the same time, Black Widow from Vitality is still scary
good.
one. We have seen them versus Team Nemesis. They had, I remember, I believe the first half, I don't think they were playing BL. Oh, actually, yeah, they were playing BL, and they had
Nemesis.
almost half of the rounds.
Nemesis had the problems. If you're talking about Black Widow, Nemesis have had problems in securing cat. They usually died when they are taking cat control, and cat control in Black Widow is 50% of the map, because when you take cat control, you need to have the bridge control. While you are having bridge control, you're having cat control. This is even more than 50% of the map. This is like 70% of the map control for yourself. So usually we've seen a denial coming from Team Vitality for Team Nemesis to control this area. And when Team Nemesis switched to Globalist and they started doing the same, Vitality usually used the power of the A-Long, or maybe the power of the A-Barracks of control, to shift the rotation from Cat. So in my opinion, Team Nemesis, when they had the problems in Cat, I believe that they should fix these problems for them to be able to control. I'm talking about the blacklist, not on the globalist, because the blacklist which matters the most, because it's a blacklist sided map. So if they just fix this, we might see a closer game, and we might even see Nemesis winning the game. Otherwise, if you just leave Elon control and barracks control for free when Vitality is on the blacklist side, which we've seen last time, and I mentioned how Snare was so important when he took Elon control alone, and he sent the fake signal to Team Vitality, because he knew that they are faking Elon. Usually Team Nemesis just leaves Elon free for Snare, and this is so wrong in my opinion. They need to be fighting versus Snare. They need to be stopping him, otherwise it's going to be a so hard map for them.
Yeah, it looks like this map is not gonna be. I believe like it is gonna be hard for both teams, especially Nemesis, as you have mentioned. They need to try and contest Cat when they're playing BL, and they have, I believe they have the players to do that. So, speaking of Cat control, we'll head to the guys who hold everything in the game. Elfish and Laz, going to you guys.
Well, thanks very much. That's a nice intro for us. You know, hold things down. A selfish guy, and of course myself last year to bring you through the games here today. And like these guys talked about in depth, we do have a kind of an interesting set of a day in the sense that we have Vitality taking on Nemesis. So arguably some of the top teams in the elite group, which is pretty exciting. But Elfish, how are you feeling about this one? I feel like we all predicted Vitality. Seems pretty easy, but any second thoughts? Any additional thoughts you got going into this one?
I mean, look, I think today could be a pretty intriguing day. We start the second phase of the competition, which in theory should bring about some much better games throughout the sort of last, obviously last week, last couple of weeks, we kind of had, those sort of group stage ending matches, and some of them can be pretty one-sided, and, that can be a little bit disappointing. But as we're now into stage 2 or phase 2 of the competition, we get some matches which are obviously, in theory, going to be a little bit closer. We have the top 4 versus the top 4, and we have the bottom 4 versus the bottom 4. So I expect the matches to sort of tighten up a little bit, and I think that will be pretty good for the viewers. For us, it could lead to some long days. We'll have to wait and see. As the desk was kind of highlighting there in that Vitality versus Nemesis matchup previously, though, it was a 2-0. Not the most one-sided of 2-0s. There was a 10-7 map in there, so that sort of feels like, one or two things go right for Nemesis on that map, and maybe that 7 actually gets turned over, and it ends up being maybe an OT, or maybe even a win for Nemesis in that case. But generally speaking, I think we should go into this one having Vitality as the fairly hefty favorites still. Whether or not that will remain to be the case today, again, obviously same map pool. We kind of saw that again discussed on the desk. Something to potentially learn from for Nemesis out of that loss against Vitality, and that was only a couple of weeks ago. So we'll see if they can sort of recover in any way to make anything out of this series.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I mean, I think that's the biggest thing too, is I like the addition of like the elite, group and the contender group and stuff, where now we get to see the top 4 teams playing against each other for really good practice and making these like really good games. That always makes a big difference, right? Like you said, I think it's the best thing for the viewership, and just kind of the competition is going to be more fierce as well. And like these guys, lots of history playing each other, but again, it does kind of beg the question, I think, that Penguin was alluding to, is the fact of, look, let's see what happens on Black Widow. That's probably the one map where Nemesis could be able to cause that upset potentially, where, a team like Vitality is trying to figure out, just getting reps and kind of getting, officials under it as well. Like, they've had international competition on it before, but maybe they're a little bit rusty. I kind of felt like, I don't know how you felt about the veto, but I was actually a little surprised to see the Vitality actually went for the compound ban. Like, I mean, this was a map that was the bread and butter, right? That was a map they loved to play. So I don't know if they're trying to save it. I don't know if they just really don't like it anymore, but that to me was the biggest surprise in this veto. I thought that was definitely going to be one of those like top 2 maps that would have been played from these guys.
Yeah, look, again, it's definitely something I'm sure that we'll see at some point down the track, potentially. Keep it in check. But I don't think I'm too surprised to see the map pool stay the same, to be honest with you, or at least the same in so much as the first 2 maps are concerned. I think both teams have enough to take away from that opening series to say, look, Vitality, they get themselves a 2-0. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. In regards to Nemesis, they were close enough that they will feel like if they can make some minor adaptations, they could still potentially, find a way to take a map in this series, potentially win this series. They've got to be going in confident, I think, both teams, and, with a solid sort of final week or 2 there from Nemesis, at least the last 2 matches from them, comfortable wins over Swamp and Anubis. They've got themselves quite a bit of momentum coming in, and then obviously the same can be said for Vitality, 2-0s over unKnights and 3BL, and I think they looked actually fantastic in particular in that series against 3BL. So if they bring that level, then it should be a pretty comfortable win today for them. But again, going to be harder to do that against a better team, and we'll see whether or not they can again stay on top, stay comfortable at the top of the standings as we jump into phase 2. Kick things off with Nemesis and Vitality, and it will be Nemesis to start things off on the attack.
Yeah, and interesting enough too, for Nemesis, they actually decide to go for double sniper. So Alucard and Dipsy actually going to try to go for this, especially in the BL side. Like, I mean, I'm not saying it's not uncommon, but I mean, it's definitely an interesting play to see just to start the round off. But not looking good. Someone like Snare is able to find an opening duel, and now he's just able to find one more before going down to the grave. So this is a really good exchange here from Snare, getting a little bit more aggressive, changing up his game style a little bit. I love to see it. Still puts the man advantage just in the slightest, in the sense of a margin here, an advantage for Vitality with Totson critically low. But it looks like Nemesis actually might try to just go for the 2-1 split, putting a lot of reliance here for Comics. He's going to have to find a bit of a lurk kill, but he has to worry about Horus. He's so close into mid, so that'll be a little bit of contention point for these guys. Now for this defense, you can see Vitality kind of just pulling back a little bit, getting ready for the 2-2, and essentially have Slayer ready to go underneath the wings here of GR Spawn.
Yeah, I'm interested to see Horus actually making this push. I don't know that it's necessary, but again, Vitality is always going to be one of those teams that likes to be on the front foot. They like to be dictating things. They like to essentially show you that they are better than you from the outset, and so it's very much in the wheelhouse for Vitality, and in particular a player like Horus, to be making that kind of play. 2v4 now, very tough to get through for Nemesis, and Snake makes it look so easy with a clean 2-man spray down, and that is a really nice opening round for Vitality. If that's an indication of what we're going to get to see throughout the day today, then yeah, it should be a great day for Vitality.
Yeah, no question about it. Yeah, like you said, the fact that they can just kind of, be calm in these situations, they really dictate and kind of, just find a way to find these duels is a really good way of what puts them on the top of this whole league. So we'll have to see what Nemesis are going to have in store for us. Again, they have to be a little bit careful. If they play the slow game, I feel like this is kind of going into Vitality's a little bit of a, playground in some sense. So this is where Nemesis, taking things slow in this round, but I would like to kind of see them eventually put up a little bit more of the tempo change. They tried to do it in the first, I guess, but Dipsy kind of posted up here on Cat. Actually, interestingly enough, they're going to try to go 3 players through here and then having the 1-on-1 split. But that bomb's already in the backside of mid. So Horus might be the first one that's going to get tested a little bit here. He does get spotted, but now he can reposition. So Nemesis, slowly and surely doing a good job for just getting some map control and just kind of exploring their options, if you will. But Snare already in a deep position like this, that's going to be very heavy in favor right now in terms of Vitality, real estate control. But it doesn't even matter because Nemesis, looks like the name of the game is going to be this B pop. They're getting ready for the execute here, and this is going to be up to Slayer and also Tots, and they're going to have to lock this down. They got the TRG. Slayer's going to be the first point of contact.
Usually pretty handy with this secondary sniper. He's going to spot the info and get a shot off as well. It's a good start for Slayer, but eventually brought down by some grenades. And now it'll be a question of the rest of the rotators filtering their way in. That play behind the box has been dealt with. C4 dropped, though, at the doors. And Snake still locking down the exit to box room is going to make this very difficult for Nemesis to salvage. Beck, he's going to be able to find the trade, gets him in the side, but 34 seconds to try to recover that C4 in a really awkward position. Horus just watching the long line. Oh no, sorry, it's Snare that's watching the long line and Horus close. Obviously, long-range TRG. This should be a super straightforward setup for Vitality. Maybe Beck gets away with that C4 if the shot misses, but it won't. And so Vitality easy 2-0.
Yeah, I love the fact that we just see Vitality in these really good repositions and not looking very hectic, right? I mean, I think back, a year or two ago, we used to see them, they would be trying to have these creative setups and just, they'd always look not like scattered, that's not the right word, but they kind of always a little bit more panicky in some sense. But like even right there, you just saw like, yeah, a little bit of information, reposition. Everybody was just slightly adjusting and getting themselves in the best crossfire position. So I like it. I think this, Stray's doing a good job right now on the coach, just to getting a little bit more of a better foundation here for the Vitality guys. And these rounds have pretty much looked really effortlessly, right? I mean, it seems like they're not even breaking a sweat so far. And they're still mixing up their defense composition as well, right? We saw the long A push before where they go for that slow control. Now they're kind of like just grouped up on the heavy skirts of B and kind of in mid. So they're really mixing it up, which makes this even more problematic for Beck, right? Like he's the one that's calling the shots here for Nemesis. And they might even try to, even Vitality might try to swing at a B main here. They might even get a perfect timing of this. It actually does catch a good damage against Beck. Now Comics, is he going to get spotted? Snake puts good work to the M14. So again, finding a duel. Now they can just pull back if they want to. They're in the man advantage, and this makes it even more problematic here for Nemesis.
Yeah, it's just going from bad to worse, unfortunately, for Nemesis, isn't it? None of these rounds starting well. They don't have any map control either. I mean, they got a little bit on long, but I'm not sure how much of an incentive that's really going to be when you're going into players like Slayer and Horus, who are still well set up to defend A, and all of B has now been cleared out by Vitality, so they're going to start to send the forces across, and Nemesis are aware of that. They have to hit the site quick, and Dipsy, well, he's taking matters into his own hands. A triple kill on the entry will make this round interesting, but maybe not interesting enough, as he has fallen, and now it's 1v2 for Alucard to negotiate, so just too much to pull back at the moment, it feels like, for Nemesis.
Yeah, it really does. I agree with you. And again, they can't just rely, like for Nemesis, one player to put up a multi-kill round. Like this is where we need to see some different efforts coming through the team. But it definitely helps where Dipsy was trying to put like a triple kill and, like you said, putting matters into his own hands. But now this is Alucard's. He's got his hands a little bit full potentially here with two players that are already hot in the heels. And there we go. Totson, easy kill, quick defuse, and Vitality make quick work of this round. I mean, a little bit of an interesting one in the sense that Dipsy was able to kind of just go in guns blazing, you know, getting the triple kill entry, almost making it look interesting, but then you could just, again, see the protocols are in place. Vitality looks like very polished in these situations, and they're maintaining their solid form with a 3-0. Now they're going to recontest for this long A control. Snare. I don't know if he's going to be able to make it across. I think he's a dead man, and he is. Now Nemesis are finally putting some bodies to these gunfights. So now you can see that Horus is just going to pull on back. They're not going to entertain this at all. So Nemesis actually getting granted a man advantage in this situation, which they haven't had yet in this game. So this is a really good start for them. But this is where Vitality, you've seen this over and over again, where they like to fight for this map control. They're about to get B main for free. So they have a ton of information. And if Snake wants to push, he's got a potential for a backstab.
Well, you got to know this, though, as Nemesis, right? You got to be aware that in a 4v5, a lot of the time, the defense are going to try to push somewhere. They're going to try and find info, see if they can isolate a pick. And it seems like Nemesis is well aware of that. They're going to slow things down, wait for that fight. Totson will get traded out by Slayer. So it's not really exactly what Vitality would have wanted. They need an untraded. They need a clean kill. 1-for-1's not quite going to be enough to get them back into this round, but it's not a bad gamble to have a couple of players set up over on A here. You know, Slayer and Horus to defend could be enough, particularly if you're going to take an aggressive line like that as Slayer and hit your shot. Dipsy, meanwhile, having a bit of a look around outside B. Hasn't spotted too much. Snake still up on the boxes. He was playing that position earlier, so should be cleared. Rotation coming back across. Vitality, I feel, are reading this round really nicely as Horus is set to defend the B side if Snake does fall.
Yeah, it's perfect too. Snake, if he can even find one kill, this is going to be probably enough for them. Good pop flash, but he goes down easy. So good utility here from Nemesis. Raffin does find that opener. Horus now getting pushed back just a little bit and actually gets caught. Just a little bit of a drive-by. Now Slayer, 1-on-3 task. Everybody's getting aggressive. Dipsy's starting to just see if he can win the duel, but he can't. So he gives up his body. So now this gets a little bit more interesting with a 1-on-2. Slayer's still got himself the full sniper ready to go. He's still got a little bit of HP to work with. Now Raffin should be able to have him dead to rights. They know exactly where he is, and Slayer's just taking so much damage. But he's got 20 seconds to work with. But he has to make the move now. He has to make a bit of a play because he still has 2 players he has to clear out. The Nemesis are doing a good job of just burning the clock as much as possible. And they're going to be able to finally burn that 0 off the scoreboard, and they finally get themselves back on the board.
Yeah, he's just really hoping that Raffin's going to make a mistake there, but obviously it never comes, and so Nemesis do win themselves a round. It's going to be a nice feeling to prove to themselves that it is possible. Timeout does come through here. I want to say a little bit early. I think that might have been called prior to the point of them winning the round. If they would have known that they were going to win the round, would they have called this tack timeout here? Maybe not. But you know, again, if you've noticed something that you feel like you can change up and you want to sort of get that across, then potentially not a bad time to be calling it. See whether or not this actually prompts anything. Obviously, Nemesis know that they, you know, don't want to let Vitality get off to a real flyer of a start because they are the kind of team that can just run over you. Even at, you know, the worst of times as far as Vitality are concerned, they're still a pretty good team. Like their B game is typically better than a lot of teams' A games here in the West League. I don't know that that's necessarily the case with regards to Nemesis. If Nemesis turns up and they're playing A+, does Vitality also have to turn up and sort of hit a bit of a different level? I'd say so. Because this Nemesis side definitely has quite a high ceiling, but it's early days and it's not looking fantastic for Nemesis, right? Like it's a 3-1 score and that's that. And then the one round that you have picked up was, you know, a pretty close one. Like difference can be made if Snake maybe finds himself one in the box room there. The setup was actually quite good for Vitality, so I don't think Nemesis have a really strong hold on where they're at in this game at the moment.
Yeah, and it kind of feels like, you know, it's a good opportunity for Kevin, the coach. You can see on the bottom of the screen there, like he's just to have a bit of a conversation, because it almost feels like to me like they're giving a ton of respect, right? And these guys have played each other countless times, like countless seasons. So that's where I'm a little bit surprised of they're playing this very slow. They're kind of looking for these like individual picks if they can. So that's what I mean. Like that's where Vitality is going to thrive. Like they're going to love to have these like one-on-one engagements if they can, or you know, just like these little like default setups, like that's where they're going to absolutely just tear you apart. So I'm hoping that, you know, Kevin and the IGL Beck may be able to have a bit of a conversation, but unfortunately that conversation may be not so beneficial, as Snare once again really mixing up his stance. He's not playing aggressive, finds the opening duel within seconds of the round starting. And that's actually a really good start. And once again, puts him in a man advantage, which I cannot stress enough. That is huge as a defensive player or defensive side. It just puts you in such a strong position.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, so last round, Nemesis got themselves the opening pick. They were able to snowball that into a round win. But when they've lost the opening pick, they are 0 for 3 so far. And maybe 0 for 4 in a minute or two. Generally, you want to be converting 80% or more of the rounds where you get the opening pick, I would say. Obviously, you want to, in an ideal world, convert 100%, but it's just not always going to happen. But I think if you look at the stats and you say, okay, we've got about 80% or higher as the conversion rate, I think that very much successful conversion rate. But, we'll see what happens here. Beck is in a bit of a cheeky position, kind of being watched for by Snare, but very much does seem as though that B hit is going to be the play, and it's a different setup this time from Vitality, so varying their holds. Slayer, by the way, is clearing A long, hasn't seen anything. He'll spot Beck, and now that's info given over to Vitality. They'll start to congregate their forces over towards the B side, and maybe they don't even need to because the site is holding strong for the moment. Comics with a nice double is eventually going to be brought down by said rotator, so they turned out to be pretty valuable in the end. It's all on the shoulders of Alucard, who's got to collect the C4, but he's got to clear out his back first, and he might take this fight against Slayer. He's not going to be able to win it. Vitality have a fourth.
Yeah, and again, it's just a situation of, like, Beck is, he's always kind of been the, he always calls, but he always seems to be that lurking player too, but I think it's becoming very obvious right now. And Vitality, even for Slayer to get an easy bit of a flank and takes them down. Now look at them. Now they're just going to accelerate this. And Beck, he's not expecting it. Horus actually gives a little bit of a warning shot, but he's not even going to stop. Beck doesn't even react to it. He thought maybe it was a little bit of a fake. And man, he goes down quickly. Now Vitality, they look like they're the ones on the BL side. They're just going to push on through this. They're just trying to get a good gunfight down. This bomb is trying to get planted, but it's just, again, it will, but it's becoming an issue now. Vitality, they're all over the map. They can just do whatever they want with this. This is tough for Nemesis. They have to be able to find the best post-plant positioning. They have to be able to find a duel, and they have to do it now.
Yeah, they really need to turn this around pretty soon because they're getting kind of slammed at the moment. Hopefully they can manage to find a way in this round, but that double nade onto Raffen will be the end of him. Dipsy half HP and Alucard really the only sole defender right here. Defuses on. They're not even able to do anything about it. Okay, well, I mean, the Pound Town continues here as Vitality are just owning Nemesis at this point.
Yeah, well, I mean, the whole conversation, at the desk was talking about, them playing Black Widow and getting some more reps on it, and yes, they've taken a loss on it, but look at how much they've improved. Like, look at the showcase we're getting here. Like, this is very, very efficient GR side on this map. They're once again doing it. Now they're starting to realize they're getting in Nemesis' head, and now they're just going for full aggression gunfights. And look at how fast that round's over. Like, we were talking, 202? Like, that's madness. Vitality are trying to make an absolute statement here and realizing, look, like, we can actually compete on any map any team wants to play on. And I mean, any more than this, I mean, Elfish, I feel like this is a write-off for Nemesis now.
It feels like it at the moment, but hopefully they don't feel the same. You recover a couple of rounds here at the back end of the half, make it a 6-3. It's still going to be playable. It's definitely not over until it's over, Laz, especially in a game like this. There's no mechanic in the game that would make you stronger if you're ahead, if that makes sense, right? In something like a MOBA, right? You get stronger the more ahead you get, and then it's like, well, we physically just cannot compete, but that's never the case in a game like CrossFire. So I think that's the mentality that Nemesis have got to be taking in here. They think every round is an individual round. Take it one at a time. See if you can rebuild this half, rebuild this game. But walking into the TRG of Slayer doesn't necessarily feel like it's going to be a great idea. The thing is, at least in this round, Vitality have not made that mid-round push just yet. Smoke's going to go up, and I wonder if that holds Nemesis at bay long enough for Vitality to suss things. It will. They're having a bit of a look into mid, but they've decided to go, and the timing looks to be pretty decent. This could actually work out for Nemesis. Alucard for 2. Horus and Snakefall, and now Totson as well. This time, the scissors, paper, rock of Vitality setup was wrong. They had their players out of position, and they've been punished for it.
Yeah, they absolutely were. And I think it all comes down to the fact that Alucard, had himself a little bit of the spidey sense and just, that inkling of like, look, they're going to try to re-aggress here eventually. And it was the best timing. That split second of a difference. If he went to look, that would have been Vitality on the full flank. That could have been, the Vitality sandwich. But thankfully for Alucard, the fact that he spots it and is able to find a triple kill. Yeah, a little bit of a saving grace here for Nemesis, and they finally get themselves a second round. Like you said, it's round by round in a game like this. Now things are starting to cook up a little bit better for Nemesis, finding the opening duel, so Snare gets punished instantly. They're trying to be a little bit cheeky with that opening sniper duel. Now it looks like it might even just be the long pop here, and this is where Horus has to be the anchor that we know he can be, finds that double, and look at that, Snake just being a smoke criminal. And this round looks like it could be done and dusted within seconds.
Not quite, but you're right in the end, as Beck is unceremoniously put down there by Totson, 7-2. The halftime score, what can you really say about that one for Nemesis? They have just gotten absolutely wrecked. There was a couple of rounds in there that could give them a little bit of hope, but realistically speaking, you can talk about round score and this and that, but I think eye test-wise, they just did not deliver at all in that half. So you're going to have to move on to their GR side here and hope that that's going to bring with it a bit of change. Otherwise, this Vitality lineup is going to run away with map 1. And if they do that, then, I think that they're going to run away with map 2 as well. This was the map that was a little bit closer between the two teams in their last outing. It was the Black Widow that was 10-7. So far, Nemesis not really upholding their bargain in that regard. And Subbase being the map pick of Vitality, I can't paint a pretty picture for Nemesis going forward in this series if they just get wrecked in this map.
Yeah, I agree. No, I totally agree. And that's where like the veto, was a big conversation, with the desk and stuff, which I completely agree with, is that this map felt like it had to be, for Nemesis to making this a 3-map affair. I feel like the more likelihood of it happening was this map coming through. So like you said, this GR is going to have to be picture perfect. It's going to have to be, everything's lined up perfectly to the T. So it feels hard not to lean on Vitality, just considering how well they played on their defense and mixing up their compositions and their stance, and all their positionings was, a mix every single time, which I love to see. But now it makes me, kind of being the micro and macro nerd about this, is like, what can they bring on the BL side? Like, what kind of strategies have they been able to redevelop since their loss on this last time?
Well, this is going to be a quick B hit from Vitality. It seems like that's what they want. You've got Totson holding a bit of util, everyone else bunching up around the door. They are going to be re-smoked off, but they're going to go anyway. Smoking onto Alucard's position. It's not going to stop him from hitting that entry onto Horus. Needs to be traded down and will be pretty quickly. Now Beck going to be the focus. He's also taken 1 for 1. That's fine as far as Vitality are concerned, as long as they can cross the doors safely and get that plant down. A 3-on-3 post plan is not a bad spot to be in.
No, especially for Snare in this kind of position. He's got a little bit of the high ground with the box boost. And Raffin, again, he's kind of got a bit of an inkling, like, look, they probably are going to be in B main, so he has to be careful in the timing of this. Has to rely on his teammates to be able to swing with him. Comics is close by too, so this is where they're going to have to do that little bit of a 1-2 hit. Potentially, give a bit of a knockout punch, but 17 seconds, they have to get going. Like, the time is just dwindling away, and now they swing, and look at how easily Vitality just massacre this, right? That's the thing. It looks like there could be a chance, and then they absolutely remove that possibility entirely.
And you don't want to be getting picked at the start of the round here either. Slayer has managed to catch Alucard. It feels like it's so over for Nemesis on this map at the moment. I really don't know what to say about it, but there might have been a hope if they would have, you could have had hope if they would have started this half and, held that first round, looked good, brought it back to 7-3, started this round decently, but they have just continued to get battered. The half swap has not made a difference. Vitality are really just running over Nemesis at the moment.
Yeah, it's just kind of, again, like, we talk about the elite group and the contender group and stuff like that. I mean, this feels like a whole other level right now from Vitality. Everything is just working out perfectly. Like, anything they want to go for, it just seems like it lines up nicely for them. All the duels they've been able to just showcase even just seems way stronger and a level above a Nemesis right now. So not what Nemesis want to be in right now, a 2-on-4, and Comics, again, he has to fight somebody close on by of Slayer. Then he has to worry about Snake just on the other side of this corner as well. So you got a lot of angles to clear, but Slayer's just going to take him out, so it's not even part of the conversation anymore. And Beck, I don't even know what you do in this kind of a situation. I think you just run for the hills and have a conversation and go, look, how do we pull back all these rounds? They've already used their timeout. They don't have any more time that they can have the conversation with the coach, so they're going to have to use this, 10 seconds or so to really just make sure they get the message clear of what they want to do. I mean, what we saw before, they kind of overswung, some, not really calculated 1v1 duels that they were attempting or individual plays, and it cost them pretty dearly.
I don't think it actually matters, Laz, what they want to do, because this is Vitality's world. They're just living in it. You can do what you want, Nemesis, but Vitality seem to have an answer. Slayer's 6-0 in the second half. Those
good.
2 rounds, he's just slapping them. And they've walked all the way up A. This is just crazy. How is this a read? You have literally got A for free. And Snake's in mid. He might double kill here. He doesn't quite get Comics, but man, they are recovering it a little bit. It's just, again, another scissors, paper, rock that's gone perfectly for Vitality. They are reading the game so well. Dipsy and Comics to try to save the day. They might not be aware there's another player in the window. Seems like Comics has been spotted out, though.
Yeah, I felt like that was the play. I was thinking Comics, you're just going to need to find the perfect little bit of a jump on that kill. That's not bad. Thoughts in. A little bit of sleep of the wheel. Now 2-on-1. Slayer by himself. Pistol in hand. Diffuse getting attempted. Oh, man. Slayer. Oh, you're kidding. Not like this. Not like this for Nemesis. A moment that you can have. Oh, Slayer! Oh, good grief. A 10-2 in Vitality. They make it look easy.
Yeah, what do you really say about that one, Laz? There's just nothing of value to take away, unfortunately, for Nemesis. They really just got smacked. They got owned. They got destroyed. Think of any kind of other superlative, any kind of synonym for any of those words. You could dump it in there. That was a really dominant display from Vitality, and that is exactly what you want to be seeing from them when they're again sort of gearing up for some international tournaments. It's still a ways away, but if they can play that well, then I think they can definitely contest on the international stage as well. 10-2. Great news for Vitality. Very bad news for Nemesis. I don't know how you recover from that, to be honest.
Yeah, I don't know either, because it was a bit of a beating, right? And that is the really exciting thing to see, like a team like Vitality where they are able to, showcase like their abilities. And like we always praise them as like the CFWL team, again, going into these international competitions where it's always exciting because they have been competitive before. So, that's where it was good to see them. Yeah, for viewers, it's probably like, wow, that was a quick game. But it's like, I think you have to really break that down to go, wow, look at all these things that Vitality did right. Like the timings were perfect. Everything was calculated. It felt like everything just was perfectly working out to their game plan. Where you're on the receiving end for Nemesis, that's one of those games you have to just take back and watch the video and just kind of go, okay, what do we improve on? Because there's a lot that they can take away from that game, considering like a 10-2 beating like that.
Yeah, I don't know though. Like, how can you really read into that and go, well, we can improve on that? Because it felt like you were just out. Like, the answer is everything, right? Like, don't get first pick, don't lose all of your map control, don't get steamrolled on sites. Win your duels. Like, there was really the large majority of the duels were just won by Vitality. And yeah, they had better macro. They were making better decisions. They were putting themselves in better spots. That's definitely a factor. But at the end of the day, I think a lot of the difficulty of that for Nemesis comes down to they were just shooting us way better than we were shooting them, right? Yeah. And we could barely win some duels. Occasionally, right? They got off to an opener, for example. They got themselves one round, one kill at the opening of a round, and were able to convert that. But like, I don't know. We'll maybe see it in the analyst desk segment. But like, how many of those rounds actually opened with a kill or multiple kills for Vitality? At which point it becomes like unplayable really for Nemesis if that continues.
No, that's fair. I mean, it is hard to kind of break down some of the situation where, Vitality felt like they just played the best game they could. But at the same time, I think there was a couple rounds like I break down where I think it was even Horus pushed like through B main and Beck like heard him shoot at him and he still didn't react to it. He just kind of, held himself in mid, was looking through his smoke and just trying to see what he could do. But I mean, that's just little things like that, right? And just some of the different columns and just giving up map control, and they probably shouldn't have. But yeah, it's a tough one because those are the videos or VOD reviews where you're like, okay, like this is going to be daunting to watch. I don't really want to watch this, but you just try to take with what you can in that situation. Whereas Vitality, it was like, look, it was just everything was perfectly executed, and I felt like Stray is a huge component to this. I've been really excited to see. There's been a lot of conversation with him between all of us and behind the scenes about what he can bring to a team, and it's already starting to look better and better, right? We saw last year there was improvements, had an undefeated season. Even right now they're still maintaining that form, so it's all good. But look, we could break this down if we want. I'm gonna let the panel talk about it, so we'll see you there, guys. Take it away.
Thank you, Elvish and Laz, for this amazing cast on the series. However, as we talked about how good Vitality is on Black Widow, I still think that it is not good enough. Vitality claims the win in a very dominant way, and I still see a very, very big I don't want to say weaknesses on the Black Widow from Team Nemesis, because this is the map that they've picked. If we've seen the B2, if we've seen how Nemesis usually picking Black Widow versus Vitality, and every time Vitality is showing us a very strong performance on Black Widow. We've seen a lot of mistakes coming out from the guys. We've seen 2 rounds. I believe that the 2 rounds that Nemesis won were both from Alucard. We've seen Alucard getting double kill. They won the round, and this round he got triple kill and actually quadra kill. He finished it with a quad kill onto Snare, which gave them a lead into this round. And now Vitality, they claim the win. They claim the first set, and now Team Nemesis, they have to crawl back through sub-base, which we mentioned earlier, that if Team Nemesis didn't go into map 1 as expected and winning it, it's going to be very hard for them to go into sub-base. Sub-base is going to be the second map for Team Vitality, which they're looking forward to secure. The win that guarantees for them the round 2, the bypass by round 2, and I believe they can do it because it's going to sub-base. The guys, in my opinion, are not kind of locked in yet into the servers. However, Snake is overperforming this season. I want to mention that it should we should mention that how good Snake is playing this season, because talking about as he's an IGL and part of IGLing for the team, he's doing actually a great job of also fragging and turning the rounds. We've seen how he sneaked the defuse onto the window, and also we've seen how he sneaked the guys from Elong, and he went behind them and he turned the tables onto Team Nemesis. That's why Snake is usually performing at his best. And Slayer, who's 4.0 KD, I believe he's going to be the set MVP. Definitely he should be the set MVP. On the other hand, we've seen a very, very maybe fair performance coming out from Rathan and Comics. Maybe if those guys stepped up a bit into the next map, which is going to be sub-base, I believe that the score going to be very much closer than 10-2. However, it's 10-2. We've seen Nemesis throwing 2 or 3 rounds in favor of Team Vitality, which they had the lead in front on. Alucard is always the consistent guy that we usually talk on, and he's the guy that he is maybe you rely on.
Exactly, and 10-2 in the scoreboard. It looks pretty hard. Also, looking at the KD, we have a 4.0 KD, which is pretty impressive to see. Of course, set MVP is gonna be Slayer, 4.0 KD, and a headshot with 30. Oh, okay, I'm sorry, H&H, 0.31. I believe that's headshot, right? H&H.
Yeah, HK is headshot per kill. H per K. It's headshot per kill. He's playing with sniper, so that's why his HK is low. It's 0.31. He's playing with OP, so he's kind of like exactly. Not fragging with the rifle, so that's why it's not good. But 4.0 is just huge.
Of course, and for this game, it went pretty fast, 10-2 when it comes to the scoreboard. Like, basically, I went to grab something from the other room, and I got back, and yeah, they ran by the entire game, and it looks like it was pretty fast. And for this game, I believe the Vitality, they just went pretty fast. Yeah, I had like, I watched the first few rounds, and
Yeah.
I went to grab something. I got back to the game already being over and a bit late. Sorry for that, guys, and hopefully that doesn't affect anything. But at the same time, I believe that game 2 is about to start. Both teams are getting ready. Nemesis and Vitality. It looks like, yeah, we asked for Nemesis to play on the first set this map, but it looks like the Team Vitality came way prepared for this game. But for the second game, we'll head to Laz and Elfish to break us the show.
Well, we don't have to break too much of a show. I mean, we already kind of, nailed the head on the first map, and now we get to go to sub base, which I think Penguin did a really good little bit of a summary in the beginning. And just a small recap there is that, like, look, I mean, I feel like this is Vitality's map all the way. I mean, I feel like, Elfish, this would have to be the biggest, like fumble or throw ever if Vitality dropped this map. I feel like this is a map that they're very good on. I think this is probably one of their best maps they should be playing. I just don't see them losing. And I mean, if they do, then yeah, I guess I have a lot of questions afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, the thing about Vitality is they're usually pretty reliable in not losing series. I can see them sometimes like lose a map, maybe they lose a few rounds where you go, that wasn't great, but they very rarely drop series, at least in the West League, to teams that they should not be. And I think this is going to be one of those situations where if they do lose this map, we'll all go, oh, that's a bit surprising. But then they will come in and smash map 3. So I think it's kind of a moot point here, to be honest, already. I think Nemesis have lost this series. They just don't know it yet. We'll find out, though, whether or not they can recover in any way, shape, or form as we do jump into the second map of a sub-base. It is Nemesis that gets the start on the BL side. So hoping that will be of benefit to them. And maybe it won't be. It's not a good start.
Not a good start. I mean, that's the thing that's been so good, like, to talk about Vitality is, again, I feel like they're doing everything right. They're looking for these opening duels on the GR side. They're, trying to, just take a lot of control of the game as fast as possible, which, again, on the BL side, like, of Nemesis, you can tell, like, it's really rattling them a little bit. Now some warning shots here from Gypsy. He actually does win that engagement. That's a little bit cheeky, a little bit of a switch off here. So at least things can be back to the forward 4 for the time being. And now, I mean, this is where Vitality, they can make a decision. Do they want to kind of re-aggress and push into this? It looks like maybe Totson's kind of toying the idea of it, but he's trying to be a little bit careful too. So now Nemesis have to make a decision. That bomb's actually going to go all the way around, even go towards Vent. They're going to get some of that utility burned. And Totson, what on earth? He actually still commits to the fight?
Nice return, though, from Raffen. Dipsy as well has snuck his way into jail. Totson seems to have been spotted out. He will only be able to get himself the 1-for-1. Now, this is where Horus has to come in and play and do his best work. The smoke's going to go through. He's got a really good idea of where Raffen is. Hits that opening shot, but now into the 1v1. Is down very low on HP, and this should be Alucard's to win.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, he's got the HP, a little bit of an advantage, but again, both these players one shot. There we go. Good reposition from him. I love the, like, again, just getting into that light post position, or on the railing, I should say, and getting the high ground just makes it easy. So Nemesis finally can get themselves an opening round here. I mean, this is not going to be a bad start for them, but can they maintain it? Can they be able to find a little bit more, consecutive rounds in their favor? Vitality make it very close to the 1-on-1 fair. But this is where, again, I was kind of saying, Vitality on paper should easily be able to have this map. But there always is kind of this, old historical factor of them that they kind of slow down a little bit sometimes. And it's like almost a little bit sluggish in a way. So we'll see if that happens. I feel like that might be a little bit early to make that claim, but we'll wait and see.
Yeah, no, I think it's valid. I've definitely seen some games where they've looked unstoppable, and then the next map you go, are we even really watching the same team? I think they can switch off a little bit. We'll see if that ends up being the case for them here, but nice opener from Snare in that one. Raffen pushing his way forward. Totson for the 1-for-1, but Alucard, he's quietly putting together a pretty good map here. It's another double kill on the entry for him, and we find ourselves with a 2-on-2. Snare definitely feeling a bit awkward there in jail. He's waiting for that rotation in from Horus, who has managed to make it towards the site now to help his teammate out. No plan as of yet. Horus, though, spotted and dealt with. And Nemesis quietly putting some of these rounds together. Snare with a missed shot.
Yeah, they gotta be careful though, because if they kind of overextend like this and look for these duels and get that hungry, that's what he wants, right? So now they finally, a little bit more of a regroup. They're gonna be playing together. Bomb's gonna be down, so they're actually just gonna play the buddy system in full attack here, like one on top of the missile, right underneath it. So now this makes it a little bit more of a troublesome affair here for Snare. There we go. And like you said, I mean, Alucard's putting up a good amount of work, putting himself with double kills twice in a row now. So he's been able to find some really good openings with the TRG. So now finding 2 in a row, almost getting close to the point of what the scoreline was, the map points they got on the previous one. So, but now Vitality start to kick it up a little bit of a notch, and Snake, oh man, Snake, he might be able to have a field day. He gets that bomb carrier. Look at that, gets the double. Yeah, they just start to change things up a little bit here, and this is where now Nemesis, yeah, they're only down by 1 man, but again, they're going to have to regroup, get this bomb control back, and they're going to have to figure out something. Dipsy's got some decent real estate, though, here, Elfish, but again, do they want to commit to it? It looks like that is going to be the plan of attack. Vitality hot on the heels already, but that kill is definitely going to open up something here, though.
Yeah, I mean, you can see Vitality struggling a little bit more, so tap on that plant will end up costing Raffin his life. Dipsy in the 1v1. All he has to do is hit another headshot onto Totson, and this could be over. But he's also got to find a way to retrieve that C4, and we've got about a minute and a half worth of ring around the rosy, potentially. Totson, not sure where Dipsy's gone. He's got to be concerned about that would rotate soon with the time that has been elapsed. Totson just playing safe from it.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, I like this. But like, so much time, right? That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So much time remaining on the clock here, so bit of a guessing game, and now they know where each other are. Interesting fight. It's just about hitting the headshot here. This is crazy. This is ridiculous.
It's like a 1v1 aim map.
Yeah.
Apparently Totson's gotten a better aim, so that'll be the first round on the board for Vitality. Again, I kind of have to give some credit for Nemesis making it that close, because it looked like a round which they should sort of just get a bit blasted in. The fast flank really worked out for Vitality, but comes down to a 1v1. So you can tell Vitality are not having as easy of a time here to start things off on sub-base as what they were on Black Widow.
Yeah, it's been a little bit more of a struggle, right? I mean, I feel like you said, it's, they can look unstoppable, Vitality, and then there's this like second map where they don't really look the same. So that's where I kind of was wondering if like this could be the conversation on this one. I was again already like writing it off like, yeah, Vitality for sure, and okay, that's already going to be a decent amount of work done. Forrest with a good double kill for the swing. And I was going to say Snare should have that one easy peasy, but all right, look. So I start to cast a curse or, beat my own points here apparently, but it's back to a 2-2. Vitality starting to look like they're ramping up maybe just a little bit. Back into no more of a lead here for Nemesis, but what do we see different from Nemesis now? Like, do we want to see them play a little bit more aggressive? Do we want to see a little bit of a difference in their setup? Starting to look like it maybe, but when you have Slayer with a rifle like that, it's going to be a little problematic, to say the least.
I mean, is that the straw that breaks the camel's back, though, for Nemesis now, having lost a couple of rounds in a row, and this one's opened up with an initial kill for Vitality. Alucard seems to think otherwise. Like I said earlier, he's having a pretty good map so far, finding a lot of impact kills, and maybe a big reason why Nemesis are looking a little more competitive is that TRG. But it's only enough to get them back to a 4v4 here, so still quite a bit of work to do to try to take that map control. C4 will be retrievable at least.
Yeah, Totson's in that bit of a tight corner here too. So again, if the utility's available for the nades, they could try to clear this out. They decide not to yet. Because if they threw double nades on there, I mean, he'd be a dead man. He actually swings this. Wow, he swings this so wide. I thought he would have saw them. How does he get away with that? How does that even work? What? I don't know how he finds that kill and makes it a triple too. Oh, that's just mayhem. That should never have happened. I thought he was gone. I thought he was going to be removed, and instead he makes some big play. And Vitality, I feel like they just stole that one.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Totson just walking into the stack, basically. There was 3 players over there, and he's walked in and killed them all. That should not be allowed. He should at the very least be getting traded down. Either way, Vitality starting to flex their muscles a little bit here on map 2, and that is a bad sign indeed for Nemesis. Nice shot in, though, from Alucard, who, again, is really feeling like he's the difference maker for Nemesis at the moment. Oh, Snake cottoning on to the fact they were in wood, gets up close and personal behind the doors and deals with Raph, and so immediately back into the 4-on-4, and it is an embattled 4-on-4 for Nemesis with Beck and Alucard both tagged up.
Yeah, I mean, Horse, you know, let's not forget, I mean, that was a round or two ago. He was able to go for that really quick swing, finding the double kill. He actually tries it again, and this time he actually does meet his maker of Beck. Good paw flash here against Snake, but oh, that M14, man, it's doing damage. It just can't seem to find the kill. It's a lot of tenderizing, but finally gets it with the drive-by. And now Vitality right back to fighting form. Totson here once again finding himself another multi-kill round, second time in a row. And now the bomb is dropped, leaving Dipsy by himself. You have two players on Vitality that are wounded, but this is not going to be easy. And I mean, let's not forget, Dipsy did have himself a decent performance, you know, considering on map 1, considering the results. But boy, oh boy, this is not going to be an easy one. You're going to have to find 3 different duels, especially with Totson the way he's playing right now on the second map. Gives his backup. Oh, whoa, okay. All right, yeah. There we go, Snake to save the day. Slither in the snake. Slithering in the grass.
Well, Vitality are certainly back. They had a little bit of a nap for the first couple of rounds of sub-base. And it's really coming online now. Comics tag down. Horus deleted, though. That'll open up the A side unless Snare has something to say about it. And he's missed his opening shot, but he recalibrates for the second, so that at least allows Slayer a little bit of room to work with. I don't think he's aware there's a player already crossed in onto the site. Somehow Raffen doesn't kill him. He got Snake instead. Slayer still fighting for this position. He's backed up. It's a traffic jam on the stairs, but they do immediately delete the red light, which is Raffen, and then turn around and give Beck a little bit of a how you going as well. So this round, I mean, it was winnable for Nemesis, but it seems like it's fallen a little too far. Again, though, Alucard being alive, anything is possible.
And yeah, like you kind of mentioned before, I mean, especially with the way he's been playing, right? I mean, it seems like he's 7-4, and I mean, he's got some teammates with a decent score behind him. I mean, with Dipsy, but feels like Alucard's really been the playmaker so far for Nemesis on this team yet, right? I mean, he's been able to find the double kills and getting some good openings, but he has to put up a bit of a 1-on-3 clutch now, putting the 2 remaining. He actually gives up the sniper. He's going to go for the M14, so this is interesting. He's got lots of time here, Elfish. That's the thing. But again, you have so many different choke points you have to kind of get through. Like, this is what makes it so hard to retake this. What on earth do you do?
Just try to hit some good shots here. You got 45 seconds, so I think you can afford to sort of waste another 20 seconds here trying to isolate some duels. He's actually going to commit a little earlier than I thought that he might, but not going to work out. Nice crossfire played there by Vitality in every sense of the word. 5-2 as, well, it seems like we're going in the same direction as that last map. Maybe a little bit of a different pathway, but the result, honestly, the same.
Yeah, a little bit of a slower start, and now, I was going to say maybe Horus might be able to redeem himself, but he can only find the 1 kill, so now we start to see this little bit of, you know, trading going back and forth. The advantage just, again, slightest for Totson be able to find another duel. He's sitting at 11-3, but now he's down to 7 HP. So not a great position for him to be in. And actually does try to commit to this fight, surprisingly enough. So he gives up a situation here. Now Comics does have the information. Snare. A little bit of an A-map situation again. Some pre-firing. Now Snare can be able to land the shot. Yeah, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. All right, so Vitality maintaining their form like we talked about. A little bit of a slow start, but seems to be the regular programming now.
Yeah, unfortunately for Nemesis. Slayer's going to push his way out into Machine Room. Oh, he's bitten off a bit more than he could chew. Multiple players there. Doesn't quite get the finishing blow that he needs onto Raffen. Snare also up to a few tricks here. Ah, there you go. Beck's position given away by a slight exchange with Horus. It will be the end of him. So 1 for 1 in the end, and Again, it's kind of Nemesis that walk away worse for it. I mean, look at how low Raffen and Comics are, and Alucard's now being tagged down too. It's just little advantages, little paper cuts in the skin of Nemesis that Vitality are getting away with, and eventually that's going to build up.
Yeah, I don't love how like spread apart Nemesis are right now too, so it's good that they're kind of regrouping. I was thinking they need to be able to play this as a unit. They're never going to win this just playing the 101s like that, so wait things out. They'll go for the wood room control. Alucard with a really nice shot, so actually takes down Snare, so that's a good pickup. Now they're just going to accelerate into the safe side, but they have Horus there. He's actually been able to find the timing, but no, the timing actually pans out nicely for Comics, so he finds the duel. Plant's going to come down, but now Snake and Totson, the last two players. Now for a retake, something they haven't had to do for a little while here, it feels like Elfish.
See if they can make it work. Again, low HP on Comics will make the job a little bit easier, but they need to get past Alucard's TRG first, and he has been hitting everything that he needs to. Now 1v3 for Totson, but Dipsy down early, and this is what I'm talking about. Comics, all it takes is one bullet, and he just whiffed. Comics must have just whiffed. Totson had so many opportunities to land some shots there, and 7-2, again, the same scoreline that we saw on that first map.
Oh boy. Wow, Totson is just having a field day, isn't he? I mean, he's just performing so well. 14-4, pulling up the clutches. I mean, this is the guy that I always kind of said on this team where, you know, he might not be like the star fragger, but he always seemed to be the clutch factor, right? I mean, I remember back at, you know, CFS, you know, for summer, 2 years ago, like he was putting up some big clutches against some of the big name teams. He does it here and now, once again, so still staying true to his identity. And now Slayer trying to see if he can get this jump spot. Comics, are you really going to go for it again? I hope not. I really hope you just maintain that position this time. And now a little bit of toying around here from Vitality. Trying to go for any low-hanging fruit if they can. But Nemesis so far not giving up too much. Dipsy in a big task here. Being the soul anchor. Again, you still have Comics close on by. Pop Flash comes through. Can he be able to find this multi-kill? No, he cannot. It's only going to be the one. So Comics just reply back. Utility looking decent here from Beck. He was able to find that nade plus the kill. So now just leaving it all down to Snare. There we go. Nemesis. They reply back with a round in their favor. Looking pretty, you know, pretty calm in that situation on their defense. Looked like they had the right little bit of trade-offs. So not bad at all.
Yeah, that's a change up from what we saw on the first map. Some at least a little bit of resistance in the second half from Nemesis. Not sure that's going to slow Vitality down all that much, though. I mean, you already see them pushing their way forward, trying to make some inroads towards B. Might just wait out this smoke at Wood before they really make their move. Good nade, though, onto Snare, and he's going to push his way into lockers, so again, Vitality not too keen on slowing things down all that much. 3-player setup on B. Could be a good hold again for Nemesis, with Alucard starting it nicely, and Raffen also connecting onto Snare. This BL side not coming together just yet for Vitality.
Yeah, still lots of time, though, here, right? I mean, 1:30 is remaining on the clock, so Dipsy once again repositioning himself as sole anchor in this A site. Good shot onto Horus, takes him down in radio. So, yeah, it just seems like Vitality are getting a little bit picked apart here now. 2-on-4 is required. Snake, he actually might try to re-aggress. Oh, he does, and he actually wins that fight. Makes it a little bit more interesting. The plant's going to get done, but Snake decides not to overcommit to this. Maybe now he's going to go for it. Realizing, look, this kind of control could be really big. But again, this is where he's got the M14. He has to be able to find the spray down. He has to be able to find this timing. Alucard might be able to find the better of it. He sees that utility getting thrown. And look at that, Alucard. He doesn't even clear the box room. So now, Slayer, this should be an easy task for him. The star rifler of this team. Look at that. A 1-2 combination and Vitality. A 2-on-4 situation, Elfish. And look at how effortless, you know, like they didn't even have to put anything in that round and they just find an easy win.
Yeah. Again, that's just such a killing blow, really, isn't it? Like, it's such a nail in the coffin when you feel like you've got a round and then you know that you have to make such a comeback and you let it slip like that. It's just not going to happen. Like, those are the rounds that you absolutely need to convert. And then some, probably. You do need, like, you need some clutches yourself to win this map. You can't be affording to give up clutches, so... Bad day at the office today for Nemesis. Great day at the office today for Vitality, it would seem. Job not yet done, obviously. Double nade in onto the position of Dipsy, who will fall back. Snare is keen for a fight at the start of this round, but won't be able to find one.
Yeah, no major changes here from Nemesis as well. I mean, I was kind of curious if they're going to have maybe a double player, an A setup maybe, a little bit more towards stairs this time. Instead, they try to just keep a Dipsy anchoring and then double mid and kind of double B. So, not like I'm against this. I mean, it allows for the quick rotates if a B hit's going to be, you know, the plan of attack here from Vitality. But I feel like Dipsy, like, he's not done a bad job, like, anchoring, but it is kind of readable where I think Vitality know this. And you can already see they're just going to swarm through mid like this now. Might be able to get a cross onto this perfectly. Oh, actually, they're going to swing towards jail now, so this gets interesting. And Beck now has been able to find that first duel, but it's only the one. And look at Vitality trying to mop things up, but it's Alucard that's actually doing all the cleanup now. He gets overwhelmed by the numbers, and there it is. Vitality finally get themselves in the sight, but it is Totson in the 1v1 again. A clutch factor, and indeed, it looks like the chips will fall here for Vitality as they're on map in series point.
Yeah, I was going to say, you know, he's so low there. Doesn't really matter. It's the headshot line anyway. But Totson hits the headshot, so who cares how low you are if he's going to hit the headshot? And Vitality now one round away. Horus copying a bit of a tag on the cross there through the doors. Presumably off of the TRG. Either way, he's tagged down pretty low. But... slows it down here for Vitality. They've got a player in vent, waiting to see if they can find a pick.
Okay, so it looks like Vitality actually might just try to go for the stairs push. Dipsy mixes up the gun here, so he actually does have the sniper this time, the TRG, so he actually does find that duel. So it doesn't allow the three players to go for that swing easily, so they actually lose one of their comrades, and that is Totson, and he is the star player right now statistically with a 17-7, but Vitality just kind of slowly pumping the brakes a little bit, like, okay, hang on. We know what Nemesis are up to. Horus somehow goes for the big swing like that, is able to find it. So a nice trade-off back. This is where you start to shake a little bit for Nemesis. It's like, how do you reposition this defense?
It's a good question, because you never really know where Vitality are going to end up. That smoke into jail would indicate they want to go back over towards A. 2 players there to defend.
Oh, they have a good read on this, though. Oh, Beck. Oh, I was going to say, you got to be careful here. Trying to get all that information, you got to be careful. And look at that, Colmix now being able to find a double. Okay, little interesting. Now this is where Snake, again, he's been in this position before where he kind of pushes up. He has to be able to find a kill here, though, right? I mean, if he can find a double, I mean, that might just be the nail to the coffin.
Yep, exactly. That double is what he's looking for. Snake on for it. Let's have a look and see. There's one. Not quite two. Very nearly got both. But Snare knows that he's done some real damage, so he's going to change up his position, and if he connects with this shot, then it might be all over. Raffen is a sliver of HP, and Snare knows all he has to do is hit one shot, so he finishes it off nice and easy. 10-3 for Vitality. That is a dominant series from them.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, it really was. And I actually really love to see this because, again, we've always kind of put Vitality a little bit on the pedestal, right? Saying, like, look, this is the team to beat. This is the top dog, if you will. And, like, that's where we kind of see these sometimes where they kind of drop a map here and there. But, look, today was all about business. They're like, look, let's get it done quick and easy. A 2-0, a 10-2, a 10-3. I think that's what it was. So, I mean, really, really good performance from them. And I love everything that was coming out from Vitality. A little bit of a slow start on sub base, I'll say. Like, I was a little bit wondering if we were going to get that kind of weird blunder from them. But honestly, the fact that they could bring it back and just play the way they were, not bad at all. But look, we can we'll let the panel talk about this more because that's what they like to do. So Penguin, you give us your analysis. Tell us what you think.
And we're back. It feels like it's weird. Yeah, it's not Penguin. Yeah, I'm sick of you. But at the same time, yeah, like this series itself. First of all, thank you, Elfish and Laz, for your amazing cast. And yeah, like only 5 rounds in both games for Nemesis. And speaking of the second game, it felt like it was a playground for Team Vitality. They lost first 2 rounds and then they got on the train and they just starting shooting at all cylinders.
Yeah, we've seen a very weak performance going out from Team Nemesis today. However, this is not the end of the season for them, and this is not the end of the world for them. This is phase 2. They are still in playoffs no matter what, and maybe they were hoping for a better placement. I'm saying that maybe they were hoping to go as top 2. They wanted to claim second place from LCK. In my opinion, this is not going to happen. And we've seen a very strong performance coming from Vitality, because I said the guys they're not going to come here and joke around or maybe mess around with the boys, because they already secured the playoff spot. They need the first place and they need to bypass the round 1, and that's what we've seen from them. 5 rounds in 2 games, and we've seen a very dominant performance coming out from them on sub-base. It started very strong for Team Nemesis. It started 2-0 for Team Nemesis. Then we've seen Vitality trying to push Woods, trying to take control Woods, and denying all the information, because in my opinion, and I said it a lot, that Team Nemesis relying usually on controls. If you leave for them the control, they can play the map. If you don't leave the control for them, they cannot play the map, and that's what we've seen from them. Vitality gave them the control the 1 round, then Vitality started taking the controls back, and we've seen a huge amount of clutches that's done by Todzin and Snare. Todzin, I guess he clutched 2 times versus Dipsy, and Snare as well clutched 2 times. So they gave no clutch for them except for Alucard on the first round, and it was one of the 3 rounds that they got.
And also, speaking of clutches, Todzin been pretty proactive through the entire series, landing multi-kills multiple times. I believe he had 3 or 4 triple kills in the course of this game only, on the course of this set only, and he was just doing the heavy work at sometimes for the team. But like Vitality as a unit, they just know how to get it done.
The experience. We're talking about the experience from Vitality. Yes, they know definitely how to close their rounds. We've seen Slayer in 2 clutches. I just remember now. Slayer in 2 clutches, Todzin in 2 clutches, Snare in 2 clutches, Alucard also, I guess, only in 1 clutch. That gives us a huge sights of how good Vitality is playing the map, because today Nemesis didn't just log into the servers, they also lost all the clutches, or most of the clutches. We've seen the switch that Nemesis did, getting back Dipsy to the A down, which actually paid off a bit for them, because we've seen Dipsy doing good on his side. However, there were weaknesses on the A top, and there were weaknesses on the clutch, and also there were weaknesses on the B side, like the round we're seeing right now. So Nemesis, they fixed one thing. Yes, they switched back Dipsy to A down, and he's playing with multiple guns. We've seen him playing with the TRG, paying off, killing 1. We've seen him playing also with the AK, getting 2 or 3 kills, and it was one of the rounds that they won because of Dipsy, the hold on A down. However, it's not the case now, because if you hold it down very good, and what about the B side, or about the Woods, or about A top, because we've seen a lot of weaknesses coming out from the Team Nemesis guys onto such things. So now, again, Alucard was the only solid positive KD on both maps that they played. Yes, it's 10-3. Yes, it's 10-5. However, Alucard maintained positive KD. On the other hand, Todzin had a very good map. I said that Todzin single-handedly got like 2 or 3 rounds by the clutches for himself.
Yeah, also Todzin did a lot of clutches, as you have mentioned, and for Team Vitality, or actually no, for Team Nemesis, I have a lot of questions. Why didn't they just take a pause, attack pause, to talk it out, see how it goes for either of those teams to get the maximum that they can do? It felt like it was going one side, and that side would be Todzin's side. He got 2.43 KD. His headshot is high, his movement, his clutches, he's firing at all cylinders, and he's doing everything. Heavy lifting. I'm not gonna say a heavy lifting for Team Vitality, but he been showing off on sub-base. First map also did the same thing. It felt like Vitality were on their playground.
Yeah, it was a playground for them, and that Vitality, they got their 8th win. Now they secured the first place. Probably gonna be second is gonna be LCK if they can be able to win now. So that means that Vitality gonna be bypassing round one. This gives them an edge because they don't have to play on round one. They have to watch the enemy team. They have to watch who's going to be changing anything, if anybody's going to be changing anything into the playoffs, because Nemesis is definitely going to change things. LCK going to just bring the stretches and the A game, and the other teams as well, unKnights and the other two coming out from the contender group. So this is a very, very good edge for them. Yes, LCK is with them as well, so they're going to be both watching. However, Nemesis, unKnights, and the other two coming from the contender group will have to play and show their strategies before they meet Vitality, and most likely LCK, because it's not guaranteed LCK. However, it's very close, maybe 99% LCK going to be secure in second place.
And of course, LCK, they still have some games to make sure that they close the phase 2 with the second place. But for now, Team Vitality, they secured their place in playoffs with their 8th win. And that's a team you will be looking to see in the final, not in the playoffs. For me, I would say doing this at the first game in phase 2, that's something else. That's just like, yeah, we're ready. Phase 1, we had the warm-ups, we had I would say the casual games, or like the practice games, and versus some teams. But this time we're here, we're doing business, as Laz and Elfish said, and yeah, only business. We're not here to play around, we're here to see and watch who's gonna be playing versus us in the final. That's
yeah, Vitality now they secured their semifinals, so now they can be looking forward for the finals and the semifinalists, because they don't have to show anything else against anybody on the next games. They can play just by communication, you can play just by adaptation mid game, and it's gonna win them games, and they already secured the place. So in my opinion, how good Vitality played today just shows that these guys, whenever it comes closer to the playoffs, whenever it comes closer to the finals, you will see a stronger performance coming from them. Team Nemesis, however, we expected them to fix their mistakes. Yes, they fixed some. Yes, we've seen some changes. We've seen how they play Blackwood is kind of different. They tried to play it on the wings, they tried to play it on the A side, tried to play on the B side. However, still Slayer with the double sniper setup coming from them, he destroyed everybody. And yes, as we can see, the MVP of the game is going to be Slayer with 2.17 KD. This man that clutched the most likely in the set, is just the set MVP, in match MVP.
Yeah, his first set he had 4.0, I believe, KD. On the second one, he had a less lower than 2.17, I believe, like it's on average thing. Like, so he made the average go to 2.17, and for a player like Slayer, we always watch him and we know how good he is. And I believe that we have a small interview with Slayer, gonna have it in a few minutes, but before we get to the... Okay, never mind. We're not gonna wait till we see the interview. Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing? And yeah, it feels like Slayer.
Hello.
How are you doing, man? I'm gonna wave to him.
I guess Slayer is not here. We can wait for Slayer to be moved for us, because we would love to ask him a few questions, because he definitely also can't hear us. So we will wait for him to be moved.
Yeah,
and
it's totally fine. It happens, but it looks like he's way too serious. Hello, Slayer. Salam alaikum. How are you doing, brother?
No, he's not here. He's not here.
That's not Slayer? I feel like I heard the click.
Okay, he's here.
And I thought that's Slayer. Yep. Okay. Welcome, Slayer.
Hello.
Salam alaikum for the third time, Habibi. How are you doing?
Alhamdulillah يا باشا. انت ايه الدنيا؟ Hello.
All good. And for this game, like I have like a couple of questions, and we will move to Penguin. The first of it, like we seen your match versus Nemesis and phase 1, it looked a lot different than the one we have seen right now. It felt like this one is more dominance. We're in phase 2 and it looks like Vitality are showing their wings.
Yeah, I can say that the difference between this one and the other one is just we went like aim duel, the whole fight. Like if you can see that both of the games were very chaotic, so the better aim wins.
True.
Yeah,
it was a bit chaotic, and that was for the games. But for the scoreboard also, it looked pretty hard for Nemesis to get back. I have another question for you, Slayer. What should we wait for Vitality in the playoffs after this performance that we're seeing here in the first game in Phase 2?
We're gonna do the same. Like, let's just play for the win, and we hope get the best results.
I love how humble Slayer is. And from your side, Penguin.
Yeah, I would love to ask you, what are your predictions for the top 6 gonna be going into the playoffs? Because this year, this is the first time you're gonna be facing, you're gonna be seeing a playoffs with 6 teams, not only 4. So what are your predictions, especially looking at the contender group, because already 4 teams locked into the playoffs?
I think it's gonna be Anubis and who else was wait.
We have 3BL, we have Swamp, and we have
He
Imperium.
doesn't remember the contenders group.
Wait, sorry,
That's how
sorry.
they are.
It's gonna be Anubis and 3BL, yeah. Anubis and 3BL.
Okay. I have another question, but you already mentioned it because we've seen a different gameplay coming out from Vitality, and I wanted to ask you not only how if you guys changed your play style, but what made Vitality look so strong right now? Is it because you guys went for the duels versus Team Nemesis, or maybe Team Nemesis tried to change few things? Because we've seen them, if you watch the game, we've seen Dipsy playing it down, we've seen a lot of changes on Blackwood as well. Have you guys adapted into these changes mid-game, or maybe their plan didn't work out?
We didn't really know what they were playing. Like, we don't know what they changed. We just focused on ourselves. And we played our game, and our aim was just enough to win this series.
You love to see this,
yeah.
man. Like,
Yeah.
we didn't really care about their changes. We just played our game, and
Yeah.
it was just like that.
Yeah.
It's so weird,
Okay.
but at the same
Congratulations,
time,
man.
Slayer, Vitality, of course, congrats on your win today, and also securing your place. And as top 1 or top 2, of course, I believe you're looking for top 1. But from you, Slayer, any last words you really want to spread out to the viewers or your teammates?
Thank whoever cheering for us, the community, our staff, everyone, our coach still, he's helping us very much in our preparation for the matches. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Slayer, and thank you for this interview. I hope we see
Thank
the
you.
best coming out from you, and hopefully we can see you in the finals. Thank you, man.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What a humble guy. He's way too humble. Like, I know him, like we both know him in real life. Like,
Yeah.
eventually he's a really cool guy, and we expect a lot from Team Vitality, of course, through the course of what they're doing. But for this series, we've seen Vitality destroying Nemesis. For the upcoming one, we have LCK versus unKnights. We'll head to a small break and get back to you with game number 2. Boom.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now. That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Madison not able to get any.
Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just makes Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that swing.
We just finished the first series that we watched from Team Nemesis versus Team Vitality, and now we go to another one on the Elite group, and it is gonna be the other half of the group. Of course, we have LCK versus unKnights, and for this map, or for this series, we are watching unKnights who barely made it to phase 2 on of course the Elite group, and they're playing versus LCK. We have just watched this game, or this series, I believe, on the last week actually last week, and it went to LCK 2-1. And what's your thoughts on this, Penguin?
Yeah, what's good about this that we're gonna be watching all the elite teams today. So we're gonna be watching how Vitality played, how Nemesis played, and we've seen how good Vitality played today. We would love to see how LCK and how unKnights gonna be changing also their gameplay, because right now it's phase 2. It's way more important than phase 1. Also, it's not playoffs. However, we might see differences in the performance as we've seen from Team Vitality. So LCK now, they are in a tough situation, because last time, yes, they went to map 3 with unKnights. However, one of the maps was 10-0 in favor of LCK, which was New Mexico. So now I believe that the first ban should be coming from Petro is New Mexico, because we don't want to see a one-sided game as we've seen it. Or maybe he can test it to play it again, because as I said, unKnights is just 100% secure the place in the playoffs. So maybe you want to be trying to play New Mexico again.
Yeah, and it was a record for New Mexico to see the first 10-0 and the first ace in the entire CFWL in 2026 phase 1, or like, I don't know, like for this entire year, of course, that was the first one, and of course, that's their record. They lost only one game versus Team Vitality, and it was 2-0. I can't say it was one-sided, but I can say that everybody got a fair shot versus Vitality to try to knock them off, and at the end it goes to Team Vitality. I believe, yeah, we in the both teams went to overtime, and especially in New Mexico versus Vitality, we went to the golden round, but that was at the first week on the league itself, phase 1, so a lot has changed in Vitality, in LCK, and versus unKnights. Today, the challenge won't be that hard. I believe they have amazing riflers. Of course, unKnights, they have Famous, the guy who got the highest headshot rate in the league itself. He got to also top 2 on the kills. Like he's top 2 on kills and top 1 in headshots. So it's just Famous.
Yeah, Famous is too good, as I mentioned. However, CrossFire is not an individual game if they don't step up with Famous, or maybe if we can see a teamwork coming out with the guys with Famous. I don't see them going further. We would love to see unKnights going further than being in 4th place or even 3rd place, because we've seen unKnights on the 3rd place on 2023 and they secured the place to the CFS. Now we want to see unKnights going into the finals, or maybe claiming the title. They are a playoffs team. That means that they have a fair chance and equal chances of everybody. So yes, they might have Famous, but they need the teamwork. They need the synergy between each other, because in order to close the games, Famous not only going to be closing all the games for you, he can get you 1, 2, 3 rounds by max. However, this is not going to be enough into phase 1, or maybe in the playoffs or phase 2. So now, Team unKnights, they have a fair chance of revenging the loss versus LCK. They made a very good 2 maps versus them. The last one was kinda a 10-0 one-sided map. It's 100% one-sided map coming out from LCK. Might be a bad game. Now it's time to redeem what they have done onto phase 1 with maintaining few strategies until the playoffs, because again, unKnights, their placement, their seedings has no chances at all to go to the top 2. That means that whatever they're gonna do, this is not gonna make them in top 2 if LCK got 1 win only. So now it's a tough situation, either to play very good, burn everything, and you still get the 3rd, 4th place, or just to play chill, try to contest the enemy, try to adapt mid-game, try to play with your communication, or maybe work on with your teamwork inside the game, and don't burn strategies, because you will still play the playoffs with the same teams exactly, adding only 2 from the contender group, which can be easier for you already if you're in the elite group.
So, well, what you're saying is that anyways, the team unKnights won't be able to get to top 2, and statistically it's pretty hard for them to get to this position after, of course, like losing a lot of games early on the season. And for this set, or like for this best of 3, we're all going with LCK. I don't know, was it LCK stepping up at the last map versus of course unKnights, or it was just like showing their secret weapon, like, guys, we're not dropping our 2nd place to any other teams, will just head to the play. I'm sorry, not the playoffs. The phase 2 with a 10-0 versus unKnights. It felt like that was the fastest game that we have ever seen. Like, if we just like put aside the 2 games that we have just witnessed from Team Vitality, because those are different. No pauses, no nothing. Vitality running down Nemesis. So this game, I believe we will see a little bit of the maps that we have always wanted to see from those 2, especially I would say Eagle Eye. Eagle Eye looked pretty good between both teams. We have really good snipers from both sides.
Yeah, talking about LSY, talking about HTZ from Team unKnights, they're perfect. Going into Team LCK, they have Flex and Spox, and Flex already is so annoying with the snipers. So, yeah, if it went to Eagle Eye, and Petro loves Eagle Eye, by the way, I believe. And as well, one of the best maps for Team LCK is Eagle Eye. So, we might be seeing Eagle Eye. We might be seeing Subbase again, because we've seen Subbase again, and they destroyed LCK, and LCK's Subbase was not the best on phase 1. And we mentioned that their Subbase this year needs to be changed. They need some adjustments, because they lost it versus 3BL, they lost it versus Vitality, I believe. No, they didn't lose the Vitality, they lost it versus unKnights again. So if you're going to be playing on phase 1 sub-base and you're losing it versus teams that you usually casually beat them 2-0, that means that this map is not ready for you. So that's why they shouldn't play it. It's unKnights who banned it, because maybe they need to play other maps. And in my opinion, Eagle Eye is best for both. And now unKnights have better chances of claiming the win if they be able to beat them onto the first map, which is gonna be Eagle Eye.
Yeah, of course, we called for Eagle Eye, especially me. I just said that. And we have Black Widow does the same thing. It needs to have control over water and also play with your snipers. Port is a bit of a mix, so we have the perfect 3 maps for those teams. It looks just like that. And watching unKnights versus LCK, it's like, it's not a derby, but it's more of a derby between the players. You want to see Pietro and of course Famous versus playing versus LCK. You have a lot of really good players, so you really want to see the rival. You want to see the Zane, you want to see Flex, Kiku, the new blood to the team. So it's just like a rivalry between the players more than the teams, since like we have a lot of shuffle, not in LCK of course, and unKnights. So for me, I'm having fun with those picks. What's in it for you, Penguin?
Yeah, definitely. Eagle Eye is Petro's favorite map. As I mentioned, Petro is the first player to play Eagle Eye, which when it was Eagle Eye 1.0, and his team, unKnights back then in 2022, I believe, was the first team to ever play this Eagle Eye, and now he kept playing it until we are in 2026 season 1. So he loves and he knows how to play this map. Also, on the other hand, I guess that Flex was the second guy after him to play Eagle Eye, and then Anubis came in, stepping in very strongly when Kevin was coaching them. So Eagle Eye historically is Petro's best map, and now Flex also is having a very good days onto Eagle Eye, especially with Spoxy onto A side, because when Spoxy is onto the A side, he's usually very, very good in these duels, and he's defending the A side, and this is the hardest side for you on Eagle Eye. So if you know how to defend it, that's very good, and this is very good edge for you on Eagle Eye.
And for this game, as you have mentioned, it's gonna be Spoxy on the A side versus the mastermind himself, the guy who, I won't say invented the map, but the guy who is pretty comfort in the map, Pietro, the guy who made us watch some beautiful Eagle Eye, of course 2.0. And for this game, it's more of a rivalry, watching 2 really good teams competing versus each other. We unfolded, or like we touched on most of the stuff, but speaking of touching thing, it should be Famous. Famous is like, he's maintaining to be that guy that you call him, yeah, he's Uncle Famous. He got a bad right arm and he's just shooting heads while being 33. That's just Famous. You would love to watch him, you love to see him in real life. He's a very humble guy, And for me, Famous is the GOAT of CF. Like,
Yeah, he's one
that's
of the
just
best players.
my side.
Yeah, he's one of the best players, and as I mentioned, shooting is not going to win you games, because if you have the best aimers in the world and there is no synergy, this is not going to be the case for Team unKnights, because Famous alone can't win games. Also, this is why alone, Petro alone, there should be a synergy, and this will come by time, because unKnights, we know that this is their first time playing together. This is their first season playing together. So this is maybe their first 2 months or maybe 1 month of competitive play. So now it's the matter. It's phase 2. You guys been together for a while. We would love to see more coming out from unKnights team.
Of course, we would love to see more from unKnights team, and as you mentioned, I believe that's their month number 2, and they're still in the honeymoon phase. So will the honeymoon phase win unKnights versus LCK, or will we see a rematch of the group stage? So to unfold this, we'll head back to our casters, Laz and Elfish. Back to you guys.
Well, thank you very much. And yeah, they were ready to go here for the second series of the day, and it is for that elite group matchup. And I feel like this one actually is an interesting one, right, Elfish? I mean, LCK, long-standing, both these teams long-standing teams for, CFWL, but very interesting in the sense of, roster changes and things like that. And I am kind of curious about this little bit of a run back for both these teams. And I think this veto, I felt like it's relatively, even. I didn't feel like it was one way or the other. I don't know how you feel, though.
Yeah, I mean, again, there's quite a number of things to address there. I think, first of all, obviously, as far as these two teams are concerned, look, LCK, definitely fair to say that they're a long-standing team. I haven't really seen too many changes in that lineup over the last couple of years. Whereas for unKnights, you've still got a bit of a core there, definitely. But the addition of someone like a Famous coming in, you've got a little bit of a mishmash of players coming in. And that's what the desk is kind of talking about. They obviously are still working through some of that. And so has unKnights hit the level which they would have wanted to coming into this season so far? I mean, I think they've beat the teams they should beat, and they've lost to the teams that they should lose to. So it's time for them to sort of see if they can step up here in Phase 2. I think exactly as what Penguin said. And if they can take on LCK today, then that would be a really good win for them. It has not started well, nor should it, right? When we're talking about Eagle Eye, LCK has been that team for a very long time, and that is a really nice example of why such a dominant opening round. But yeah, on the map pool, Eagle Eye, Black Widow, and Port, bit of a change up obviously from the last time we got to see them play, so maybe neither team necessarily happy with how that series ended. The New Mexico in particular was a real problem for unKnights going down 10-0 there, but I think Subbase, look, LCK won't be too disappointed to see that one taken away either, because that was a map that they ultimately lost, even though it was close. We'll see if this Black Widow provides anything different, but at least in my mind, this is still LCK's series to lose, and I think there's a world definitely where they can do it 2-0 as well.
Yeah, I agree. Like, I definitely think, this veto, like I said, I felt like the veto was not too bad. It was a little bit better than last time, but it does feel like LCK, again, on paper, should be the favorites in this entire situation. But I guess there's a couple different factors about unKnights that can be interesting of a talking point, which we'll have to see. And I was going to highlight the player Famous, briefly, but Spoxy does one a little bit better. And I think, if he's going to be able to play, the way that we all kind of expect him to, or even better than that, I mean, this could be a rough ride here for unKnights, right? This is where LCK, they put a lot of reliance on him to be, firing on all cylinders and, making the perfect connections. So far looking so good here for LCK fans. And HDZ is trying his darndest to be able to find a shot back and equalize something, but it's another bit of a swing and a miss, unfortunately. So he's going to try to put matters into his own hands here. But his teammates are falling apart quickly. And Lineclaw does a really, really good job of just finding a duel. You can just fall on back. Not really too much. And Flex as well. He's not even over-aggressing here, too. This is a good little note to see from him. Look at that. Patience is a virtue, Elfish. Look at how nice that he is able to play that situation, considering he's the guy that normally likes to just swing over fights.
Yeah, really nice from him, and that double swing as well with Lineclaw at the back end. Super, super solid from LCK. They're looking pretty switched on today, and I think that's kind of what you want. I mean, these games are in the regular season, in the group stage, Phase 1. You can kind of afford to be a little bit slow to start. You don't really get punished necessarily for a loss there, but I think now in Phase 2, you're going to be playing against better teams on a more regular basis. As the likes of LCK, you do want to be finding your feet. You do want to be bringing your best to the table, and hopefully that's what we're going to get from them today. Spoxy, what has happened there? Buddy.
Buddy, guy, what are we doing? What's happening here? Well,
He just tried to jump up on the ledge and fell off.
Yeah, that's a bit of a misplay. That's not what you want. So yeah, he's going to be kicking himself a little bit for that one, that's for sure. But good situation for unKnights, though, potentially, but unless someone like Dezane's actually going to be able to find some good kills. And right now, 4-1, so he's actually tied up with Spoxy. And time is ticking away here. LCK, they got to get going. Like, they got to get this thing diffused, and it doesn't even matter, I guess, because unKnights, they just sweep the floor and get it done. So they're going to be able to find their first round. A little bit of a lacked effort here from LCK on the retake, but impressive here from unKnights to finally get on the board.
Well, it certainly helps when Spoxy jumps off the side of the map.
I'll do it.
So, run it back and see if unKnights can deliver any more than that.
Hopefully not again, for LCK's sake. Very interesting, though. Everybody just grouped kind of on the doorway of hotel, right? Like, nobody's really moving a lot of muscle here. That's why I just kind of posted up, and now actually Lineclaw, surprisingly, goes actually for a big old swing, and now he finds himself a double, and he's still hungry for a little bit more.
Oh,
and he does find himself that kill, too. My goodness. I cannot believe the aggression from him. That's somebody you don't typically see that from.
Hey, I mean, when Lineclaw's on, he can be the kind of guy that can run away with the game. We've seen it a few times. I think anybody on this LCK lineup, to be fair, is that type of player, but I think as far as the rifles are concerned, at least, you probably do look to Dezane and Lineclaw to be those two, let's say, enforcers, if it need be. Pietro caught with a knife in hand. Actually does well to salvage one kill there, but really that's not anything to get too excited about. 3-1 the score. LCK are powering through this map at the moment, and I think if that continues, we're going to see an unKnights timeout pretty soon.
Yeah, we should be seeing it pretty quickly if, like you said, if we see another round go through, I'd imagine unKnights got to call it. But that's going to be a good shot. So Lineclaw actually, again, just looking for information. Not much that he's going to be able to take away from this, so he goes down quickly and easily, and now unKnights with the man advantage. This is a question: do they want to keep pressing forward? Do they kind of want to just a little bit hit the pause button for the time being? It looks like they are just going to post up, wait to see if LCK try to reaggress. And it's not a bad idea, considering you still have someone like Flex that's alive, that typically likes to be the aggressor on the GR side here for LCK. It's actually Dezane now that's actually been able to clear a ton of information, so he did his own investigating. He solved the mystery here. Well, this is a good position, Elfish. This is huge. They might not expect him.
It is, but how do you get multiple from here? He doesn't have any backup at all, so he's got to go down without... Well, he's got to go down swinging, basically, and hopefully he doesn't go down, but that seems unlikely. Certainly going to go ahead and swing a couple, though, and that, I think, is Dezane's job there, really. He finds two, he delays them, he brings the numbers back to even. He's done enough. The rest of the job now has to be done by the other players on the team, and Flex, unfortunately, puts himself on the wrong line, so HTZ will claim the player advantage again for unKnights. C4 will need to be retrieved at some point, so that will cost a bit of time here. But you still got plenty on the clock, and so it seems unlikely that we'll see too many shenanigans out here. It's just a case of LCK trying to isolate a fight at the moment, and there we go. Kiko actually saving Spoxy's life, gets the kill onto Pietro. Now Spoxy rewards him for that. So all of a sudden, this 3-on-2 starts to look a little bit less tenable. That C4 still not retrieved either, as indicated by our observers. And LCK are on the hunt. They're on the move. They might even find this C4.
Yeah, they're going to get this information pretty quickly. And I love the fact that, they're repositioning themselves. And yeah, there it is. I think they have that intel right there. So this is going to be problematic here for HDZ. With 16 seconds remaining, too. Like, this is where he has to get going. Like, he has no time to waste here. And he's have to go for this gunfight.
I don't think he can. How can he win this? Like, how possibly can he win this round?
Yeah, it's over now. I was going to say, if LCK would have stayed, I mean, and they went for the fight, that would have been a little bit careless. But the fact that they just go for a big old run, big old lap, you know, go for a run like you would, I mean, that cost them a round. So that's going to be good here for LCK. But unKnights, a little bit of a fumble in the sense of just the bomb control, really.
Yeah, it's not a good round to lose as unKnights. Pietro, though, does manage to find himself the opener onto Kiko, so this round actually going to pick up a pace a little bit, and Spoxy doesn't get a good shot off there at all. So A site's going to be taken. unKnights with some speed get their way in. Now they have to hold off the 3-on-3 retake. Zane not going to be too helpful in that department for LCK. Famous, a nice double headshot. That's what he's known to do. So Dese Flex is probably out of this round at this point.
Well, easy peasy. And this is the thing that's been interesting. It's like, you know, we see on Knights where they kind of get the site control, and then it feels like the retake situation has been a little bit lackluster from LCK. It doesn't really feel like as soon as they lose that site control, I don't really feel like it's been that impressive. So I think for on Knights, they just have to realize, okay, look, like as soon as we can find an opening duel or we can put aggression into the bomb site, this gives us a lot of room to work with. And on Knights, they're going to have to clean up a little bit of the defense on this. I mean, they do have 2 rounds to work in their favor still, but this is where they're going to have to be a little bit more getting that polish back out here, making things a little bit cleaner than what we've seen.
Bit of space actually being taken here in middle by unKnights potentially. The response from LCK is going to be pushing the extremities. It's working out in the case of Spoxy finding the opening kill. Pietro here may just catch Kiko, but it's after Kiko's got himself a kill and Dezane is there to trade, so the setup works out for LCK. Snox also just trying to dive back behind cover. Going to be taken out of the picture. 3v1 now for LSY. And the Tiff attack continues, but largely it has been LCK that have looked to be the better team on this map so far.
Yeah, not surprising either, right? I mean, we talked about it, and the desk was talking about it a little bit too, but I mean, this is where LCK, again, we talk about, the moneymaker, the bread and butter. Like, this is a map they love to play LCK. So, again, it feels like they should be the ones that should feel pretty good about this one. We'll wait and see. So far looking good, though, with a 3-round buffer. Making it easy to get that first half in your favor. But losing Flux early, that's not going to be a good start here for them. And now even Pietro actually kicks a little bit more on the tires. So now LCK, once again, this is where I've been giving a lot of criticism for LCK. The retakes have not looked the greatest. And now they're going to get tested with a 5-on-3 against us with that bomb going down. So they're going to have to fight for some control here. But this is where on Knights, if they can just play the numbers, surely they can get themselves that third. And it helps when Famous land shots like that.
Yep. Snox will finish it off nicely. 3 up. Last round of the half coming up here will be quite the deciding factor. A 6-3 feels like a pretty drastic difference to a 5-4. So it'll be interesting to see if LCK can slide this one through. If they get it, they start the second half positively. It's a really insurmountable task then for unKnights to come back. But this last round just gives you that little bit of extra wiggle room.
Ooh, good shot from Dezane. Man, he's really been on one today. 12 and 6. It's not bad at all. This is kind of that like rifling ability that he can really bring to the table, which you love to see. A little back and forth affair, and now it is still the 3-on-3. Famous is still alive and actually does have a relatively decent position here. He might be able to find a good timing. Said he's going to use that smoke to get across. Oh, I'm trying to get down and plant it now, but LCK, a little bit split from each other on this retake, Elfish. This is where I don't love this right now for LCK. Again, they're kind of relying on finding a duel. That will definitely help in the high ground, but I mean, surely we don't see unKnights just kind of, going for these weird fights. Maybe we do. HDZ decides to actually commit to it, and he actually does win the fight. Okay, a little bit of a surprising affair now. This 2-2 is getting close and a little bit grimy.
Still a nice line for HDZ to be on. Even though he's low, he can still get a lot of work done with that TRG. The problem is they've been allowed up onto the site. Defusers. Oh, no, they're going to deny it in time. Oh, just. Ay, that was a little bit too close for comfort. 5-4. unKnights actually do finish off that half with a extra round in the bank. And we get another close affair here on Eagle Eye. It was 10-7 last time. Sort of heading in that similar direction. We'll see if LCK can hold on to the win, but I mean, unKnights are definitely pushing them again.
Yeah, good shots from Famous too. It actually does a little bit of damage against Kiko, but back and forth again. Kiko finds himself another kill. A little bit more of a quiet game for someone like Kiko. Hasn't been able to really find too much. Same for Flex, right? I mean, both those guys, again, anybody in LCK, like you said, can kind of, pop off, but I feel like you normally see Flex in pretty strong KD positions, but maybe Kiko now is going to try to make a bit of a mix in his play to kind of get himself back in this game statistically, and it looks like that will help with another kill. LSY with a big old swing on the sniper, but it's just not going to be enough. 14 and 7 for Dezane. So he's looking to put up an MVP performance on this. And it's looking pretty good so far.
Another fast push out into middle from unKnights, and that's, well, it wasn't working until Famous arrived. Now it is starting to work, and he is getting as much done as he possibly can, but it's still not enough. A 3k out from Famous. Now it's on to Pietro, who is in a cheeky spot here. Spoxy will spot him out, and Zane catches him from the offline. 7-4. This is what I was kind of saying, like, if that 6th round goes over to LCK in the first half, this is now an 8-3 scoreline, and that's kind of doomed. But because unKnights have just taken that one last round at the end of the half, you kind of look at this and go, 7-4, it's not great, but maybe there's still something in this.
Yeah, there's definitely still a hope here. No help. Yeah, nice double kill here from both Pietro and Famous to be able to start it off, but look at how fast LCK just come right back into this. Throw a little bit of an upper hook, and then they just be able to just knock out 3. So now, I mean, look at LCK low in the HP department, and oh, Snox is actually able to get himself through that smoke, finding the double. So now all of a sudden you leave it to Spoxy. He's been clutched before, but Snox now going to be able to put, I think that's a triple kill if I'm not mistaken. So a good round, and like you said, a 7-4 is now turned to the 7-5. So this scoreline is getting closer and closer. And now we're starting to see unKnights, they're starting to, you know, heat up a little bit.
Lion Claw moving pretty quick through the map right now. There's 2 players set up here in Hotel. Doesn't look like LCK are going to quite commit to that. Haven't really seen any slow rounds in this second half so far. They've all been really, really quick.
Yeah, super quick.
I wouldn't mind seeing this one slow down a little bit and see what LCK can do in the mid round, how they're going to negotiate things.
Yeah, it does seem like it's been a relatively pretty quick game so far in this first map, like you said. So maybe a little uncharacteristic for both these teams, but ooh, unKnights actually, man, they win that engagement. So LCK backs on the board. Not the greatest.
Messy.
It is very messy.
Dezane solo. Yeah, I mean, okay. He's gonna get himself one. Do a bit of stat padding here. It's Dezane that's really picked the pace up, but I think this one's probably out of the realms of possibility. A 1v3, sure or not, and that is a beautiful grenade coming through from Famous.
He's just so calm too. I thought he would have been like amped, like he's such an animated guy. He's just like, yeah, whatever. Yeah. Easy day, easy time.
Kind of day at the office, really.
Really, yeah. Well, 7-4 is now, we're 1 round away here from a tie game, so I think you nailed it on the head. Like, I mean, again, the scoreline was a nice little bit of a lead here for LCK, but it's starting to dwindle, and it is looking not great. So now they're going to have to ignite the flame, and Kiko, that's definitely going to help here with the double. And look at that, LCK. They decide to just switch it up. They're like, you know what? Let's just full send it to this A site. Let's just not wait around anymore. Let's stop playing games. And now it's a 5-on-1 in Snox. It's got a lot of work cut out for him, but Spoxy waiting in the wins, and there we go. So LCK maintain a little bit of a lead, but is that really going to be the winning, you know, remedy for them? Like just full, you know, sending it to sites, or is there going to be more work here from, you know, unKnights to be able to bring it back?
Well, it's going to be a send from unKnights straight out into middle, and that's gone, again, pretty well for them. Oh, until Flex gets that on the fadeaway. Back to a 2v2, but low HP for both Flex and Kiko. Kiko, who has taken quite a bit of space up long. Oh, but he doesn't quite manage to land his shots there onto HDZ, so it's all on the shoulders of Flex, the grenade. Not quite going to go deep enough to catch him. He's going to wait and see if he finds a cheeky pick. Doesn't land that shot. So, back over to the EBR. Try and get through the rest of this round, but fast flank coming through already from LSY, so this should be a done deal. unKnights go to 7.
I do like that unKnights are kind of, you know, going for these little bit of pops into mid like that. I think it's a little bit scary, but I think it could work out, and so far I think it's catching the aggression against LCK a little bit off guard, so they've been very, very close rounds indeed. And now good flash work comes in, and LSY can only be able to find that one kill, but at least his teammates are going to be able to bounce back and help him out. So now for unKnights, they can actually just pull back. They don't have to overcommit this. They've been able to find 2 kills. They actually took down the star player right now of Dezane. And now they find Spoxy, so things are looking a little bit more in a dominant form here from unKnights, leaving it down to Flex and Kiko in the clutch of a 2-on-4. They're going to have to look for some kind of a duel, and Kiko goes down quickly, and now Flex, yeah, he can't meet this task at all, and unKnights have now brought this thing all the way back to a tie game, so a lead is now completely faded, and it's anybody's game.
Yeah, 100%, and I think you have to start getting worried a little bit here as LCK. I mean, the last series between these two teams, there was an overtime map that went the way of unKnights. Is it possible that unKnights could get themselves the win today? It's starting to slip away from them again here on Eagle Eye, though, as this round starts well for LCK. Dezane knows he's got Snox dead to rights, and so he'll chase him down. Pietro's at the bottom a lot. This is an interesting position, but spotted by Flex, so no harm done in the end. Again, probably a bit close for comfort here for LCK, but they do seem to have switched on in this round.
Yeah, it's definitely really turned a different page, has it not? So, I mean, now LCK on the position of finding their map point potentially, and HTC can't deliver on there. So yeah, so we see 9 grabbed up from LCK. Now just one more round needed, and they can have their map pick done and over with. But man, it's not been an easy one, to say the least. I mean, I was thinking, again, this was going to be a pretty dominant win, but we'll see. Still 1 round away potentially from an overtime conversation. unKnights have really started to do a good amount of work here on the defense, on the GR side, to make LCK a little bit more hesitant on their game plan. As you can see, nobody pushing mid, nobody being over-aggressive. A lot of respect is now given for this round.
Okay, good start for Spoxy. That's what you want as LCK, but Famous is continuing to have impact on the map. You've got rifles popping off everywhere, Dezane and Famous, and Dezane's out of this round. I mean, Snox is quietly putting together a pretty good one as well. It might be over here for unKnights. Let's see. Got that progressed position of Famous out in middle. If Kiko drops here, it's going to be criminal. Look at how low Famous is. He spotted him and he finishes him off. LCK going to lose Kiko, though, for that transgression. They'll have to pick the pace up a bit towards B now.
Yeah, they got a free site, too, so this is good. They can actually get this plant down if they don't really mess around too much. Still taking it a little bit slow. They're really evaluating all their options, worried that somebody might be kind of lurking. But this post plant is critical. Oh man, Pietro's already got such a strong position, and I was going to say him up close and personal. Now this makes it a little bit more awkward for Spoxy. He's been clutched before, but now he's just getting tested. But Spoxy again and again finds himself just popping off with a 16-8, and that's going to be ending that game. And LCK, they get it done, but boy, oh boy, was that a bit of a labored fare here, and not an easy one for them, but I guess at the end of the day, a win is a win.
Yeah, 100%. I don't know that that's going to be enough to necessarily have us going into this next map and saying, yeah, look, LCK is going to win this series and they're going to do it comfortably. That was a really, really close result. I actually thought that was going OT. After Pietro gets that opening kill on the retake, I thought there's no way Spoxy is 2-on-1ing this. But end of the day, obviously he did. LCK get themselves a tight win on Eagle Eye. Question is it going to be enough to make our analysts feel confident about our second map? Let's hear from them as we hand it back to the desk.
Thanks, Selfish and Laz, and yeah, it feels that we're having a really game, and it's pretty close between both teams. And for me, it felt like Spoxy has been doing some really good work for Team LC. Yeah, go ahead.
I'm saying, no. Just exactly. This was in mind, and you said it. I said, yeah, that's true. And I mentioned to you, Sekio, before the game, if you're gonna be playing Eagle Eye, you need to have a very good anchor on your side, correct? That's what Spoxy done for you. And this win games for you. imagine with all what you've said, with all what you mentioned about Spoxy, and it's only 10-8. What about if Spoxy wasn't here? What do you think? Was it gonna be 10-8 in favor of LCK, or maybe unKnights will be the winners?
Spoxy been doing the heavy lift, and he was making a really good difference for Team LCK. Speaking of the control, speaking of the communication, and I've been always been checking the player scams. He's being way too vocal in helping his team with that side, and it looked like LCK, they had a really tough opponent for today.
Yeah. They had a very tough opponent because we mentioned Petro. He knows how to play this map. He loves to play this map, and we've seen how good he tried to adapt versus Team LCK, which actually, in my opinion, this game should have went to the overtime. Zane's clutch last round was insane. He just killed both players just untouched. So that's the clutch that wins you games. Wins you sets, wins you matches. So how good unKnights played. This shows us the unKnights phase 2. The elevated unKnights, and they were better onto the onto the global side, I believe, because the global side from LCK was so good due to having Spoxy onto his side. However, how good they played is showing us a signs of relief. Kinda, we are saying unKnights, yes, we can see them. Maybe they claim top 3, maybe they can go to the semi-finals and go to the finals, maybe claim top 2 if they continue improving, because what we've seen from Nemesis today, this wasn't an improvement, but what we are seeing now from Team unKnights, it's signs of improvement. So that's what we need to see. And LCK, they show the same dominant performance that we've seen from them also from phase 1. I'm not saying that they're playing worse. No, they're playing the same. They're very good. Spox is doing his things. He's just killing and fragging, and they're clutching as well. So that's the classic LCK that we were expecting.
Yeah, normally we see them start the game slow, but for this one, that was not the case at all. Like, playing versus unKnights, they had multiple rounds on the first half, and after that, it felt like, unKnights are trying to build it back. They got to 5-4 at the first half, and then it was going back and forth. A team grabs a couple of rounds, another one trades, and it was pretty good, and that was the final shot and the winning shot for Team LCK. Congrats on this game. Spoxy, Zane have been doing some really good heavy lifting, especially on the clutches. Clutch factor, it's just like those are the dynamic duo that LCK should count on. And on the other side, it looked like Snox been stepping up. Famous, even though that he's the highest KD of them all, but it felt like we're not seeing the usual Famous. Like, that's not the Famous that we knew.
By the way, the team unKnights, they didn't downperform at all. Maybe HDZ, if he kinda overperformed a bit and he kinda matched Spoxy, we would have seen unKnights winning, because I told you it's all about A-side. You've seen the A-side holder from LCK having 2.0 KD, and the A-side holder from unKnights is having 0.6 KD. This makes things very clear for you that unKnights and Spoxy are going to be the set MVP for this game. Okay, Zane is the set MVP. Probably, in my opinion, it's going to be Spoxy, because Spoxy defense. Zane, actually, he won the map himself with the clutch, but Spoxy, he won rounds that helped in winning the map. So that's why I'm saying A-side is very important onto the game. So I cannot blame, or I cannot just fire things against unKnights, or if someone is having a very bad game, because they all played very well and the game were in their hands, except when they saying clutched the last round. So unKnights, a pretty fair fight. Always Eagle Eye is one of their best. They should be, if I'm playing versus unKnights, I should be avoiding it. I don't want to be playing him versus Petro on Eagle Eye, because he knows how to play. This is his performance versus LCK, one of the top teams that's been playing Eagle Eye, and I believe that Vitality is also avoiding LCK's Eagle Eye. Probably you're going to be seeing it in the playoffs if it's best of 5, but right now they are avoiding it, and we've seen the ban and pick phase coming up from them that they always ban it.
Of course, you need to dodge this Eagle Eye. It's a really hard bullet to play versus Team LCK. They have the players, they have the motivation, and they looked pretty motivated in the first game. Like, don't get me wrong, unKnights, they made some incredible comebacks. It felt like they're always on the down foot and they're trying to get back, and it looked like whenever they had the A control, or like at least the mid, I've seen a lot of fights on mid. Once it goes to their side, they slowly bring back the tempo, the pace to their side. And yes, Snox and Famous, they were the highlight for Team
They played very good, yeah.
of course, unKnights. Yeah, but on the other side, LCK, they looked more as a one unit. Like, speaking of, like, besides Spoxy, like, Spoxy been doing his thing. On the other side,
and the clutch
it
as well,
felt
yeah.
like it felt like the entire team was pretty prepared. And speaking of being prepared, I believe that both teams are prepared and getting ready to fire at all cylinders. Game number 2 is getting to start, so Laz and Elfish, back to you guys.
Well, thanks very much, boys. And yeah, again, we get to go for the second map here, and that's going to be on Black Widow. And Elfish, I want to get your thoughts on this, because I feel like in this matchup, I think I would have still leaned on LCK, but I don't know. I feel like map 1 kind of put a different taste in my mouth. I feel like I'm not really convinced that they could be able to dominantly win this one.
Yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, Black Widow has, to be honest, been a map that we've actually seen from LCK a little bit throughout this season. They played it against Vitality, a close loss there. They played it against Anubis, a close win there. They played it against Swamp, a close win there. They played it against Imperium, a reasonably confident win, 10-6. So it's a map that they definitely have got their reps on. They also played it against Nemesis in week 1 as well, where they lost. So, you know, they've got their reps on it, definitely. But it doesn't really seem like it's a map that they love to find themselves on. They're quite happy to have their opponent pick it into them, and they think, okay, well, we can, you know, maybe win this, maybe we don't win it, but that's not necessarily a big deal. I wouldn't be going into this one hugely confident. I think it's definitely a map which, I think it's a map they can win, but I don't think it's a map that I'd go in and say they definitely will win it. And I definitely think that unKnights today have looked good enough to really give them, to an extent, the benefit of the doubt. We'll see whether or not, you know, that's going to be a misrepresentation of where they are, because there was, to be fair, probably a similar conversation at the end of last week when they were going on to map 3, and we were all saying, oh yeah, maybe unKnights can make something out of this series, and then they got 10-0'd on New Mexico. So you never really know, I guess, until you get in the server. But luckily, that is going to be where we are headed in a second, and we'll get to find out what LCK is going to look like on Black Widow.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing for me too is like in terms of just like the, you know, the KD ratio in the sense of like LCK, it was like Spoxy with a 2.0 and, you know, Dezane sitting at a 1.83, right? And everybody else was kind of just falling off, right? You have Lineclaw that was like a 0.6, you have Flex that was a 0.92. Not overly the most like highest amount of stats, really. And again, for the two players, yes, but like everybody else really kind of feeling like a bit of an anchor. So that's where I kind of wonder, in the sense where unKnights looked a lot better as a team. Like everybody was contributing relatively equally, I felt like, but we'll see. I mean, this is where it's, again, their pick for unKnights. This will be interesting. LCK, a lot more at stake here for losing this. Like we talked about in the very beginning of this matchup, where they're kind of the heavy favorites, I would argue, but we'll find out. I mean, it was a little bit lackluster on the first. It gets them a win, but wasn't pretty. And now Snox tries to make it a little less pretty. And there's Kiko finally able to elevate his game just a bit more with a double to open up this site potentially. But they still have to worry about HDZ and Famous here on Underpass. But it's a switch up here from LCK. Oh, gosh. This is going to feel really bad here for Spoxy. But there's that Famous we've been talking about.
Yeah. It also looked like LCK were pretty happy with the player advantage that they had. They thought, we'll slow this down and see if we can work the map a little bit. But the only map working being done was on the behalf of Famous. So he'll be feeling good about it. Flex is going to challenge on a timing. What a beautiful timing as well it was. Just catches Famous on the fadeaway, and now back to a lead for LCK in this round. It has drawn that rotate out of LSY, who's been spotted out, and Flex is the one that has really ripped this map open, figuratively and literally. He's gone straight up the gut, straight through middle, and, well, cut off all the rotates, and essentially given this round to LCK. Spotted on the exit there by HDZ, so will ultimately lose his life, and now it's up to Dezane and Kiko to convert this one.
Yeah, 21 seconds too. So this is where, again, HEZ's going to have to get moving. But he does have a lot of utility, actually. So he's got a full belt. So this is actually interesting too. But he could smoke this and go for the, like, just essentially kind of ninja this if he can. He's got 8 seconds. He pretty much has to commit to it now. He's going to stick it. Oh, no, please. LCK, are you kidding?
Are you serious?
Oh, my God.
What is that?
Wait. That's what I mean. I'm like looking. I'm like, full belt to utility. I'm like, yeah, wishful thinking, but I mean, doable. And yeah, he does the, I guess, the impossible.
I mean, that's just not good enough, is it? Really? Like, that is just not good enough. LCK, with how close this series has been, can't be affording to be losing rounds like that one. We'll see if they can make amends for that. Dezane certainly not happy with it, nor should he be. Pietro doesn't fall to Lionclaw. He does double down. Pietro gets away with way more than he ought to have there as well. LCK need to switch on. They need to do it quickly, because unKnights are lurking in the wings, looking to try to pick this round up and pick this series up still as well. It's a very important duel for Dezane to win there with the C4 in hand. If he drops, this round is completely different.
Okay, at least they can bounce themselves back into this game. I mean, again, those are the kind of rounds that would just tilt you off the face of the earth, like where you have it, dead to rights. It's for you, and then they just let something fumble. So good to see that LCK like bounce back into this really quickly and get a little bit of a redemption, I guess. But now they're gonna have to see if they can kind of use that anger to their benefit to be able to put themselves back into a lead, which should have been theirs in a 2-0 arguably now, but nonetheless. Snoxu is down early, and you can see now the defense is kind of split once again. You actually have the full push of LSY by himself into long A hut, but it's going to be HDZ. He's going to have to better Spoxy and actually gets a little bit of a warning shot. Good utility. That flash is actually going to land on it. All those players, so they're blind as a bat. Do they commit to this still? Do they still want to test this? And they're still kind of toying the idea of maybe. They leave Lionclaw to just be posted up here. So LCK... not over antsy, kind of waiting things out. They might even just try to do the 2-2 split. So yeah, this is where LSY absolutely bare minimum needs to find this one kill. If he can find the 2, this should be a done round. Oh, but he misses the shot, gets himself that redemption. Oh no, this is messy. Oh man, LCK, what is going on?
Yeah, just a whiff from LCK on long there. And so LSY maintains his position, gets the 2 for 1. He won't be able to deny the plant. In fact, maybe LCK aren't even interested in a plant. They're going to call the audible and go back to B. That might have been spotted out early. Famous has at the very least spotted Lionclaw, but flexes into the side. He's got an early plant. Lionclaw needs to win this duel. Can't. I mean, you've got Famous and LSY that are basically dead, and unKnights still win that round. LCK need to have a good hard look at how things are going at the moment. It should be time for a timeout soon, I think, if things keep getting this rambunctious.
Yeah, it just feels like it's sloppy. Like, again, we put LCK, or I put LCK on this, like, caliber of, they've always been that, like, top 2 team in the league. So it's, again, they have a lot of reputation here, and they're not really maintaining it very well. It's kind of, the gameplay's not looking the greatest. That's going to be a better start, putting the young gun of Kiko to be able to find an opening duel, but you're going to need a lot more than that just for getting themselves back in this game, but I just worry that they're kind of getting in this like little bit of a slump potentially, Elfish. I mean, I think we've both seen it before where kind of the vitality a little bit of a stake where they can look really good and then, kind of really just look like a B tier team or something, but we'll find out. It wasn't really pretty in the first map, so maybe it's just B tier all around. I have no idea, but nonetheless, all 5 LCK players are going to group up towards this B this time. They're not going to kind of have anybody lurking. They've realized that's not the winning piece to this, but they do have Famous that they have to worry about, and also Snox close here into connector.
It's just a B hit, isn't it? Gonna try and test that. Kiko on the entry duty hasn't been able to really find anything yet. Famous under pressure from the grenades. Nothing he can do. The box will not save him. It's a 1-for-1 on the cross, but considering Famous went down for free, numbers are starting to dwindle a little bit here for unKnights. Pietro in from behind, catches a timing onto Spoxy, and HDC gets Kiko. No way! LCK, it's a 4v2, guys. How are they losing these rounds? Zane's going to fall as well. I mean, this has to be tack timeout territory for LCK. That's now like 2 or 3 rounds that they have just almost trolled.
Yeah, again, back to the sloppy little bit of a comment here from LCK. This just I mean, I know this is the pick for unKnights, so again, we kind of expect that they have something up their sleeve a little bit, but LCK, it just feels like they're in these winning positions, and then they just let it slip away between their fingers, and they are just doing some careless things at the moment. But for unKnight fans, this is going to feel really good, right? I mean, a 2-round buffer, a 3-1 score, looking pretty good so far, but LCK, they have got to clean up their act quickly to get back in this game. I agree. If they lose this next round, I mean, this has to be a timeout. Like, no question. This will be getting out of hand, and that first half will kind of slip away quickly.
The thing is, they've just been getting so close. These are simple mistakes, really, that are being made. It's not necessarily hard to fix. And they kind of know in the moment they've thrown a few of those rounds away. So I guess they're not too concerned about things. They're still saying, we're the better team if we just play it right. Unfortunately, they've been really struggling to do that. Spoxy here on the 1v1 against LSY. Clutch needed for LCK and secured. Thank God, says LCK, as Spoxy gives them a second.
This is like taking me back to like, I think it was like week 1 or week 2 where it was LCK where it just had to be Spoxy over and over and over again with clutches and keeping them alive in a game. So I do hope we don't go back to that same track that we saw in the very early iteration of the season. But I mean, I get getting the clutches and getting you round wins is important, but you can't just rely on the one star player. And now Flex, he gets bested by HDZ, and he's having himself an interesting game too, 6-3. So he's been able to put some good impact here with the sniper. And that's where, we've talked a lot about him in the past where he's such an interesting sniper player where he can just have these big pop-off moments, and now he might get a little bit bested. No, he will not. Finds one more. So now LCK loading the kill feed. Maybe back to their winning ways a little bit. Now you see that Pietro's making the long rotate into connector. You have Snox here in the back wins. Seeing if he can be able to find something, but he has to get moving quickly. Bombastone not made it across here, Elfish, so this is interesting. LCK are waiting things out, and I think Zane, yeah, he got the spot. Oh, that's a beautiful shot. That'll do.
Yeah, that's a bit more like it. LCK slowly finding a way to recover this map at the moment. You just think about what this scoreline could have been had they not let a few of those rounds slip. It's 3-3 right now. It could be, 5 probably on the side of LCK at this point. 5-1. But they've got to do it the hard way, it would seem.
You see how passively LCK are kind of taking this too, right? Like, not really fighting for tons. I mean, they kind of get this long A control, which is important. So Lion Claw actually a decent position. A little bit interesting that I felt like maybe Flex would have been better in that spot because, again, you could put the TRG to work, but I guess it's more the fact of just like having that real estate for the time being, but they're going to give it up. Kind of all for nothing right now. Spoxy taking a bit of damage on this one. Back to the B hit. This is where LCK, I mean, they're going to try to redo what they did in the first one. Maybe we'll learn not to let a Ninja Diffuse come through, but we'll find out. It's still Famous ready to go.
I think debatably they've been pretty successful with these B hits. They've at least been able to get into the site. Famous is indeed ready to go, but only for that one kill. The rest of LCK still need to filter their way out onto the site. You've got Spoxy watching for any rotations behind. HDZ is in the window. He'll get his head knocked off by Kiko, and that will be the site taken proper. So another successful B take from LCK. I feel like at the moment, LCK are kind of starting to get it again, right? Like, they really were off for 3 or 4 rounds at the start of this map, but it started to look a little bit cleaner.
Yeah, it's definitely a bit of an up and down, a little bit of a situation, isn't it, for LCK? Ooh, okay. Oh, hang on a second. This post plant, it is falling apart.
JK.
Yeah, JK, LOL indeed. Yeah, okay, Zane! What is that? What is that? How does he find a triple like that? The Star Rifler, a 12-3 with a triple kill to lock it down. It felt like LCK. It was just going right down, but no, he still stands very strong. What an unfortunate situation for unKnights. It was so close.
Definitely having a banger of a map, isn't he? Gotta love it. 1 for 1 to start this round off for LCK. Fight for Flex. He's not going to be able to win it. Damage being dealt all over the map, though. So another pick off the back of Spoxy. Snox low. Finished off in the end in the box room, and the B site will be taken. And you've still got Spoxy kind of floating around in middle to cut off these rotates as well. This is not looking like a fantastic round for unKnights.
Yeah, Malone looking good too, and LSY very low on the HP. Ooh, Spoxy spots a foot. Maybe that nade. Ooh, lands onto Famous. Actually does a bit more damage, so both these guys getting tendered. There we go. Spoxy. I was thinking maybe a double kill. Why not? But nope. LSY now going through mid, so the jig is up. They just got to burn the clock here. Nope. Dezane's just going to jump around and just shoot bolts, and he's going to be able to find the kill. So, all right, 5-3. Because we're now getting ready here for the last round of the first half. And LCK, I mean, if they can find themselves a 6, that's going to feel pretty good considering the way, like you said, this first half, you know, first couple rounds really went where it should have been probably more of a dominant scoreline, but still take the lead if they can. And they're going to be able to get this long A control easily. Flex actually finds an interesting kill into Pietro, so some aggression here from unKnights towards B main. It's a trade out indeed, but now they have to make a decision if they want to post up on it. No, they will not. They're going to play the 2-2, so they're going to just kind of turtle this up. And I actually don't disagree with this. I think this is probably the right plan here for unKnights.
2-2 split from unKnights. Another chance at a 6-3 lead in the first half for LCK. They fumbled that over on Eagle Eye and ended up going 5-4. They kind of default back over to B. I like the setup actually from unKnights. I mean, LCK have wanted to finish B in most of the rounds of this half. I think it's worth the gamble to send the extra player over here, and this might actually get unKnights the final round of the half. See if Spoxy activates on A before the commitment is made towards B. This will be the difference maker. If he picks HDZ and clears A, then you're going to see the pivot over to A. But so far, no kill. And the fact that he's missed that shot, it might push LCK in towards this B hit. That's not going to go well with 3 players to defend the site unless the entries are clean. And so far, they're pretty good. Famous is stuck behind the box. They've gone into a 3-stack site and traded 3 for 1. LCK doing a number on unKnights in this final round of the half.
Well, I was talking about Sloppy Joes, and it was looking not great for LCK, but now they've been able to have a proper meal, and things are looking a lot better. 6-3 right available on this. As soon as HDZ goes down, he finds himself 1 kill against Spoxy, but now this is a question of LCK. They got to just make sure they don't let this one fumble away. Their post plans haven't always been the best. Missing shots like that is definitely not going to help. Okay, Dezane's just going to go around jumping again with the USP. 6-3, and again, Dezane, you know, he is, again, having a beast mode in this entire series, like 16-3. Like, I don't think I've seen Dezane pop up like this for a long, long time. So it's a good thing to see right now.
Yeah, I mean, Dezane is, I would say, good for it. You know what I mean? Like, it's not too surprising to me to see this. I think he's maybe undervalued, potentially. Either way, yeah, it's been a great back-to-back performance from him, map 1 to map 2. Big reason why LCK is able to get themselves to 6 is because Dezane's doing as much work as he has. And now they're over onto that GR side with a hefty lead.
It is hefty. Yeah, that's going to be hefty against Famous too. So, goes down. Really nice duel. So LCK putting themselves back the man up. unKnights now. What do we want to do here? Pietro kind of posted up here. Maybe a little bit of a fake. Is he going to use this across mid? No, he actually does just cross towards bridge, so makes it himself towards with his teammates. Running into a bit of a stack against LCK, but Spoxy missing that first. That nade should land. Not going to really do the damage it needs as much as I thought it would. This is a bit of a stack, but unKnights are actually still being able to frag out. Like, and I mean, this is a full stack here from LCK. There we go. Kiko! All right. Finally ignites the flame and now finds a triple. May not be popping off with the scoreline, but boy, oh boy, that is definitely going to help. And locking it down when they needed it. It was looking a little dangerous there.
Definitely looking a little dangerous now for the health of this series too. I thought maybe there would be a bit more competition in from unKnights. It's not quite looking like it will be the case. 7-3 scoreline on map 2, and you need to win it if you're unKnights to stay in the series. It's not a fun place to be. Good clearance there from Lionclaw too. He has not spotted anything outside of B.
Yeah, now Flex is starting to get a lot of these opening duels. This is the second one in a row that I can remember, so this is back to the winning formula a little bit here for LCK. But the Knights now being down the man, what are they going to do with this? And Flex once again finds another duel. So talk about low-hanging fruit. It seems like he's trying to get a lot of pickings here. That picnic, and now gets overwhelmed here from Snox and finally goes down. So this is a good reply here from unKnights, but they're going to need more. They have the solo efforts of Snox now towards B. But double player on the GR side that's actually kind of, again, just poking and prodding onto Catwalk. They got to be careful not to give up these bodies. And, ooh, Lion Claw thankfully can be able to lock it down for 2. So now LSY. A tall task indeed. Bomb down, not in the best position in the world. And he still has to refight this. And Lion Claw, hungry for more. LSY is going to have to be very, very calculated on this. But nothing about calculation when you walk into Spoxy's crosshair. And there we go. 8 is grabbed up. So on Knights, I mean, the question, do you call the timeout or not? It doesn't look like it.
Does not look like it. Maybe they're all out of ideas anyway. 8-3. Very, very dire straits. LCK, what are they cooking? Nothing much. I thought there might be a push out of the box room, but it's not going to happen. It's just going to be a straight-up A hit here from unKnights, and Spoxy's going to have to hit his shots. He's looking in the wrong direction. Lion Claw went down, and Spoxy fell as well. So I suppose that's one way to win around.
Yeah. Okay. That's an interesting one. Maybe even a flawless maybe here for unKnights as well. Feel a little bit better. Unless the Young Gung of Kiko can do something, but not looking good. Not looking like the best position to go for a retake, and there we go. unKnights respond back in a little bit of interesting fashion. 4 needed to push to a tie game. We'll see if they can do it. Maybe enough gas in the tank potentially. Now it's going to be a little bit more of a brawl here into long. And LCK, they actually get it pretty convincingly. And look at the smokes actually work out perfectly because now on Knights, they have to kind of run through this. So not the best position. And they decide to commit to it. This is problematic. I don't know. I kind of question that play a little bit.
Kiko's looking for HTC, but he can't find him. Zane on the reload. Oh, if HTC gets another one here, well, he's had a good crack, but it's not going to be good enough. 9 now for LCK. They are getting mighty close to closing this series out and doing it in a much cleaner fashion than their last meeting. Sure, map 1 was pretty close, but perhaps unKnights should have gone to sub-base instead. Spoxy will be taken down with that push into mid. Flex is still floating around, but he's missed his shot. On the cross, can't land another one. Commitment into A right now. Kiko's come floating across. Zane is there. Kiko up, aggressive. Can't get anything done, so this might be another round for unKnights.
Yeah, like nobody's taking a point of damage. Like this is crazy. Like Pietro's been able to dodge a couple bullets, and this is such a weird round. I mean, good for unKnights. Now a little consolation kill here for Flex, but you're going to need more than that. Okay, hang on. Things are starting to cook up a little bit. Now this 5-on-3 is turned into a 3v3. And all the LCK players are kind of playing a different setup here. They're all not together, but they might be able to time this and sandwich it maybe. And it looks like Zane jumps through the window, and now he's going to have to do something. No, there's no way. Yeah, I was going to say this is awkward positioning, but unKnights, they get it done.
I mean, that was a bit closer than it perhaps should have been. So that 9th round still sort of lurking there for unKnights to be a bit worried about. I'll try something a bit quicker out of the box room this time, LCK, and they do kind of manage to catch that fight onto unKnights that they were looking for, but I don't know that they gambled on the fact that there was so many of them, and beautiful timing with a clean kill onto Spoxy from Pietro, and that might be another round over for LCK. Or maybe not. Flex has found himself a double. And it's Zane, by the way, that's alive in the 1v2. Anything possible until Pietro says no thank you very much.
Is that 3 rounds in a row? Am I crazy? 2. Math is hard.
Yeah.
Okay, 2. Okay. Well, I mean, look, it's round by round at this point here for unKnights, and this is where LCK, again, they got to just figure out what they need for one last push of effort, and this is map and series point like we talked about. LSY just running through mid by himself. little bit of the hero play if he can, and Snox is able to just, prevail as well now, finding the double. So LCK a little bit back into the, the swampy waters for them. It's not looking good. And everybody just dropping like flies, and all of a sudden it's just Lion Claw on a 1-on-4. But again, 3 players from unKnights, they are very, very low. There's an opportunity here. Lion Claw might be able to find these timings, and it doesn't take much effort, but no. Famous provides a full face of lead, and there we go with 7-9. And now this begs the question of a timeout. There it is. Yeah, exactly. LCK, they're going to just kind of cool things off. Rightfully so. I mean, this is starting to become a conversation of uncomfortability.
Yeah, I think it does get to a certain point where you're a little bit worried as LCK. It's definitely not too far gone right now. Got a few bites of the cherry to finish this one off. It's a good time, I think, for a timeout here, frankly. I'm surprised, it does feel like unKnights are kind of just running down that A site, and so I suppose that might be what the conversation is here for LCK. It's like, well, what are we going to do about this A site, right? We've tried pushing out B a couple of rounds in a row. Do we play aggressive on A? The pushes out short kind of haven't really worked. Been caught in the side a couple of times. Spoxy, for example, looking out into mid, so a lot of things to consider.
Yeah, it definitely is a lot of things to consider, especially like, again, it's always good to see what Loons might be able to provide a little bit in the years here for these guys, and just seeing what his perspective is. But I agree with you. I think this A site has been not the easiest for them, so I think a B pop or some kind of mid split to B would be good. I mean, their executes have been relatively decent, but I don't know, they're kind of like scared to go back to B now. I don't know why, but maybe they were worried that unKnights were going to be stacking it or something like that. But I feel like that has to be the plan. Like, this A site has just been not really their friend at all, so we'll wait and see. I'm curious what unKnights want to do with this too. Like, do we see kind of a Hail Mary where someone goes like through mid, just tries to look for a duel quickly, putting them up the man, or do we see them playing a little bit more conservative? I guess that's always the biggest question in a stake game like this, where the score is getting very close.
I have a feeling LCK will try something a little bit more aggressive in one of these upcoming rounds. Whether it's the next round is probably the question. It seems to sometimes be a little bit readable off the back of a timeout that you're going to do something a little bit different, let's say. So I don't know if it'll be this round. I suspect if they lose this round, then maybe it'll be next round. It is going to be a fight over long. There's a ton of util that gets thrown in. And LSY actually gets the opener onto Flex. Dezane also, by the way, tagged down super low. So if he gets anything out of this position, it will be a miracle. He's found himself just the one. But man, his entire team is dying around him. And whatever that tack timeout was for LCK, it did not work. At least not for this round.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, now you have Lion Claw for a 1-on-4. Not easy at all. This is where he's hoping that, somebody's just going to go for a bit of a run, that he can be able to find a kill if he can, but regardless, it's going to feel like it's not going to matter at this point. But actually doesn't go for the jump either. Interesting. Snox and him are just missing each other. Ships of the night. And gets bested. There we go. So a 1-round differential here, and LCK, I'm getting a little nervous here. This is starting to feel like a little bit of a choke. I mean, this is where you should have had the 1 round to close it out. The series, 2-0, be done with it. Now, they're getting tested here. And they're doing it again?
It's the fight on long. Spoxy this time, the one to claim the first kill, but look at how much damage is done to Dezane. Lion Claw will get himself another kill. Kiko needs 1 or 2 here. LCK might just do it. They might get themselves the back-to-back 10-8. Oh, dear. That is the worst way to lose a series as unKnights. That's going to be a painful one for them. We were saying that, 5 minutes ago, though, that it felt like it was going to be a clean series win for LCK. So, I guess you can sort of have some takeaways there for unKnights to say a nice comeback, but ultimately, not getting converted on. But, man, I mean, it can't feel good to lose 10-8, 10-8 back-to-back. It's just the tightest it can be without getting it over into the OT. So, tough luck this time for unKnights.
Yeah, it definitely is. But look, we're going to let the panel desk kind of break this down, and then we'll get ready for our last series of the day. So let's take it away, boys. So what are your thoughts on this game?
My thoughts on this one, it felt like LCK might almost fumble the second game and it almost got to Knights. It was pretty crazy how close it was after like running down with the game, almost getting everything toward your side that what he needed, and then boom, the entire squad is just like it felt so chaotic. And for you, Penguin, how did unKnights get back with all of those rounds?
Well, first of all, I have good deja vu when I watched how good LCK played 9-4 and then throwing it back to 9-6. It reminds me of Vitality's game. If this was Vitality, LCK would have lost this map 100% because it's the same way, but on the opposite side. Because last time it was LCK playing on the blacklist side, so they couldn't close it while they were in the blacklist side, which is the strongest side, which was more disaster in my opinion. Now they were on the global side, 96. The pose or the tactical pose that came out from Flex or from Loons was insane because last time they did not do that. They let it slip until they went to the overtime. So now they didn't let it slip because they learned from the mistakes, and that's a top tier team. They are learning from the mistakes, they are adapting, and they are changing. That's why I'm saying I got a deja vu because I almost saw the same gameplay coming out from them. They started struggling into closing the rounds, and by the way, it's because the fast play that's been played by team unKnights. Because unKnights, when they changed their pace, when they played fast, they started winning more rounds. When they just didn't think about anything else, we just want to go rush, we just want to go and take airlone control, they started winning more rounds into team LCK, and it was a top performing team in my opinion. And unKnights showed us a really good performance in phase 2, and I'm looking forward to see this team more, and they are improving way better than the other teams.
They are really improving, and it looks like the synergy is starting to kick in, and it looked like at some point we've seen Pietro being the 1 point-ish KD. It's like, speaking of this guy, he's not the one that you should be waiting from him to frag. It felt like some players needed to step up, but on the other behalf, LCK, yeah, of course, LCK. They had their fundamentals right, their team plan on the right foot, and they were executing it by book.
The executions, yeah, there was perfect coming out from them, but also the clutches and the post plans that we've seen from them. This time it was Dizin who was clutching the rounds, by the way, because last time it was Spoxy, and I just got the wrong decision by saying that it was Dizin who clutched. It was Spoxy because he was one of MVP. That's why I said that the MVP of the last set should have been Spoxy because he won the set for them. However, Dizin showed a very good performance here. Kiko had also his moments. In my opinion, when it comes to pressure, and when I've seen LCK a bit pressure, the executions, maybe the defense system coming up from them, or maybe the global side from them is kind of starting to become shaky, because whenever you get close to them, they start making mistakes. And this is the thing that they need to fix, because they're not going to be going into phase 2 or phase 1 or versus Imperium or versus Anubis or versus other teams from contender group. They're going to be playing on to round 2 with this win. That means that they will be playing on the semifinals, and if you choke on the semifinals, there is no coming back for you.
Of course, choking like this and semifinals, that's gonna be a tough challenge for the team to get back into the series. And looking at the scoreboard, like what happened in the game, 4 rounds in a row went to unKnights, and they were 1 round away from getting us to extra time, but LCK found a way to shift the momentum and turn it back. They played way too aggressive, as you have mentioned, as Laz and Elfish mentioned, they should go for a little bit aggressive play, and that's what happened. They went for aggressive play, they tried to make some aggressive trades, and it paid off for LCK. And for me, Dizane been doing a lot of heavy lifting in game number 1 and game number 2. Him and Spoxy, they are the GOATs for this team, according to what happened on the maps. Speaking of clutching multiple rounds, doing a lot of taking a lot of multi kills, so that goes to their book. But on the other side, it all goes under the IGL, or like the team plan that they have on their side.
Yeah, and the team plans and the gameplay 10-8 is tough for unKnights, especially that we've seen unKnights maybe having a very tough game last time it was 10-0. Now it's kind of 10-8, 10-8. They were very close, but they didn't even get the single map that we expected them to go. This is maybe an improvement coming out from LCK. However, I said that I still believe that under pressure, LCK is kind of doing more mistakes and they need to be pressured more. Maybe this is because of the competition that's been happening between the teams. Maybe LCK is always on top with Vitality without with Nemesis trying to cope with them. However, right now, LCK is being matched with Nemesis, is being matched with Vitality, is being matched now with unKnights. unKnights is doing a very good job as well. And Anubis, I'm expecting way more from them. So pressure is going to be on LCK way more into the playoffs because they secured the playoffs and also they secured their first and second place. That means that they will be bypassing the first round. And now they need to fix these mistakes and they need to fix the sub base because I said that on phase 1, their sub base wasn't the best and it's going to be picked 100% or it's going to be their permanent ban onto the playoffs. So now back to unKnights. unKnights doing very good. Honestly, I can't say anything about them. They're improving. They're showing a very strong performance. And yeah, last time it was 2-1, but it was a disaster. The third map, it was 10-0. Now it's 10-8, 10-8. And I believe any of those maps would be Knights, especially that Spoxy clutched the first map was 2v1, 1v2 versus Team LCK.
It was on the tip of their nail. Like getting unKnights to win game number 2 was just a matter of just being more like giving it extra discipline or like being way too ready for the last push. But for that, it felt like unKnights needed more time to prepare.
Maybe to
but
prepare
overall,
and adapt, yeah.
yeah, but overall, like the level of unKnights through the sets, through the games, it looked pretty good, and they're doing some scrims. Like I would say, they're putting the hours to try and go for the playoff seed and see what could they do. But on the other side, we're here. We have Flex on our interview. Hello, Flex, and welcome to CFWL. Thank you, of course, for everything that you've done. Oh, hello. Hey, Flex.
Hello, guys. How are you guys doing?
Hello.
Marhaba.
Marhaba, Habib. Okay, so first of all, thank you for being here, Flex. And I have like few questions for you. First of all, how does it feel to play on Eagle Eye with Spoxy on A side, just holding the site and leaving you the rest of the map?
Oh yeah, of course it's great to have Spoxy and just be able to trust him to hold stuff alone. And yeah, we trust him with these decisions that we make. We always have full confidence in our players when we do stuff like that. And it's great to be here, guys. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, Flex. Also, I have like another question. What happened in map number 2?
Well, I think at some point they started playing very like fast, buggy, and we didn't really think we needed to do something about it. We felt like, okay, we're gonna play 6 rounds. One of these rounds is gonna go in our way. And they ended up winning like 4, and then we took a pause and we talked things through, and then we ended up closing the match.
Yeah, it felt so chaotic. And for you, Penguin?
Well, I had a very close question because last time we've seen you playing versus Vitality on Blackwood, it was 9-6 also in favor of LCK, and then suddenly Vitality just flipped the game and won the series. And now it was almost the same. However, the results are different. So what happened and what changes you guys made, especially mid-game and during the tactical pause? Because this was one of the biggest upsets that we've seen in the league so far.
I mean, if I have to be honest with you, Penguin, we didn't really change anything. I think like this stuff can happen to anyone. Anyone can get comebacked on, you know. It happens.
Yeah.
It's part of the game.
You did it 2 times.
Yes, I think we have a solid game plan, and even though sometimes it happens, I think overall we are still ready for any stuff like this.
It feels like you're giving Penguin some flashbacks when he said he done it 2 times to him. Flashbacks hits in, and like you see the laugh, like it's a nervous one, but overall it feels like you're on the right foot. Like he had some changes in the roster, and for LCK, what should we expect from LCK, and what's your message to the other teams?
Well, from us, you should always expect that we will give everything to win, and we will do our best, and that's all we can do. We cannot control the result. We just do our best, guys.
Perfect. Thank you, Flex, and it's always a pleasure to have you on the broadcast.
It's always a pleasure to be here, guys. Thank you.
Thank you, man. Thank you. Good luck.
Thank you. Lovely, man. Like a lovely man, a guy. I love his energy. I love his presence on the camera. He is just wonderful. Thank you, Flex, on your interview. And now we just finished the second series of our broadcast today. We have seen 2-0 for Vitality on the first
Very
set
quick.
versus it was a very quick one. It was just like you blink, you miss the entire game. That was the case. Game number 2, 2-0 for LCK. It was a bit fumbly, a bit going back and forth between both of them, but LCK managed to end up and win on 10-8 on both maps. But now we go to the competitors group. We go to team that lost each and every game that he had in the CFWL versus Team Anubis, the team that showed that they have potential. Will this potential continue, or will the Team Imperium do some other stuff? But to unfold this, we'll head to a small break. Just grab your popcorn, stick to your seats. It's gonna be only a short one, and we'll get back to you with the final sit on this day.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams, as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks, to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now. That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
The Nemesis are not able to get any.
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just mentioned. Zane has spotting out Frisk here. Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.
And we're back with the final series that we have today on our broadcast. And it's gonna be Anubis versus Imperium. A hard one, a tough one.
For Imperium.
And a hard challenge for Imperium. They need a way to stay in the league. But Anubis is a really tough challenge. But as always, I have by my side... Oh, I clutched it! By my side, Mr. Penguin. yeah. On the panel and... For you, Penguin, like watching a team that came from the open qualifiers, of course, playing in the CFWL versus huge and big names, now having some ups and downs. They were pretty close into winning some games, some sets, but at the end it was pretty hard for them to at least collect one win. But now we're playing versus Anubis, so a harder team to compete. Like, it's not an easy team to play against. Of course, you're not playing versus the elite teams, but Anubis versus Imperium been a really dark way for them.
Well, yeah, it's gonna be a very hard game for Imperium, and I mentioned that Imperium will have a very hard season. What I mean by a very hard season, that this season is gonna be tough for them, because that means that Anubis is kind of having an easy game today, because Imperium is kind of like they're lacking experience, and this is quite normal because they're coming from open. They're playing the West League for the first time, and we're not expecting much from them. So that means that they need to be playing for the relegation. True. And I also mentioned this: they need to be playing for the relegation. That means that they need to be practicing for it. So whatever they're gonna be playing against, or whoever they're gonna be playing against, or whatever map they're gonna be playing, they need to get the much experience from it. They learn from their mistakes, adapt, and try to learn from the enemy team, because most of the enemy teams are experienced players. So that's how they will overcome the relegation, and then they will stay on the West League. After staying on the West League, on Season 2, we can say that these guys are not newcomers anymore. These guys are not fresh players anymore. They are experienced players. They have one season experience, and they will be playing way, way, way better. So now it's the matter of how to hold on until the relegation and just win the relegations.
It feels like the coffee is about to be split out for them. and they have no other choice but to play versus Anubis. And speaking of Anubis versus Imperium, it was a tough challenge for them early on. The stage 1, they lost both games 10-4, and even though they were playing in New Compound, and I was just about to say that New Compound is one of the maps that they should be looking to play versus Team Anubis. Subbase, it's controversial. Like, you're playing Subbase versus Anubis, it would be pretty hard since they play better Subbase than you, so you really want to dodge Subbase versus Anubis. It's a bad map to play versus them, but I don't know, their odds are pretty small for this series. And now we have their names. We have, of course, Razd, Frabzy, Dump, Jaguar, and the guy that got a lot of spotlight in him, Noxy.
Yeah, Naxlin is having a very good season so far, and he's one of the top fraggers. The guy's playing with zero pressure. He's just trying to get as much kills as he can, because as we mentioned, his team is in a very tough situation. Maybe he's trying to adapt. Maybe he's trying to improve so he can maybe transfer to another better team, or maybe he can get his team into the West League Season 2 on the relegations. So that's their plan on Imperium. That should be their goal. Imperium should be coming up to this matchup as if they are playing relegations, to give everything, learn from everything, and adapt versus the teams such as Anubis, and also to learn from them, because this will take them further and further into the relegations. Because in my opinion, after today's loss, they will be relegated 100%. Otherwise, they'll need to beat Anubis, 3BL and Swamp Gaming, which is not the case in my opinion. So, on the other hand, Anubis, the guys showed a very good performance. Yes, it was shaky in some rounds, it was shaky in good in some games. However, in the end, they claimed 2 wins, one versus Imperium, one versus 3BL Galaxy. The rest were kind of shaky performance. We cannot expect much more from them because they are still a new team, and this is phase 2. They will be playing Imperium, the first team that they played on this season, and they beat them 2-0. So now they want to be showing some dominant and some performance in order to go and secure the place into the playoffs. With this win for Anubis, if they got it, that means that Anubis is going to be in the playoffs 100%.
Yeah, please don't remind me with Anubis versus 3BL. I'm not sure, like it was Anubis versus 3BL or 3BL versus Imperium. The second set, it was just chaotic. I can't really remember which one of them, but I believe that it was versus 3BL. They're always like the backbone of being chaotic, of course. 3BL, they have long history in the league, but moving forward, Imperium versus Team Anubis, both of them historically, like, okay, I can't say historically for Imperium, but like, of course, for this split at least.
This season, yeah.
This season, yeah, of course. They have played a lot of maps, and they showed what they're made of in some maps. Like, he felt like they're pretty close into getting this set, but at the end, they always fall short, and sometimes it goes to some mentality issues when it comes to communicating with the players, and we faced the same issue with the Team Anubis, so it goes both ways. Whoever gets the early rounds, do you think that he can carry on and get the first map if the other team didn't find a way to solve their problems?
Well, in my opinion, not in this case, because even if Imperium got the first 2-3 rounds, they still have Yusuf Hussein as their coach. He's gonna be taking the tactical pose. He's gonna be he's gonna get the best use of it. So it's gonna be very tough for Imperium, even if they have a very strong start. So now, it's the matter of, I said that they need to enjoy the game, just enjoy the phase, because this might be the last phase for you in the West League, and perform on the relegations. Your all eyes are on the relegations. The phase 1 and phase 2 was a practice for you for the relegations. Imperium, you need to be looking at the relegations, because otherwise you guys will be dropping to Open League Season 2.
So Penguin is just calling for the relegation for Imperium. I'm not gonna be like, I can't be optimistic for this case, especially for Imperium, but I would say I would love to see them do their best in phase 2. Speaking of phase 2, you have only 3 games. Have fun, trying to do your best, and trying to, I can't say collect wins, but at least like show like other players like Noxlin. You have like a lot of good players that got potential, so they should get a chance or a shot if they, I would say, showed off what they made off on the second phase. That's for Imperium. And now I wanna get more into Anubis. Of course, they have Dirty. This player, I really wanna put a spotlight on him. He IGLs, he plays a really good sniper, and you can't have both, or like we rarely see a lot of players do both. Like he kills and IGL.
Yeah, because he's playing as a sniper. A sniper is the easiest gun you can play on Crossfire. By the way, I say this since 2018. If I have a minute sniper, I will be killing everybody. But he's doing a very good job because he has Muffin on his team. Because Dirty, he's a sniper. He shouldn't frag. Although he's fragging, but he shouldn't frag. And if he didn't, Muffin is 100% fragging. So that's why they let Dirty IGL. Because in my opinion, if Dirty was the solo sniper on the team and he was IGLing, they would lose a lot of pressure, because the sniper is the guy who's pressuring every angle on the map. He's the guy who's taking control, he's trying to get picks, and he's also the guy who's trying to stop the push with his first shot that we've seen from Spoxy. So now, if Anubis had only one sniper and he lets Dirty IGL, they would lose him 100%. But now they have two, so that's why they have the luxurious decisions to be taken by Dirty, because he have Muffin that also can frag. So that means that Dirty is playing at his best with the help of Muffin, because this is not normal that we see a sniper, an IGL, a leader, and he's one of the best players. This is something that we are expecting or witnessing one of the new projects in Egypt, because he's just his second season, I believe, or maybe third season in the entire competitive scene. He played 1 in Open, maybe 2 in West League. That's the second right now.
Of course, it's his second in the West League. And for me, to be honest, when I first checked on the cams, I loved Gainer's smile. He's always that guy.
Yeah, he's always
smiles.
smiling. He's always smiling.
He's always smiling. I remember back in time we used to live together. Like when he used to play with TPI, he was just like, "Yeah, guys, we just got stopped." And he laughs off, as it's just like a normal Tuesday for him. And yeah, he always gives a really good spirit and a good way of having it settle down. You love to see it from, of course, Team Anubis.
Yeah, and we've seen Anubis now playing New Mexico, because this is the first time we're going to be seeing on New Mexico. This is good for the teams from the elite group, by the way, and also from the contender group, for whoever is going to be joining Anubis into the playoffs if they win their games today. So you're going to be seeing the New Mexico. This is the first time we're seeing it playing on the New Mexico. So in my opinion, it's a very good test for them. And I like that Anubis took the New Mexico versus Imperium, because there's no pressure, zero pressure. The guys have nothing to lose. Let's just try the map and let's try to play better. And also Imperium, we've seen them picking Black Widow, because we saw a very good performance coming out from them versus Vitality. I believe they didn't pick New Compound due to we've seen how good Anubis is playing also New Compound. So Black Widow is good for Imperium. New Mexico is also good for Imperium, by the way, because it's a new map for Anubis and also for Imperium. So chaotic plays can work for Imperium.
Of course, Chaotic Blaze could be good for Imperium. And now we're heading to New Mexico, a map that we have never seen Anubis. I won't say, I can't say never seen Anubis.
True,
the current roster of Anubis play this map. But I will say that that's something that you really want to see and you really want to watch, versus Imperium, who they got nothing to lose. So with that being said, they're all set and they're getting ready to play this map. And for New Mexico, I believe it might be a tight one between both teams.
It will be a tight one, but it will be chaotic between both teams, because as we know, Imperium 100% will not be practicing this map that much. And even though if they do, they don't have the utility or the executions to do it, because New Mexico is the most utility used map, because you need your utility 100%. One smoke or one wrong smoke can cost your own. One smoke that you throw it wrong can cost you around. So that's why you should keep your smokes, keep your Q smokes, keep your flashes, correctly use your nades, and use your sniper. Try to pressure Ali, take the quad boxes in Ali. Try to also open the door in water, because all the fights is going to be happening on water. Try to play mind games, as we've seen from Slayer when they played versus 3BL Galaxy. So this is exactly what we need to see from these guys. The chaotic gameplay that we're going to be seeing right now is all going to be stopped by whoever is having better aim. And like Slash said, when you are playing a chaotic gameplay, the better aims always wins.
As always, chaotic gameplay, and for those teams, I believe it might be the most chaotic game of this evening. And to unfold what's happening, let's head to Elfish and Laz.
Thanks very much, boys. And I feel a little honored, getting called out here from Penguin and quoting me a little bit. So thanks, Penguin. I really appreciate it. And actually, to quote him a little bit too, Elfish, I think he makes a really good point for a map like New Mexico about utility. It is the name of the game. It is the key for that map because there's so many different choke points. So I agree. If we see any mistakes, which could be a probability with both these teams, that's where it could create a little bit of space. But I'm excited for New Mexico. It's, for me, the first time this season. So I'm actually looking forward to it. It's always a nice little treat we never get.
I think it will be the second time for me this season, but it might as well be the first because the last time I watched it was a 10-0.
10-0,
so,
yeah.
That doesn't really give you a whole lot to sink your teeth into. I don't know. This matchup, I haven't necessarily got super high hopes for this one. Unfortunately, I don't think Imperium have been a particularly competitive team so far this season. You go back and look at the match that they played against Anubis. It was a pretty comfortable 2-0 for Anubis. And I think Anubis is also a team that, in theory, should be really coming and hitting this second phase quite hard because they, I believe, on paper, are the best team in the contender group, which is the bottom four. And I think that they should really try to make sure that they sit at the top of that pack comfortably and push their way through to trying to, contest deeper into this season. So we'll see what kind of mentality they've come into this phase of the competition with as we kick things off here on New Mexico.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you. Anubis is definitely the team that, we've always said they're this team that was right on the outside of the elite group. So yeah, I agree with you. They have to maintain themselves as the top contender and hopefully eventually push that elite status when they can. We'll find out if they can repeat a little bit of the history books here, and they're just going to try to barrel and into this A site. Jaguar now going for a big swing, does find himself one kill, maybe two. Indeed he will. Not bad at all. And now Salty had a little bit of extra salt here onto his meal, and now he's actually still just trying to find himself a triple with Gainer now, trying everything in his abilities, and he finally does. So Anubis, they bounce back, firing at all cylinders here with the guns, and they kind of slow things down. The bomb's still in possession, but now, all of a sudden, this 2-on-1 is looking not the greatest here for Riz, and he goes down. So Anubis will be able to find the opening round, and man, that was a little bit of a chaotic one, but Anubis, at least they flood out the gates.
Yeah, as you expect them to. Rounds on the BL side, always premium on a map like New Mexico. So a great way to start this series as far as Anubis are concerned. Nade's going over the top there, but no real damage coming out of those. And look, I think we're probably going to get quite a bit of this, a little bit of a slower style. Actually, here on New Mexico, it does tend to be one of those maps that promotes pretty slow gameplay. So don't be too surprised if things take a little while to sort of work through in a lot of these rounds.
It's New Mexico. New things. New opportunities, right?
Yep.
Just kidding. Just kidding. We'll see.
Well, in the grand scheme of things, it still feels like quite a new map, even though it's been around in the West League for, I want to say, a year and a bit at this point. People just don't play it very much, so we don't get to see it that much. Riz, nice double. Will be eventually brought down by Doom, who did get himself out down towards the B side, and he has tripled down. That is very nice stuff from him. Just overlooked by his opponents, and he gets away with a lot, and potentially sets Anubis up for success here to find them a second round.
Yeah, bomb's going to go down here too, so we'll dampen now. Noxlin are going to have to pull up a big 2v3 in this one. Taking a little bit of time, kind of expecting somebody for maybe a mid flank or something like that, but now they're going to group up and play together. Shake and bake, if you will. And now Doom, maybe looking to find himself the cusp of the ace, potentially. Doing a lot of damage. And there it is. There's that 4, but Dirty will take that one away. But Anubis, not taking any survivors in this one. A 2-0, and things are looking relatively, I'd say, easy for the time being, but looking like there's some preparation on this from them. The map pick of New Mexico is starting to pay some wonders, but now this is where Imperium, this is where we need to see something a little bit different from them, and they got to wake up quick.
I mean, that's true, but also I think maybe Anubis is just kind of good, and maybe Imperium just not as good as them. So even if Imperium wakes up, even if they bring their best to the table today, are they going to have enough to get over the line against Anubis? I would argue against it, personally. So I don't know that this is necessarily a case of Imperium being a bit sleepy or slow to start. I think it's just Anubis playing to their level, and Imperium, I should say, not quite having that level. We'll see whether or not that is going to prove to be a true statement as we do go through this map, of course. Bit of a different attempt this time from Anubis. Going to work their way through a alley. Have a little bit of an attempt in. And, well, look. There's only so much you can really say. Beautiful entries, of course, from Anubis, but that is just way too easy when there's essentially 4 players stacked over towards that A site. That Anubis get in there without losing a single player. It's just not good.
Yeah, not good at all. And I think things are looking really good for Anubis. And like you said, it does look really easy, but I actually do like this, though, because, again, I've always kind of given a lot of criticism for a team like Anubis in the sense that they've always kind of been that top 4, kind of like hovering that top 5, spot for a little while now. So I'm kind of expecting them to kind of run through this map pretty quickly, right? I mean, I feel like this is the opportunity for them to put themselves at a 1-0 quickly in the series where, again, if we have to go the full distance, which we'll find out, but I believe it's Black Widow it's going to be Imperium's pick, and then Ankara, which would be the decider. So that's where it could get maybe a little bit interesting, but this New Mexico really should be the saving grace right now for Anubis to at least get themselves on a comfortability of a 1-0, but we'll have to see what this timeout does, right? I mean, this is where, like you said, the firepower's not there, the positioning seems a little bit off. You can tell they don't look like they really practice on this map because a lot of teams really don't play it that often.
Well, this is what I would ask you, Laz. Okay, let's say you're Imperium right now. All right, probably not a good place to be, but sorry, mate. Somebody has to be Imperium. I'll be Anubis.
Of course,
yeah. Imperium.
Sure. All right.
It's one way to call you a loser, isn't it?
That's what I was thinking too.
You called attack timeout 3 rounds into the game. You have been getting absolutely plastered, barely shooting back. What are you even saying at this point? What is there that you can? What can you put? Like, you've just had that round on the A site where you've had 3 players on the site, almost 4. One was playing at the mid doors, at the doors, and you've not got a single kill. So what is the conversation right now, guys? Let's get some kills, like that. There's only so much you can talk about at this point in the game. I think for Imperium that they kind of potentially figured out in the middle of the round. You know what I mean? I think that attack timeout almost, in a way, it's like what are you going to do with these rounds? There's only so many things you can really say. We're just getting owned that hard. Same thing as that first series. Like Vitality was kind of just owning so hard that you can take a attack timeout there and say, well, we just need to play better. But it's like, well, how? Do everything better. Literally do everything better.
It's true.
So it kind of feels like one of those situations. So as the spokesperson for Anubis, what do you think about that attack timeout?
I think the one thing I would really like to see for Imperium to do is like maybe just kind of taking a little bit of the playbook of Vitality in the sense of on the GR side, like, look, let's fight for some map control. Let's try to look for a duel. Let's put some bodies to it, right? And depending on how the players kind of react to motivation, I mean, like you said in the very beginning, it's like, look, guys, like, we got to step this up. Otherwise, this game's done. Like, you got to give some tough love in this situation too. So if it was me, that'd be the double thing I'd be saying. I'd be like, look, we got to, step up here. We got to buck up. Everybody's going to put on the bootstraps. Let's get going. But look, let's fight for some control. Let's not give them all this respect. And I think it's as simple as that because, I mean, Anubis, again, a team that's been around forever, but Imperium, they're the ones that have to make a bit of a statement here. So I'd like to see this a little bit more effort on the GR side and just taking map control. Looks like they're kind of, contesting it a little bit with some utility. But Jaguar going down like that. Look at how fast they're now going to be able to pounce onto the site. That is not okay. They need to be able to have these trades. And this positioning, maybe now the rotates are kind of here, but now that firepower, it has to kick in now.
Well, I don't know if there is enough for Imperium, at least in this game against Anubis. So much space being taken. Doors going to be opened up as well. That's going to add another element to this that Imperium are going to have to worry about, and it will bring Riz across to have a bit of a look. Frapsy tries to gain some info on the A side of the map, and he does get a bit, but it costs him some HP. Time is ticking away for Anubis, but they've still got plenty of it. It's very obvious that they are committed to the A site right now. Not that Imperium are necessarily aware of it, but for us, with the bird's eye view, the X-ray, we can pretty much see everything. That kill onto Dirty will alert some attention. Stamp and Frapsy, finally some kills here for them. And I think, if I'm being honest in that round, Anubis maybe just being a little bit too tentative. I reckon if they just hit that site 30 seconds earlier, before any of those rotations come through, before Imperium gets some more information, it's probably back to square one from Imperium. But
agreed.
Anubis just wait a little bit too long and get punished.
Yeah, and this is what I've always given a lot of criticism for Anubis, is where their mid-late round decisions, I think they start to overthink or overcook a little bit, and that's when it really falls apart. And that's exactly the prime example of it. Like, they could have easily just taken the site after that pick, probably could have been able to get a trade out instantly, and then they could have got the bomb down. But instead, they try to post up and wait a little bit and just see if they can maybe catch a timing. But Imperium, you're able to kind of reposition themselves nicely and actually do take the round pretty convincingly. So this is where Anubis, I just don't want them to overthink, because I feel like that has been their Achilles heel in the past. So we'll wait and see. But luckily for Imperium, though, they can finally get themselves on the board, which is going to feel good, especially that Timo was called from them, right? So that's going to feel even better. And Frapsy putting up, I think that was a quad kill. Yeah, it was a quad kill. I'm not even wrong here. So wait and see now. Good utility getting thrown. Anubis are just going to run through it. The guns need to be firing, and Noxlin does find two, but he can't seem to find that third. But Jaguar's there to save the day. The veteran now being able to put up the double, leaving it all down to Muffin. On a 1-on-3.
It's a bit better, though, isn't it? Like, Imperium are actually kind of getting stuck into some of these fights. They're not just tucking away in their sights, hiding, and allowing Anubis to control the game. Oh, that, though, from Muffin. Oh, a bit cheeky. Lets them go past. He missed a couple of shots in there, though. And so wasn't quite able to secure the 1v3.
Okay, that's more like it.
A bit better from Imperium. You know, not just rolling over and dying like what we saw in those first few rounds.
Yeah, but do we see Anubis kind of go back to the full aggression onto this? No, it's actually going to be damp. And soaks Dirty in the sewer. So now that's a good start, taking down one of the sniper players. So that's a really big impact. Should be nice. But Muffin's still equipped here with the TRG as well. I don't know. I'd actually be curious on Penguin's opinion on the double sniper on the BL side on a map like this. I thought maybe you still run the one, but a little bit interesting from Anubis. Oh, look at this. This is good. Jaguar's actually getting some control. Look, this is exactly what I wanted to see. Good kill from Noxlin now. They still don't know the Jag's there, but they're going to pull on back. They're not going to overextend this, not overzealous. And Damp, once again, activating that Alm, and he's able to get some good work. Well, not the Alm, I guess the sniper, but nonetheless, it's working.
It's a bit more like it again. Backing themselves, getting in and amongst it, and they put that pressure back onto Anubis, so we're on screen again. Another TAC timeout coming. And unfortunately, these guys haven't figured out the technology that is cameras, Laz. So you are going to be seeing a lot of us throughout this remaining series, it would seem. It's crazy because those first two series, Laz, there was like no TAC pauses. I don't know if you noticed that. There was like almost no TAC timeouts, basically. Yeah. That's the series where the cameras are working. Now where we actually need them, they're not working. Can you imagine that? That's crazy.
I know.
But yeah, like Anubis, obviously, I think a pretty good time for them to take a timeout here. You got 2 rounds left in this half. You were on a 3-0 lead. You look like you were on a heater. It looked like you could do no wrong. And now Anubis have got a bit of figuring out to do. Imperium have found a bit of confidence. 2 rounds left. You need to see if you can just grab yourself another couple. Is it 2? Is it 3-3 or 3? Yeah, it's 3-3. So 3 rounds left. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is, like, I don't think you look at that and go 3-3 on the BL side. That's bad. Like, it's not bad actually. But the fact that they've lost 3 in a row now is starting to be a bit of a concern. So they want to see if they can eke out maybe another 2 rounds out of this half, take a bit of a lead into the second half, and go from there.
Well, it's good that they're calling the timeout for Anubis right now because, like you said, the fact that they had a good start, now it's kind of dwindled a little bit, and now it's getting a bit tight. It's a nice situation for them to be in, just to be like, okay, look, let's just clean it up, figure out what we need to do to get this half kind of over and done with. Because it felt like I love the aggression they brought into it. I love that they were just kind of, you know, getting in their face and being aggressive and trying to, you know, really make them uncomfortable. And then all of a sudden, they just kind of gave up that aggression and got humbled, I guess. I have no idea, but. I mean, they're letting duels go 1-on-1. Like, Damp shouldn't be able to run through, you know, sewer like that and being able to find an opener without a trade. So I'm hoping those are the conversations happening right now for Anubis, just to go like, look, we just got to clean this up. Like, this is just becoming a little bit sloppy. But again, it's back to my point about the mid-late game. This is where I get nervous for a team like Anubis. This is where they can be really up or they can be really, really down. So this is where that timeout's going to be critical for these guys, especially out of all teams.
Yeah. Early days, obviously. But I think at the moment it's sort of feeling like Imperium are, dare I say, a little bit more competitive than what I thought they would be. And maybe it's a bit of a map pool thing as well. When they played against each other in the last series, we saw Eagle Eye and then New Compounders, the two maps. Here we've got New Mexico and Black Widows, so it'll be a completely different kettle of fish. But they were not competitive in that last series. Maybe now that they've had a bit more time under their belt, because that was a series back in week 1, Imperium starting to put it together a little bit more, and Anubis just get deleted after their timeout. So never a good feeling off the back of the timeout to be going into a round like that and getting just owned. So whatever they had a chat about, it's clearly not worked out.
I think I even saw a shotgun as well for one of the players too. I like just missed it, but here from the GR side of Imperium. But like you said, I mean, now Doom, I mean, he was the guy that was actually putting up some really good numbers so far in this game. Half HP, still can get the bomb. It is obtainable, but it's a lot of work cut out for him though. So again, he's got a lot of time, which is nice, but this is where, you know, Damp and Jaguar, if they can just play the system together, play the trade that in theory should be the best situation. Worst case, Doom takes one. The one should be able to trade out. Now Doom going for a bit of a stroll. Do you like it? It's clearing all his options here. They're just missing each other. Yeah. He's got to hit these shots, though.
The C4, though. I mean, what's he going to do to get the C4 back? That's the real thing.
He's got to get the best timing of the world here. Like one slight miss movement here from Imperium and Doom's there. Like he might be able to find that sliver of an opening.
Damp's watching the rat behind. So I think this is pretty wishful thinking, but good shot from Doom and Jaguar very low, 7 HP.
That's what I mean, man.
That could have been around for Anubis right there, but not quite in the end.
Yeah, I would have liked them to be a little bit closer. I mean, that was really close for Comfort, and Jaguar 7 HP to spare. So, I mean, that easily could have been for Doom, but I was thinking they were a lot closer. I didn't realize that there was still a bit of a gap. Now Anubis, they said, okay, look, we're going to just send it. We're just going to run through it. Salty finally gets a double opener. Now Doom able to help him out as well. So this is more like it. This is the Anubis you want to see. Back to the historical ways of, you know, just being that ultra aggressive team, and they don't even allow the smokes to come through. Damp trying to go for some shots. He actually brings the pistol out. Nice little bit of a double too. So that's the bomb dropped. Salty just hanging by, but look at Damp once again able to find himself a big multi-kill round. And Muffin tasked here with a 1-on-2. So Anubis, they are starting to fall apart a little bit here, Elfish. I'm not liking what I'm seeing.
I mean, the mid sort of fights are just not working for Anubis. I'm kind of surprised that they keep going for it. They barely tried to do anything else on this BL side. You saw one of the earlier rounds they hit B, but just continued to try to smack their head into mid.
He still has his bomb though, so that's good. At least he doesn't have to fight for it. That's always the worst part, right? One of the worst parts. Oh, Muffin. Yeah, that's not good, too, when you give your backup like that. And, yeah, Damp, wow, I'm pretty sure, was that a quad or an ace?
Yeah, it would have been at least 4.
Yeah, at least 4, yeah. Like, a big round from him. So, a bit of a slow start, but, man, he is really starting to pop off a little bit and really saving Imperium in this kind of game, I feel like now. He's brought a lot of impact.
So, pick that is kind of blowing up for Anubis here. I mean, it was such a great start. I mean, where is that? Where's all that pizzazz gone? I don't understand it. Gainer deleted this time, not expecting that aggression, and that's kind of my issue, that, you know, you've allowed Imperium to start to feel confident in this game. They're going to start to make some plays. That was not something that we would have seen from them in the first 3 rounds, certainly not. But now Imperium kind of flexing their muscle a little bit, and it's starting to be a bit of egg on the face of Anubis.
It is. Because again, it was like 2 or 3 rounds, I think, in a row, roughly, and then it's really just been Imperium that have been able to, you know, get a little bit back in this game and finding their second win. So this is really good in terms of the GR side. If they can be able to end this with a 6-3, that is going to be feeling very, very good, considering how poorly the beginning of this game went against them. But Jaguar now with the M14 might be propped up here to find this double, but it gets the 1 1/4, so not bad. And a big swing here from Noxlin, so good trade. Bomb still dropped here, so now Imperium in a really prime position once again, and putting Anubis down into the low numbers, needing to fight for their lives here.
Muffin and Salty do at least have the control of the bomb. Nice little walk into A as well. I mean, if they can contact their way into A and delete Nexon, if they can cross the doors without being spotted... Oh, hang on. There might be a chance in this round. Nexon's going to go down for free. Now they've just got to watch those doors. This could actually still come together for Anubis. They'll see if they can get a plant.
That's good trigger discipline too. So yeah, bomb down, and Riz now running through. Big spray down, and now Muffin by himself. Desperately needing to find this triple kill. Finds the 1, but now he can get more. No, he will not. So good retake here from Imperium. They're going to be able to end this thing with a 6-3. So honestly, really good job from them in the sense of like getting the tack for them, and then being able to bring it back and winning, you know, 6-3 is a really respectful score considering Anubis. I felt like they were going to take this right away, but what a turn of events for this game.
Yeah. I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? Because, like, again, you watch those first 3 rounds and you think, wow, this series is over, right? But straight away, a tack timeout for Imperium, and I don't know what they had in that tack timeout, but I want some of it, whatever the conversation was, because that has just been a real demolition of Anubis. And look, granted, I know they're obviously playing on the GR side, so they do kind of need to make that comeback happen, bring it back to 6-3, but you would have thought at least somewhere Anubis would sneak another round or 2 in. The fact that they haven't, it does, to an extent, kind of put this map in jeopardy. We'll obviously see how this first round of the second half kind of kicks off when we do get back in there for Imperium. If they, you know, start well in the second half and they go 1 or 2 rounds on the trot, I mean, immediately then you start to think, well, maybe Anubis actually have to pull this back on map 2, which is Imperium's map pick. So it's not, you know, it's not the start to this group that I would have wanted to see for Anubis, right? We talked about how in this contender group, they, on paper, are the strongest team here. You know, probably them and I would argue Swamp, but others would obviously argue 3BL. In fact, I think 3BL actually beat Swamp in the last week of competition, so maybe I'll retract that statement. But I don't know. I just feel like Anubis should be above these guys with the core that they've got, and they're not really showing that at the moment. So we'll see if that changes, obviously, on the GR side. It should, and you're going to have to show it now as Anubis to show us why you picked this map.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, this is now where they're going to have to put up a big wall of defense on this one, because they're down by 3, like you said, and a lot rides on this first map where, again, I felt like it should have been a bit of a gimme, but Imperium have been able to really showcase some good work as a team with, I don't even think they have a win in the season yet, so getting a conversation maybe to get there. Only 4 rounds needed to close it out on the map, but
they only even have 1 map win in the season.
Well, there you go. Could be history in the making.
Laz.
Dang.
That was against Swamp.
Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, wow. Almost a collab. Dirty. Nate should do. JKLOL, not going to land. Okay, so it looks like Dirty can't seem to find himself that double, but man, I don't think I've seen the A-bolt before. I don't think anybody's ever used it. Am I crazy? Oh, wow.
That's a lot of damage.
Dang. All right.
No, I don't think I've seen it, at least this season. I think it's fair to say.
Dang. Thing's crazy. Got like full HP. He's got one health or something left now. 2.
Them slugs.
A good push from Jag, so he's going to be able to get another one. Man, they are just in Anubis' head right now. I feel like they're really doing a good job just finding these timings and just kind of pulling them apart one by one here. And now a little bit of an A hit potentially. Rotate coming through from Muffin.
What about Salty, though? He's in kind of behind. If he gets his timing right, he could grab a kill on the back end. In fact, he doesn't need to because it's Salty and Dirty. Or rather, it's Dirty, really, that's doing the majority of the work there. Muffin does come through for a trade in the back end, but... There's one on the board now for Anubis. GR side, we did say, you know, they may have kind of gotten to the pass score of 3. A little bit disappointing how that first half finished off, but this is still a winnable map for Anubis.
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, I mean, the GR side obviously is very strong, you know, but... Anubis, I feel like, I could be wrong, but I feel like this season, from what I can recall, is that they have been a little bit better on their GR side more than the BL side. So this is where maybe this is where they're going to show why they like this map. But a little bit of a door opener. That's cool. Okay, Salty. Showcase the A-bolt. Give it to him. Boom. Oh, no shot. Okay, he's dead. So actually gives up his body. That's a bit of a dicey one. I don't like it. And now Doom is kind of hesitating. Look, like, okay, I'm going to have to make a play. Look at it. Imperium actually perfectly just retreating this. They're going to group up together. I like this a lot. This puts way more pressure now for Dirty. He has to find activation here and now.
Certainly does. Might be the last line of defense for Anubis. That smoke causing some issues. It's going to be the double push in. This could work out really nice. Anubis just need to trade effectively, and they do. Dirty has to somehow get himself out, but he's stuck in a corner. Frapsy on the reload. That was the chance to escape. Dirty is just so stuck. He is so cooked. He was hoping that Gainer was going to get there in time. I think he needed to try to cut his losses and commit to that fight with a big swing, maybe. Or just try to duck away when that reload was coming. If he stayed in the corner, he was a dead man, and that's exactly what he did. Gainer was never getting there in time. Now a 1v2 for Gainer. And this will be a round that Anubis definitely need to get over the line. Frapsy in on that site. Has he been spotted out by Gainer? Well, maybe he was, but Riz certainly was not. And Imperium up to 7. Hunting for their second map win of this season.
Let them cook, bro. I mean, that's the thing. I mean, Imperium seems like they're playing the better New Mexico right now. I mean, you can tell that Anubis, they try to mix things up a little bit. They try to push down the long A stairs, essentially, which I'm not against, again, trying to get a little bit of a timing, but I just feel like the way they kind of went for that execute really wasn't the cleanest, which cost them a lot of bodies, but maybe now they're going to just kind of play back and use that utility that Penguin alluded to, but we'll wait and see. That's smoking to just block off the mid-corridor in this piece, but Oxlin just on the other side of half wall. This could be interesting. Doom. An easy kill. There we go. And there's that activation I was looking for. The shotgun finds a double. So A-Bolt now has been able to hit a nice little bit of a double dinger on this one. And the bomb's going to be dropped. So Imperium now on a 2-on-5. Bomb's still in their grasp if they choose. But they're going to have to bank on the fact that Anubis are going to have to overextend this. And this is where now they shouldn't be over-pushing this like Salty. I'm a little bit nervous. It's a careless fight. I mean, yeah, he gets a bit of information, but I just don't know if it's worth it.
Super unnecessary with a minute 20 on the clock. What's the point of the information, bro? Like, they can be anywhere with a minute 20. If there's 30 seconds or if there's 20 seconds left on the clock, maybe, yeah. But by now, okay, we got the information 20 seconds ago that there was somebody in alley. Probably not that relevant as the round continues to play out, but the kill certainly could have been. It won't be. Anubis look like they've got this one locked down, but that's where those little things can come into play against a better team, right? Like, you give that opportunity to a Vitality, right? You're up 4v2 or 5v2. You give them that opening pick, and then all of a sudden, that round starts to snowball away from them. So, would be something to just touch on in the review for Anubis. Damps here, 1v4. And, well, hoping for someone to come walking into his crosshair, but that's not going to happen, so ends up having to be the one to make the play, and he will struggle as he walks his way into A. 5 on the board for Anubis, and get another back and forth looking half, but again, with Imperium leading, it still can go either way here.
lot of teams have been kind of I don't want to say like abusing the sewer control, but I actually do like that they've really been going for these fights a lot. I guess I'm just not used to New Mexico right now, but I feel like it's been more of a hotspot for fights than what we've seen before. I definitely like this map, Elfish. I think it's got some, you know, like, I know it's been around, but it's good to see, like, it's a little bit different than the old Mexico that I'm used to.
Oh, thank God for that.
Yeah,
old
that
Mexico
map
was the worst map in the pool. There's just no doubt about it. Like, thank
Let
God
it burn.
we got a different version. New Mexico is so much better than the old one. I'll give you that for sure.
Yeah, that was always that was a grind.
Dirty might have a bit of work here, actually, as the players are pushing in his direction. Gets that swing in as well from Doom. And Anubis looking a bit more comfortable in this round. It's a bit more like it on their behalf. C4 is going to be located there as well by Gainer as he goes speeding through middle. So just Riz, who's actually out on A. Should be getting traded in here by really anybody, but somehow has managed to get out.
Uh, 45 left to Riz. Not long for this world, so there we go. Anubis slowly and surely kind of pulling themselves back in this game. Round by round, and now it's a one-round differential. So this is kind of that experience factor that we talked about for Anubis, right? I mean, a lot of guys that have been around for quite some time, and now kind of flexing a little bit of that experience. But now, they're really going to try to push this against Salty. Wow, he's just going to go for it. Again, I don't agree with it. I don't love it. I just think it's, again, costly. And now you have to hope that Gainer can be able to pop off. And yeah, I guess go off King. Like, sure, do it. I mean, whatever. Get your triple kill. But man, oh man, that is a big ask. And I guess he delivers when they need to. But they got to count their lucky stars a little bit for that one, honestly.
Gainer's been a lot better in the second half. Typically one of the big firepower pieces for Anubis. Thought he went a little bit missing when they were playing BL side. But here on GR, it's been a bit more like it. 4v2 now. Anubis, they get aggressive at the start of that round. And now just happy with that lead. Potential have to play retake here on the B side. Looks like Riz will be getting it for free. Clearing it all out. And so he will got to call Nexlon over.
Still a position here for both these players, maybe, but I mean, them having the C4 is nice. This is where Anubis kind of grouped up on this A site. Where is Gainer going? Oh, I don't know if he spotted him. No, he didn't. Yeah, Noxlin actually finds good timing on it. So now how's this retake going to commence? This is, again, I'd like to see them just use the bodies, right? Like, kind of just go for a bit of a swing on this if they can. Get that trade out. Looks like going to take the long corridor, though, and Riz is kind of posted up here. Noxlin still finding that one. Okay, trade back, and now all of a sudden down to the 1v2. And, ooh, this is actually winnable. Both players low. Both players absolutely low. One shot and they're dead. Another ninja defuse?
You have to defuse here.
No.
That's the only way. He has to defuse in the smoke. It should be free for Nexlon, and it is. There's no way he could have won that Doom. Unless Nexlon screwed up a little bit. 8-6. Imperium are getting very close to putting this one over the line. That's a 2v4 lost by Anubis, by the way. Not on their A game today. Gainer is, at least on this GR side, and Salty chimes in with one more, so immediately out the gates. Again, another 2v4 that Imperium are going to have to test themselves on. This one does not look like it's quite going to go as well as the last.
No, and I think it's, honestly, as much as I hate saying it, I feel like, you know, Salty at least getting that one kill, it was something, right? It just slows down the aggression a little bit more, just allow for his teammate to get in that site for the retake a little bit better. Whereas if Salty would have went down, I mean, the numbers would have been, you know, like a 2v1 essentially for that player into the site. But yeah, I mean, I'm not loving that Salty's kind of being like a one-trick pony. Like, he's just equipping the A shot, you know, and just kind of keep going to the same position and doing the same thing over and over. Kind of predictable. It's really, if he misses the shot, then Imperium put themselves on a 5-on-4 instantly. Like, that's kind of the name of it right now. But Salty does decide to maybe take a words of advice here and plays a little bit more back, still with the shotgun, but at least he's not kind of going hyper aggressive on this one now. And Anubis realized they got to kind of play this a little bit more conservatively, a little bit more passively, which might help them out.
They've got a lot of that mid control though, and that's a pretty important part of the map. Imperium are going to want to try to work their way in. They're now smoked off, which funnels them in the direction of Salty, who's been happy to just continue to lurk in the alley the whole game. Gainer, this time, he's going to be lucky to get out alive. Does seem to have managed to make that cross. Gives up a lot of his HP in doing so. But he's again left completely open right now.
Yeah, but I like this too. Like triple player into sewer. A little bit of a bar fight. Yeah, Doom. I love this. Yeah, with the M14. Look at how fast an Imperium just respond back, man.
Yeah, they just got a bit overzealous there, didn't they? They get the 2 kills and they're like, well, keep going. But that's where you walk into the line that's being held and give up the next couple of duels, and all of a sudden your 2 for 1 turns into a 2 for 3, favoring the opposite team. So Anubis maybe relying on another nice mid-round timing here from Muffin. I want to see if he can keep this push going, but can't see the minimap right now. If he kept the push going, yeah, this is actually such an insane timing. Look at this. He is in behind, and he's going to get down for free. Oh, he's not going to get down for free. What a fumble. Salty's going to have to finish that job. Now he's now in that 1v3. Salty, with 10 seconds on that clock, could have caused a bit of a ruckus, decides to let them plant. And wants to try and convert on the 1v2, but it's not going to happen. Imperium have a chance at closing this first map out. Are you kidding me?
You know, I just hate being a hater, but like, I mean, this is like, to me, classic Anubis, right? Like I'm curious what, again, Sekio and like Penguin are going to think about this, but it's just, again, this situation where they look good, they slow down, they start to ramp up, and then they just fall apart again. I don't get it. I don't know what it is. It's something in the columns or something that's going on, but for you to be on your map pick and you're down by 2 like this, and really a lot of these rounds that you won, I wouldn't say have been the most convincing to say, but this is where I thought they had a huge leg up on this one, to be honest, considering that they've been able to play it.
I think it's worse the rounds that they have lost. Some of these rounds that they've, like the 4v2, you know, you just can't let that happen, especially when you're coming back from a deficit. It's definitely been a poor game from Anubis, whether it's just they're trying out New Mexico in a match that they think they can win even if they let this first game slip. Don't know, but it's definitely left a lot to be desired, and Imperium, you know, go get them, champ. Like, I think get this map win, put some of that pressure on Anubis, see what happens. They're going to try and push their way out onto the B side. Jaguar gets another entry onto Gainer, and, well, Doom should be getting double swung here. Jaguar a little bit slow on that, and Salty is there to convert on the trade. So Damp and Riz now having to try and work this one out together, but Riz deleted straight away trying to work out through that smoke, and maybe we're still on the cards for an OT.
I was thinking surely like Dirty's gonna get this, right? Like I was like, you felt like you should have just taken a little bit of a breath and could have had one more shot. But yeah, like you said, I mean, one round now different here to see if we push this thing as a overtime, which would be the first time here today, or Imperium do get themselves a secondary map win for the entire season so far. So history in the making potentially, we'll see. But it has been. I do wonder that actually, Elfish. That's a really good point you bring up about, is Anubis maybe playing this because they felt like, you know, we're the better team, who cares? Like, we can just get an official on this, get some practice on it. I mean, I have no idea, but
do you remember
it's one of those things that could backfire. Yeah. Oh, let me tell you.
Yeah, tell me.
Anubis banned Subbase. Imperium banned Eagle Eye. Pick of New Mexico from Anubis. Black Widow picked, and then Anubis actually banned Compound.
Yeah, that's surprising.
That is surprising.
Very strange. that's been their go-to map throughout the season so far. So yeah, I think they're trying to do something a little bit different here. They're trying to change up the veto a little bit. Maybe see if they can improve the map pool a bit in a game which is against the weakest of the competition. But we're still playing at the top level here in the West League, so it's where you can get punished. And Muffin, having now gone down, is going to start to open up some of those opportunities. Doom somehow gets an isolated flight onto Jaguar. I mean, again, there's the rest of the swing from Imperium. Frapsy is trying to salvage. He'll be run down 30 in the 1v1. Riz to try and close things out here. All it takes is one bullet from Dirty, though, and then we're into the OT.
Yeah, with still 40 seconds left, too, and the bomb is available here for Riz, so this is a good thing, but now it's all about positioning. Time's not the most, but again, ooh, Riz is going, oh, he's going the long way. Okay, interesting. I mean, he should have enough time, but again, he's gonna have to get going. Like, this isn't like one of those things you can wait out anymore. Like, he's gotta get the laces up.
If Dirty makes the right call and goes straight to A, he could actually catch him on the plant, but instead he's gonna hedge his bets and sort of play around in middle. Plant does go down. Dirty on his way in. He spots Rizzed out. Yeah, but he's tucked in such a tight angle that the TRG is not necessarily going to be the weapon of choice here. Dirty, he's gone for the long flank through lane. Rizzed has no idea. Hasn't seen him, hasn't heard him, but he shoots him instead anyway. Flicks and gets the job done. Imperium 10-8 on map 1. And Anubis, what has just happened there?
Man, I just, you hate to see it, right? I mean, like Anubis, again, one of these teams that should be in the top 4, but like games like this, it just makes you kind of wonder. And I don't know what's going on. And they did a lot of re-imaging for themselves and new players, and they've been trying to, mix things up. But I don't love it. I don't love seeing a team like this kind of falling apart. But I also got to, flip the coin here a little bit for Imperium. Like, they were able to come back and do a game that arguably probably shouldn't have been there, so a big congratulations for them to be able to find that map win. But look, we'll let Sekio and Penguin kind of break this down a little bit more, because I think there's a lot to talk about this one. So let us know your thought, boys.
Yeah, Laz, a lot of chaotic blaze and a bolt kicking in the CFWL, and it looked pretty convenient while you're playing it on defense on A, on like when it comes to the ramp, you go on it and you're using it to your side. Yeah, anyways. So yeah, a lot to unfold in this game, and yeah, the second win for Team Imperium on the entire season. Phase 1, the one set, and on this one,
versus Swamp,
another one. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, they played with Swamp. They played a very good game, and they won one map. Now they came back versus Anubis. Anubis was practicing, by the way. It was so obviously practicing. It should be practicing New Mexico, because what we have seen is just a practice. This is not a good structured gameplay, because going into New Mexico and starting off and winning 3 rounds on the blacklist, which is not easy, by the way, to get 3 rounds, and then losing the entire situation is just so hard for Anubis. However, this is the first time they're playing the map. We cannot just judge him. I said it's a practice based on that this team didn't play on client, or talking about CF West League or maybe some online tournaments. New Mexico. Now they played it. Now they needed this practice, because especially on phase 2, because we know that Anubis already locked in their playoff spot, only 1 win away from the playoffs. So not already at 90%, locking in the playoff spot, 1 win away from it. So this is the best way to practice New Mexico. However, we haven't seen much from them. Their blacklist side was kind of weak. I'm not going to say so weak, but their global side had some issues, real issues, especially on water.
For me, it feels like on a different way. I would rather like to make sure that I'm in the playoffs than trying to practice maps. I know that Imperium is one of the teams that you practice map versus, but that might put them in a pretty tight spot. And yes, they need a lot of wins for, of course, Team Imperium to be back on the scoreboard. But at the same time, if I am an Anubis fan, I would love to play it safe. I'm more of a safe guy, but we will see through what happens in the entire best of three. First one went to Imperium, and it looks like that, if that's the case, that might be a win and a set, of course, on the phase 1 and another one in phase 2. I'm not sure if they can get another one, and I would hope to see them win some games.
We would hope to see them winning and closing the games now, because we've seen them before getting one map and then still losing in the end 2-1. Now they won the other team's pick, which was Anubis' pick to New Mexico. Now they need to win their pick, which is gonna be Black Widow, because we're gonna be seeing now New Imperium playing in Black Widow while having 1-0 lead versus Anubis. And if Anubis loses this game, this will make the contender group even more spicy, because it will maybe make things more hard. It will be maybe return back their hopes for going into the playoffs if they win Swarm Gaming and if they win TBL Galaxy. And I believe it's not going to be that hard if they got it versus Anubis by such way.
Yeah, and here we can see the stats. A lot of pretty close. One Doom got the highest KD overall in the game itself. On the other side, Frabzy got the most
so good,
kills.
yeah.
So yeah, he played so. I would say he played on the same level for a long time. So good for Frabzy, of course, for this game.
Exactly.
And for Anubis, they were fumbling a little bit. But I loved when Imperium felt that the A-Bolt is coming out, so we need to match it. After they saw what Salty did with it, it was just like,
yeah, the bolt, yeah.
It's time to bring back the old days and playing on the internet cafes. You remember those days when you just get the A-Bolt and you just run down the players, your homies on the internet cafe? That was the call. But for the first map in New Mexico, it went to Imperium. Second one, it feels like it won't be the same scenario. Like, yeah, hear me out. They won the game 10-8. It was pretty like chaotic. I would
yeah,
like, that's how to describe it. It was pretty chaotic. It felt like yeah, we're running, gunning, we're doing anything without just like, yeah, we're taking aim duels, we're playing by no rule, no books, no nothing. We're boom. Like, it's just like that. You throw a bomb and you play by its side. But that was for New Mexico. I don't believe that we're gonna see the same thing from Anubis in the upcoming match.
Yeah, it's going to be totally different for Anubis, because they're going to be going one of their best maps. They have two snipers. They're going into Black Widow. That favors them so much. And they also starting on Blacklist side, which give them all the advantage in the world. So they had the luxury to lose one map, by the way, because they're going into Black Widow and starting as a Blacklist. Now they need to close the next game and need to win it. Imperium is continue playing chaotic, because Black Widow and chaotic, and if you go in Black Widow and playing very chaotic, that actually gives you an edge versus your enemy team, especially if your enemy team is kind of more organized than you. And this is the case for Anubis, because Anubis are a very organized team. They play with a sync, they play with a teamwork, and they needs to things to be done by structure. So now Imperium to continue playing so chaotic, maybe as a team, chaotic as a team, play aggressive, fear nothing, and get the win.
Yeah, of course, organized crimes are not gonna be the case for Team Imperium. They need to have some sense in their game, but like sometimes the more the thing, like the shenanigans that they take, the more that they make it chaotic, might turns up to giving them the first win of their career. But to unfold this, we'll head to Laz and of course Elfish to unfold this game.
Yeah, a lot to unfold, really. I mean, it's now going to be the biggest question. I think we're all thinking, is this is a reverse sweep from Anubis, or maybe Imperium? Maybe they got something up their sleeves. Maybe Black Widow could be something. Maybe they've done some preparation. Elfish, are you feeling good about the Dark Horse story? Are we thinking that's a thing, or are we thinking Anubis are back in business?
I'm never feeling good about the Dark Horse story. I do have to say that to begin with. I find it's really, to be honest, kind of a little bit hard to believe that Anubis have even dropped that opening map. Like, I could maybe see it if it was not the team that literally has only won one map in the entire season. That's the thing that's kind of like in the back of my head here. I'm like, you know, if it was Swamp or if it was 3BL had taken the first map here against Anubis, I'd go, you know what, going into your own map, I give it a chance. I give them a crack because they've won a few maps here and there. They've got a series here and there. They can get it done. We've seen that in the past. But for Imperium, like they've won one map up to this point in the entire season, so I can't rightly go in and say, yeah, I think they can close this series out. Now, the only other thing that is kind of like weighing on my mind a little bit here is that Anubis, to be honest, haven't had the greatest of track records on Black Widow. They kind of got owned by Nemesis on it in the last week of competition. They lost it 10-4 there. They also lost it to LCK earlier on in the season. And I know these are good teams, right? But like, they have got a couple of losses on this map. So I do wonder if maybe that's something that Imperium could have potentially looked at and identified. And we'll see if they can figure things out. I think this is probably a reverse sweep, though, Laz, if I have to be real with you for a second.
Dang. All right. We'll wait and see. Yeah, it definitely feels like it should be, but I mean, at the same breath, it's, you know, I just wonder if maybe getting a map win like this, Imperium, maybe just maybe, feeling really good about it. And
yeah, I mean, maybe it's a chance. I want to see them, and it's exactly what Penguin said. I want to see them do something a bit unorthodox because I don't think you're going to beat Anubis here by playing standard, right?
Agreed.
Maybe you do on a map like, you know, New Mexico, get away with a few things, but it's just one of those newer maps that people aren't super familiar with. Anubis are going to be much better here on Black Widow. I think you need to throw a fox among the hen house here in some way as Imperium. Start off with a good round here. Let's see. Rizzed. 1-for-1, but immediately the response is swift from Dirty and from Gainer and from Doom and Anubis. I mean, how much cleaner did that look from them than what we saw in pretty much any of the rounds, actually, on New Mexico? So, bad sign for Imperial.
Yeah, not good. Yeah, that's not good at all. And I agree. Like, you got to really mix it up, and I think that's where you just have to play some mind games as much as you can. If you play the standard way, I think this could be bad. And even when you start to play a little bit more aggressive, Muffin now being able to take his head away. Not good at all. So now Muffin's got a little bit of an inkling that this could be full aggression here from the GR side of Imperium. Is he actually going to re-aggress? Yes, he is. Wow, okay. So this is where Anubis are starting to look a lot better. This is where they're actually hitting shots. They're winning gunfights. But again, a map where they're more familiar with, like you said. But maybe Rizzed. Might be able to do some cool in game changer. But again, look at this defense, Selfish. This is where I get kind of nervous too, because you have to go for the 1-1-1, so this is where their firepower hasn't been the greatest yet, but you have to have a pop-off moment now.
Well, let's, I mean, also consider the fact that Anubis did start super well over there on New Mexico. They got off to a stellar-looking 3-0 lead. So, I don't know if we can necessarily count our chickens before they hatch here just yet off the back of these two rounds, but, I mean, it is definitely a nice return to form, it would seem, for Anubis to kick things off here on the blacklist side of Black Widow. Minute on the clock. They found those two opening picks, and they're going to slow things down, see if Imperium's going to give them anything else for free. Does not look like that's going to be the case. A bit of a push maybe out on short there for Rizzed.
I don't mind this push, though. Yeah, Anubis are just, man, they are staying put. They're expecting it, I guess, but the timing against Dirty could be good because then they have to get going. Like, it's 30 seconds. Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it was terrible.
180. Wow.
It was actually awful timing. Not only did he not get the kill, that also kind of baited the guys on B to go, oh, it must be an A hit.
Yeah. Oh, my.
And you saw them, like, just pivot as Anubis gets out the box room, and so that could not have gone worse for Imperium. 2-0, clean 2-0 as well so far. Only one player from Anubis going down in the first two rounds. It's not a particularly pretty sign for Imperium on their map pick so far, but see if they can find a way to make amends for it.
Yeah, I'm just kind of waiting for the deja vu a little bit, like you said, like where Anubis is starting really hot. Imperium calls the timeout, and then Imperium's just unstoppable. They power up. Power Rangers. Let's go. Maybe. But we'll see.
Hey, the 3-0 power up.
Maybe. That's what I'm saying. Deja vu. It could be a thing. If it goes 3-0 and we see a timeout, I'm like, okay, hang on. Like, we're going to see, though. I almost hope so. Interesting. They fight for it, but they actually, as soon as they run away, this is where Anubis actually re-aggress onto it quietly. So now Frapsy, he was actually doing pretty well for himself in terms of the frag department, but it's only the one, and Jam can't really seem to find a lot of work here with the sniper. He was somebody that was a good highlight on the first map, but it seemed like he can deliver right here and now, but Riz might be able to get a timing. Ooh, Riz, okay, that's interesting, and actually does find the kill here on DeLong, and it's an AK. We never get to see those very often anymore. Look at that, a double kill. Hold on to your hat here.
Oh, no.
Oh, the one-on-one. Doom's low. Doom has to hit the best shot of his life right now. He has to be able to get this one tap. Can't get it done, and there we go. Imperium, they bounce back.
It's bad news, Laz. It's bad news. There's no 3-0 power-up. That's the
true.
actual issue.
Maybe they did power it without it.
Decent enough round for Imperium. Would you say powered up? I feel like that was so close. It could have still gone either way. We need to see another level being hit here for Imperium if I'm to have any confidence that they can close this out on the second map. But I suppose it's better than the alternative, which would be going down 3-0, so it is a start.
Oh, quiet as a mouse. Hey, this is just waiting things out and nobody moving a Pete. And Imperium actually have put a 3-player setup in this B site and Soul Anchor of Damp, and then just again having Frapsy kind of again just, you know, really just getting some quick information as much as possible without giving his life. But Dirty with the bomb. This is a lone mission here. I mean, again, no one's there, but a little risky in some regard. But his teammate finally Gainer will be there. So is this going to be Anubis throwing a bit of a fake and catching the rotates like they did before? I'm not really sure what the plan is here. This seems a little funny.
Just going to try and hit the B site, see what happens. Frapsy deletes Muffin, but he's going to get... What is going on, guys? Imperium, hello. Riz is shooting at Frapsy. They're a bit lost, it seems, but they're still holding on to this round okay. 50 seconds left. C4 still making its way onto A. That rotation has not come through. Frapsy is still locking down the A side, or at least trying to from the window. Doom.
He's got the timing.
Oh, he's missed him. He's not seen him. This round is a mess now at this point.
Oh,
this could go anywhere.
Oh,
this literally could go anywhere, but Doom does catch Frapsy in the back, so that will be largely quite concerning. Push into the box room from Nexlon. Does get the trade over on B, but A needs to be locked in here, and I think a lot of it is going to come off Riz. He needs to win this duel on Gainer. Gets a really nicely timed push out onto A long, and so round opened up off the back of that once again. If they spot Doom here, they can just sit that defuse.
They're not even looking. I don't even think they know. They have no idea he's here. He's going to get this.
Oh, they thought he's in the window. No way.
Oh, my goodness. I'm again, like, the fact that he's able to just slip with that timing. They didn't even look. Like, it didn't even look like they put any attention onto underpass like that. They were just like, no, he's window. He's not moving. So, a little bit questionable in that stressful situation, but good for Anubis.
It's just, it was such a messy round. You could kind of tell it was getting a little bit confusing for Imperium at a point, right? You've got a guy watching mid when there's been a kill in mid and the guy's like rotating in through mid and he's like shooting his teammate as he comes out the door. It's like, obviously there's something getting lost in translation here. Someone's getting confused somewhere around the map, and with how chaotic that round ended up being from Anubis, I'm not surprised that Imperium kind of lost where the last remaining attacking player was. So 3-1 is going to be the score. Anubis are definitely pulling ahead a little bit on this map, and Imperium, I think the cracks are kind of starting to show now in this series.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that too. And this is where, again, the whole conversation about this map especially, and this is Imperium's pick too, but again, I think we all were kind of thinking they were going to be the ones that are going to do something a little unorthodox or mix things up and try to catch Anubis off guard, and now they're starting to go back into like default status or just kind of playing the standard way, which I don't think is going to be the name of the game here, but I think if I heard the game sound too, I think there might be a timeout after this. I could be wrong, but we'll have to wait and see. And Anubis now grouped up on Cat. Utility's getting thrown, so now Muffin might be able to have himself another easy kill. Like, it just doesn't even seem like Imperium have any idea there's another spot on the map they have to clear, and Muffin gets an easy double kill. Yeah, and Anubis just, look at how fast they just decimate everybody in their path.
Yeah.
This is a weak GR side. They're just making way too many mistakes.
Well, I think you might be right, Laz, that we are going to get a pause here. So, I don't know if it's... Yeah, it's going to be a tack timeout. I mean, they were great off the back of the tack timeout on Anubis, on Black Widow. Black Widow? What am I saying? On New Mexico. Yeah. So you have to give them the benefit of the doubt here, Imperium, but man, they are just looking so lost right now.
It's just, yeah, it just kind of feels like, again, you're seeing a lot of weaknesses and a lot of gaps in their defense, which isn't making a lot of sense, and it feels like their communication seems to be off. Like, you have both players looking at Cat, you have nobody looking long at all. Like, I mean, they got so distracted by utility getting thrown. I get it, like, you're expecting there to be a swing, but surely you would want to also just triple check long to making sure there's not somebody lurking close on by. So it's just, I just feel like there's a big, really big little bit of a misplay from these guys right now, obviously.
Especially against a team like Anubis, which is going to be a team that's going to have a lot of layers to their attacking sides. You know, they're not just going to be all 5 guys running in one part of the map and trying to battering ram you into a site sort of thing. It's not really what they are about. They are definitely a bit of a slower team. They are a bit more of a tactical team. They take their time, find these opening picks here and there, and sort of try to exploit the map a little bit. And I think they're getting away with that quite substantially. So Imperium got to find a way to lift here. That's what we said on the first map, and they certainly were able to do that. So, you know, I guess there is that precedent there that it's possible.
Yeah, the power-ups now. This is where Imperium absolutely need to. And that's the thing, too, like, because when we saw it in New Mexico, it was players like Damp that was, you know, running around with the sniper, was doing good work, and then Frapsy was able to put up some really good big numbers as well. Like, I think Frapsy on map number 1 was able to conclude with like a 1.07. And I mean, I think Jaguar actually, I mean, he was at a 1.0, which was interesting. Like, I felt like he definitely had some rounds where he got like a couple multi-kills, but I felt like, you know, it was really Damp and also Frapsy to me that were making some, you know, big swings in the first map. This is where they need to do it here and now, right? So we'll find out. I mean, Anubis look pretty composed. They don't look like they're too stressed. I mean, again, I feel like this team, in my history and knowledge, is that they always look quite stressful in a lot of tactical situations. But I mean, this matchup, they are the favorites, but seems like they're looking good, feeling like they're ready to go. We'll see if this pause has done anything to slow any sort of their game plan down. Hey, there we go. Damp. Powered up. I'm telling you. It's happening.
Yeah, let's find out whether or not it's going to be as impressive as it was on that first map. I mean, the thing is, the best case scenario now for them is a 5-4 first half here, which is a pretty tenuous lead at best. Still looking for a little bit more out here on long, and doesn't manage to hit a shot onto Gainer. Oh, that's a good flick though from Damp. So they do maintain the lead in this round.
Yeah, but I love this though, right? Like, this is where a map like this is, you know, in my opinion, I feel like you just need your sniper player to be doing whatever they want to be comfortable and getting those duels, because that creates so much space, whatever side it is, especially on the GR. I feel like when you can get these picks in mid, or you can go down long A or even cat and just finding this duel here and there and just rotate as much as you want and getting that room, it definitely makes a huge difference. And Damp being able to find 2 already so far is a huge start. But now Doom, he's been able to do this again. How does he get this mid control for free? Nobody is spotting it. So these timings, again, they just seem to slip away from Imperium right now, which I don't love. And now Doom, another free kill. Oh boy. Hey, caramba. This ain't good.
Yeah, Anubis are back to the level which we thought that we would get to see from them on that first map as well. And like I said at the start of that last map, it probably is going to be a case of Anubis just need to hit a level, and Imperium are not going to be able to match that. And I think we're kind of getting to see that a little bit more here on the second map. I just don't think Anubis really was able to hit the level which they really should have. They're over on New Mexico. But now that they're on something a little bit more comfortable, that's been around a little bit longer. They've got a lot more reps on. They're just so much more comfortable. And it's a lot of little things, you know, like it's timings and where to look when you're sort of clearing certain parts of the map and those kinds of little things that maybe don't really seem that, you know, big deal, but it's like the intuitive things that make such a big difference between the top teams and the teams that are still on the come up. And you know, I think that gap is a little bit smaller on something like a New Mexico, just because it's still a little bit fresher in this level of competition, and you know, Anubis aren't able to exploit all of these little X factor differences that they have.
Yeah, no change up for the guns here too for Imperium. Interestingly enough, I thought maybe they might try to like double sniper possibly, but no, they're just going to keep the one. Man, they're just posted up. They are not mixing it up. They're playing so passively. I don't know if that was really the right game plan on this, but look, a good shot. Gamer takes a huge amount of damage away, but grouped up here. 4-1 split from Anubis. Still a minute, well over a minute remaining. Now the pop comes through. Salty. Oh boy, nice jumping shot. Frapsy, though, at least can find something. But is it enough? Now Damp expects somebody to be there. Oh, that's not good. That ain't good. He already misses the shot. Now Gainer doing a full distraction, but okay, it's short-lived. Not bad at all. Now things get a little bit more interesting in the sense here for Imperium. They have the man advantage. You have the double in mid. You have the one on the outside of B. And you have Riz here into GR spawn, but I think Damp's about to be done. Oh, wow. Is that a missed shot? Am I crazy? Okay, hang on. This is interesting now, but okay, so 2 on 3, and Damp's been spotted. Man, they're just getting picked apart. 10 seconds remaining as well. I mean, again, there's nothing here. Like, there's no retake. Yep. They just go to the grave.
Yep. Nothing you can do at that point. 6-1. This is starting to look like a disastrous second map for Imperium. We might be very quickly onto Ankara. I mean, like I said, we sort of always expected that we'd be heading onto a map 3. And this is exactly why. You watch enough of the game and you sort of get a bit of an idea of where things might be going a lot of the time. And I think we've pretty accurately called this one. Seems to be no answer for Imperium.
Yeah, Frapsy's getting a little bit hungry for it. Actually, I think he spotted Doom. If I'm not mistaken, that jump spot, he should have been able to see it. I don't think he got called or spotted potentially. Actually, maybe he did, because Doom is clearing a lot of different angles here, so they might have a bit of intel on this. But again, if they want, they could use utility just to flush him out here. Get the job done. This is interesting. Double player in mid and Frapsy maybe. Doesn't Anubis actually clear this, I should say, because if they don't, this is an opportunity for Frapsy to find himself a heroic play that's very much needed. Muffin does spot it, but he doesn't do a good job clearing it. So now Frapsy finds himself 2. Oh, why not make it a 3rd? And that's going to be the bomb drop too. So there you go. Something you need, but look at that. Blink him an eye. Anubis bounce right back into this game, put themselves in an advantage, and all of a sudden Jaguar now by himself on a 1-on-2.
Yeah, Salty's going to be able to make that transition to the A side as well. Get a plant down pretty easily. Time ticking against Jaguar. But he's got a lot of time to try to put this retake together. And Salty is relatively low. So a missed shot or 2 from him. And yeah, it's straight away into the 1v1. Dirty's position being pre-fired here. Jaguar looking for it. Not quite landing the shots just yet. Dirty swinging. And also missing his shots. This is a messy, messy retake attempt on both sides. 15 seconds. Dirty's just trying to play time now. Gets that grenade across. There's a grenade onto Dirty. And it finishes him off. Oh, dearie me. They've lost the 2v1. And again, I think, you know, you were a little bit critical of Salty's positioning and decision-making in that first map. And I think you have to be there again as well. He's kind of opted to take an isolated position, an isolated fight there over bridge. If he just tucks a bit more into the site and tries to play a little bit more of an info line, maybe they can play out a 2v1, but that isolates it into two 1v1s and gives up the round, in my opinion.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's always been really interesting. I'll be curious if, you know, Penguin has any thoughts or Sekio has any thoughts on Salty's positioning and stuff like that, because I feel like it's been... I'm just not fully understanding it. It kind of feels like he just plays these like one spots and just kind of goes for these weird plays at times, but could be costly, but maybe there's something we don't know. But Jaguar taken down pretty low in this. Again, Soul 5 and 5, but Doom as well, very wounded in this one. And Riz is actually pushed into Hut, so this is good control of long A, but Anubis, again, just waiting things out, expecting some kind of aggression. Taking the time they got with 1 minute and 25 remaining on this. And the one thing that I've been always a little bit worried about is just, I mean, because we can see it a lot, is that they're leaving the bomb carrier by themselves a lot. Like, that is so scary to me. Like, I mean, what would say for Imperium to swing at a B main, find that kill, and then the bomb's dropped? And then you have Anubis, like, re-fighting for control, which is so frustratingly annoying on the BL side. So, hasn't really been a problem too much yet for them, but I'm just waiting for it to be a problem. But maybe problems will arise here as Riz now is going to get overwhelmed with numbers. Just trying to play his life as much as possible that Nade should do. There we go. Cleaning it up. Damp now posted up into the site. They got to find a kill here now, and Doom's kind of having himself tucked away in the corner nicely to get these rotates. Oh, that's not going to be good. This is bad, Jordan.
Yeah, good response though from Frapsy and Damp, but still the A site's going to be taken. Damp's not confident enough to go for another peek there at window until Salty presents himself again. I mean, Salty's jumping through the window in a 3v3. If they lose this round, Salty's going to be in trouble. Oh, Dirty. Missing that shot. This could very much be on for Imperium. If Dirty misses another, oh... My goodness, but man, how many times have we seen Salty try to throw away a player lead or at least an even number situation?
I just don't get it. Yeah, like you're up the man. Like you don't need to over push every situation. It's the opposite, right? Like when you're down numbers, sure, like make a play.
Yeah.
But I don't get it. Like there's so many times where they could be the 5-on-4. He's like, yeah, I'm going to do it anyways. And you're like, oh, okay. Like it's super risky for not that much of a reward to me, but yeah, I'll be curious what, you know, the desk is going to say about that, because I think that's a really important thing, because when you have a player that's this loose and he's just kind of running rampant and just doing what he wants like that, and it's not really creating a lot of opportunity, I just don't get it. So either way, we'll see now. Anubis maybe going to power up. They're going to take their time out, as you can see. And yeah, some of these rounds have been very, very close, like down to these like 1v1s. I think even like 2v1 situations too, so things are looking a little bit better for Imperium, but I need to see that, like I need to see something new. I don't, again, the standard play is just not, it's not the game plan. It just I don't feel like that's going to be their fate sealed here if that's what they want to do to get this map.
I mean, I think Imperium, it's pretty obvious, are probably still a little too far outmatched in this game to really have too much of a conversation about, unfortunately. But you never really know. Let's have a look here in the second half. See when anything comes of this one, but a 7-2 lead is going to be very tough to pull back. And positive start as well from Anubis. You can see that they want to get this one over and done with. Very aggressive out the gates over on B, and that, I mean, you would blink and you would miss that round.
I kind of did. To be honest, I was just like looking down and looking up. I'm like, wow, it's already over. Like that's wild. So yeah, I talked about powering up, and yeah, Anubis seemed to be the ones that did the full power up here. So 2 more needed, and we go all the way to Ankara. And now for Imperium, I feel like this is where you just got to go for the swing here for Imperium. I think you're down by 6. You just need to try something a little bit different. A lot of respect has been given to Anubis. A little bit of humbling, I guess, eh?
Mm.
Oh, they might even go to the mousetrap here, too. Like, double long, one on game changer like this. I mean, And it's Muffin too, so Bomb's not making any advancement, but again, you have the players that are kind of invested on this A short right now. Is it a commit or is it a fake? This will be what I'm kind of questioning a little bit.
I have to think it's actually potentially a fake here because the bomb's just been left behind. Unless we see Riz starting to come across to collect it.
Oh, and Muffin actually repositions. Ooh, interesting. Maybe that opening. I mean, you still have like Salty there, but I'm waiting for Salty to push for whatever reason. He'll go down. Then you also have Dirty kind of just posting on long. There it is. Boom.
Yeah. It's a tough line to hold with a rifle, to be fair. Like, you'd think that the TRG is going to be on that line. Doom does catch Riz in middle, but quite a retake to put together here for Anubis. This one will take a bit of work. You've got Dirty holding on to long. Muffin coming through from window. Doom traded out by Gainer. That's up short. All of these individuals for Anubis have to win their individual aim duels, and that is just not happening. Gainer down on short. That adds extra onus on the rest of the team. Damp at the pillar. Hasn't been dealt with just yet. Muffin somehow gets in there for that one, but how does Nexlon win this round? I mean, this is impossible. He has to sit the defuse. It's going to draw the peak. He will get the shot through, but there's no time. And Imperium will take another round.
Not bad. A little bit better of a game plan too, and I think it actually, I agree. Like, this is the thing that I don't really understand. I agree the TRG should have been posted up on Game Changer, in my opinion, not, you know, the rifle, but say la vie. Anubis this time, they grab log control for absolutely free. And that's going to be Gainer. Strong rifle here posted up. Are they going to clear it? They kind of pre-fire. Jaguar actually does win that fight, so they take the 2 for 1. Moxlin goes down early. So now Anubis, once again, getting a little bit more tested on this one. The bomb's still on the backside of BL spawn, so I'm curious. Is Doom actually... Okay, I thought Doom was actually going to maybe push up a little bit. No, he's just playing the ramp, but double middle, which is interesting. They're going to play full retake of B and essentially leaving just a sole anchor of A. I don't think Dirty actually spotted this either.
Got to take a risk somewhere, right? Like, you
I
can't
guess
cover
so.
the whole map. Got Doom starting to come across now. Dirty as well, so they're going to gamble that this is going to be a B hit, and they will be correct in that assumption. This is a really nice setup, assuming Dirty hits his first shot, but I'm not sure I'm such a fan of him actually being the one to push. Still, it seems to have worked out. A huge hold in the box room is going to give Anubis their 9th. That's the power of just having 2 players in the right spot.
Yeah, that's honestly, I'm pretty surprised that Dirty was able to find, what was that, a triple kill in that situation? Like, I mean, I was thinking maybe at best 1. Lucky to get 2, but I mean, man, he was ultra lucky finding that triple. And like you said, having just 2 players there created a little bit more space. And now Gainer is going to be able to have more teammates help him out. But Jaguar, maybe 3. Yes, indeed. Okay. Punch his ticket to finding a triple kill. And now, once again, a man advantage for Imperium to put themselves in a strong position. But can they close this out? Because, again, you need 6 to move on. But you have Anubis here hot on the heels of Salty going for a big flank. Muffin needs to stay alive as long as possible. Jaguar now on the cusp of an ace.
Yeah, not going to be Muffin to stay alive for very long at all. Salty finished off by Frapsy. So... Imperium get themselves another, keep themselves alive in this map for now. Anubis not too keen on letting this one last too long. Dirty tries to pick the pace up through mid, but didn't really have any assistance at all. So it just ends up getting the 1 for 1.
Oh, interesting. And Riz is actually pushed all the way through A. Oh, I was going to say, man, if you can make that a timing, that would have been huge, just because then again, it would have been more of a guess. But now Doom knows. Oh, they're still going to commit to this. Oh, regardless, they're going to still do this. And look at already Gainers have been able to get all the information in the world. He's already pushed through B. Oh, this is bad. This is so bad right now for Imperium. Oh, and he drops to Noxlin. Oh, dear me. This might be it. This might be all over now. Anubis have really done a good job of just, like, getting map control, fighting for a lot of space, and now Damp does get himself 1 kill, but Gainer should be able to find this trade back at least. He does, and now it's all down to Jaguar, but ain't gonna happen, and Gainer puts it down for the double. So it is gonna be a 10-4, but I don't know. Imperium made it a little bit, a little bit of a blip in some sense with getting some rounds, but it was just another easy day here for Anubis, though.
Yeah, really solid stuff on the second map. And again, that's a little bit more what we were expecting on the first map. So I think by and large, we're probably still overall a little bit disappointed with what Anubis have been able to bring to the table today. But assuming that they do come away with the win, they close it out 2-1, I think it's fine. It's not going to be the end of the world. But again, the fact that you give Imperium a bit of a chance in here, we'll see. Map 3, though, you'd think it's going to be less likely for Imperium to do anything rather than Map 2, because Map 2 was Imperium's pick. So if that's the best that you're going to deliver on the map that you think is going to be the best possible choice for you in this series because you picked it, then I'm sorry, but this is probably not going to be a very kind story going forward for Imperium. Let's see, though, what the desk have to say about all of that there on Map 2. We'll hand it back over to them, and then we'll jump back for Map 3.
Thanks, Elfish and Laz. And yes, this map was pretty one-sided to Team Anubis. It felt like, yeah, guys, you picked this map, but it's gonna be your grave to getting down and making us go to map number 3.
Well, we expected Anubis to be stronger on Black Widow. The double sniper setup that is coming from Anubis is usually paying off for them, and this is what exactly happened. And we've seen Dirty playing very good and doing a lot of things for his teammates. We've seen a very dominant performance on the Blacklist side, which ended 7-2 in favor of Anubis, which was the best you can get from the Blacklist side. That's why I said Anubis had the luxurious decisions to go and play into New Mexico, because even though if they play Mexico and they lose Mexico, they still have Black Widow and they still have the Blacklist side as well. Now they're gonna be going into New Compound. In my opinion, yes, Elfish said that this was their peak, but we've seen a good performance coming out from Imperium on New Compound when they faced Nemesis, and they actually went to overtime with them. So it's not the end of the world for Team Imperium. However, Anubis showed a dominant performance and they came back very good.
True, they made a really quick comeback after losing the first map versus Imperium. It was 10-8, I believe, and the second set, it looked like, yeah, Anubis are here. Anubis were just, as you have mentioned, and to be honest, as I have expected also, that New Mexico was just a practice map for Anubis.
Warm-up map.
They just, yeah, warm-up map for Anubis, and they just got their nails ready and they're starting eating Imperium's meat on the breakfast. What happened here was pretty brutal from Anubis, and even though they had, like, one of the players was always hunting for plays, like he was trying to shoot a TikTok highlight, but it backfired a little bit sometimes. But all in all, Anubis grabbed the second win with not showing a lot of his strats. It was kind of chaotic in an organized way.
Yeah, they didn't need to show anything, especially on the Blacklist side. We've seen they are doing the default plays and controls. We've seen Doom doing a lot of good job. In my opinion, until now, the Doom is the best player in the 2 games that Anubis played. He's usually the guy that's here. So yeah, the stats were pretty basic. They were pretty expected as well. We've seen them doing the same before. They went to full cut control. They tried to elevate the cut control into a long control and tried to push into a long. They failed 1 time. They won 3 times or 4 times. So it's nothing special coming out from the guys. Everything was just so basic from them, and they deserved the win. And also, as I said, it's finally we're seeing Anubis playing a very good Blacklist-sided map.
Yeah, they're playing a really good blacklisted sided map from Anubis. On the other side, we've seen a lot of river upsets, like Imperium don't check river. That happened multiple times, and this one on the screen nowadays, that's not river, that was on Cat, I believe. And yeah, Dirty just dropped the 3k and 1 blink. Jaguar tried to answer with another one on the, of course, in the upcoming round, but it looked like that Anubis had them mentally.
Yeah, definitely. You're talking about a team that historically one of the best playing Black Widow. They have Yusuf Hussein. He also used to love Black Widow. He knows how to play Black Widow, and also you have double sniper setup coming out from them. So that's why I'm saying that their blacklist side was perfect more than their global side, because having the blacklist side on your shoulders and going with two sniper and then securing 7 rounds. What we have seen, most of them were clutches. We've seen one clutch by Doom. We've seen a very good communication by the guys. We've seen a good also adaptation into the mid plays that Imperium tried to play. Also Dirty clutching a lot for his teammates, so this gives you a very convenient win. You don't need to burn and do any strategies. You need to keep it for the playoffs. As I said, if Anubis gets this win, they lock in their spot into the playoffs. Well, from what I've seen from them, the performance, it's way improving, and now we can say that Anubis can be a team that goes to top 4, not only to the playoffs.
Yeah, and also I love how Dirty is stepping up. It felt like this guy was cooking on this game, playing on a sniper, getting multi kills multiple times. 2.83 KD is a really high one. Sorry guys, I didn't follow the KD thing back in the game. It looked like it was pretty hard to track for me, to be honest, but like a really good one also. Doom did some really crazy work.
Yeah.
Of course, Dirty is the MVP. And like for me, it's gonna be Doom, Dirty when it comes. Like Dirty then Doom when it comes to giving them the MVP slots. Dirty is just like, man, I love to see him grow, and with the current roster that he got in Anubis, the current coach, the environment that they have in Anubis, it's helping him to grow even bigger and better as a player. And I believe Dirty will have a huge future coming front of him as a IGL who frags, who makes some really good plays and helps his teammates. That's just like a dream for any team to have on their side.
Yeah, especially that you mentioned that he's going to be an IGL. He's learning, he's adapting the atmosphere, the environment with Anubis. That makes him a very good player. And also, we may be lacking some IGLs in our region, so I believe that 30 can be one of the best. And now he's proving, to be honest, we need to see more from him coming up on the playoffs. And I guess he has everything to do.
Of course, we'll head to a small break. Buckle up your seats, grab your snacks, popcorn, and also you need to stay hydrated. Don't forget that. We will get back to you after a short break.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now. That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Madison not able to get
Free! Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just mentioned. Zane has what about Frisk here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.
Contenders group is on fire as always, and for this time it's gonna be Imperium versus Anubis. A win that can just upset the whole league, or at least this group stage, to be particularly, since the elite group are just like, yeah, we're watching, and sometimes they don't even have to watch. But all in all, Anubis dropping New Mexico versus Imperium, then destroying them in Black Widow, and the decider will be Ankara, which is a map that we barely seen Team Imperium play. Like, yeah, they played it a couple of times, but still they were a bit too shabby on Ankara.
Well, yeah, Ankara is gonna be a good map. Honestly, I thought it's gonna be new compound. Maybe I just forgot it, but yeah, it's Ankara.
Me too. Honestly.
Okay, then I said that Imperium has a chance. Sorry, I just take it back. Imperium has no chance. Zero. it's gonna be zero, complete zero. Because Anubis, we've seen their Ankara is very good. They know how to play it. Ankara is a very wide map, and it usually favors the two snipers on the global side. Maybe on the attack side, Anubis will have some issues, but I'm talking about how Anubis played, how good Anubis played on the Blacklist side on Black Widow. If they continue the same, we can see a stomp from Anubis.
Yeah, of course, we'll see. Is it gonna be the stomp for Team Anubis or the upset of the season? But that's gonna be for the third map to showcase what's happening. Laz and Elfish, back to you guys.
All right, well, thanks very much. Yeah, last final map of the day here for the series, and like we said, Contenders Group is becoming a little bit interesting, but I feel like all of us are in the same place thinking that Anubis surely should be able to seal this one in the bag, but we'll see if that little bit of a break has allowed Imperium to find a second life on this, or a second breath. I don't know, everything, you know, figuring out what they need to do to get the map, but I don't know if that's going to be the case here, Elfish.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really have anything to say against that. I think at this point, Anubis showed us exactly what they should have on the second map, and we'll see going into map number 3 here whether or not that is maintained. It's going to be Ankara. I feel like it plays in a similar way to Black Widow. You can get a lot of double sniper setups out here. You know, you can play aggressively on the GR side if you want to. You don't necessarily have to. I think in general, Anubis are going to have more than enough to get the better of Imperium on this one, who just... I mean, I don't even know if it's so much that Imperium cooled off. I think it's that Anubis woke up. I think it's Anubis kind of got back to the level of play that we had hoped to see from them from the outset. And, you know, I feel a bit bad for Imperium because we've been, you know, talking smack about them pretty much this whole series long. But unfortunately, that's just the reality, right? They are a team so far this season that has at least 2 map wins now. They can say they doubled their map wins, but I don't think they're getting any more than that.
Yeah, it kind of feels like it, doesn't it? Yeah, and we'll have to wait and find out. I mean, Anubis have been able to play some of the better teams on this map too, so this is where, again, I feel like with their experience and everything, this is where they're going to be able to showcase something pretty good. And yeah, they don't even care. They're just going to run rampant here. They're going to be able to get themselves in the site. Noxlin should be going down quickly, takes a ton of damage, and that bomb is already going to get planted. That's a retake scenario. This is not good. Double player into the fence for Imperium, but then also you have the singular player here in main, but he actually might try to go towards to vent, but Noxlin, is he just going to disobey the smoke? Maybe he will. Yes, he will. And now he's going to run on in and do this. Giving up kills? Maybe no. Doom to save the day one more time.
Oi.
Not quite. 7 HP. Imperium, they get to start the opening round this time.
Well, Maxon's been one of the more impressive players on this Imperium lineup, I would say. So, you know, if anybody's going to do it, it's probably going to be him. That's a nice clutch to start things off. Once again, though, like I said, we've got that double sniper setup actually out from Dirty and Muffin. They do love it. Here, the Anubis lineup, it's been a feature of their play for a long time, even through different cores. This triple player stack toward A is a little bit unorthodox for Imperium. Don't always have 3 players to start on A at the beginning of a round, but it looks to have been enough at this point to push Anubis away for now.
So crazy how they go fast and aggressive in the first round, and then they lose it, and then now they're just like, nope. Back to the slow play that we like to go for. I don't blame them. I mean, just again, collect their thoughts a little bit. See if there's anybody kind of overextending, overzealous, maybe not, but 3-2 setup from the defense, and they are not playing any sort of an extension on this. They are actually just turtled up in these sites, so very interesting right now for Imperium. They've kind of switched up their defensive composition a little bit here. But I think a lot's going to be the... I know, well, like you're just giving up a lot of control here, but I mean, this utility is going to have to work wonders right now to stop Anubis. Like the flashes are going to have to be perfect.
This B defense not really paying a huge amount of attention to the hotel push either. Damn, kind of having a bit of a look here and there. I don't know if Anubis have missed their timing, though. That rotate starting to come across from Fraps. He was slowed down by the flash that Muffin threw over on A, and that could well actually make the difference, because now it's just Damp solo holding the site. And he won't be able to do that for very long, obviously. Bomb plan's going to go down safe. Interesting defense from Imperium, just to call that 3-2 split with basically no info at all. Obviously, it's not worked out for them. They have been exploited here by Anubis. And that will be around on the board to start off map 3 for Anubis.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, this is the thing, too. Like, for me, I don't love, like, the turtle setups like this, right? Like I said, you have to have a pretty good setup in the sense of having a player with utility and then somebody being able to swing off that flash, too. So, again, I don't think Imperium had the right game plan. Like, it was just like, let's just hold the sites as tight as possible. But as soon as Anubis was able to get room and just throw the execute they wanted, like it was so easy for them to get that site control, right? So it's a question now, Imperium. I'm hoping they're going to mix it up a little bit differently. It does look like that is the case. You have somebody that's already pushed through a hotel, and now you already have one kind of in the mid bridge as well. So this is a little bit better in the sense of just getting information and not allowing them to have it for free like they did before.
Yeah, I agree. There's a big problem in that last round there for Imperium that they've sort of rectified in this round. Make them work for it, you know. It was a little bit of something we saw that was an issue for them at the start of New Mexico as well, was that it didn't really feel as though Imperium were making Anubis think all that hard in those opening 3 rounds, but once they made that adaptation, certainly changed up, and you can see that in this round as well. To fight for control of territory, and that's a much harder task for Anubis. Double kill for Riz. Much better setup, and a good execution on it as well. Puts Imperium in the lead in this round, 3-on-2.
Yeah, really good work from Riz, though, honestly. Being able to put that M14 and locking it down. No vacancies here in the hotel, and now double snipers here for Anubis on the clutch. 2v3 with the bomb still on the back of our good friend Muffin here. But a group up into A. So this actually puts Nexlon. He's, again, I agree with you. He's probably been one of the highlighted players here and probably put Damn close on by. And everybody's gone. So, I mean, interesting. I guess maybe a little bit of a tech issue. But either way, Anubis were not in the greatest position, but I was kind of worried a little bit for that Soul Anchor playing more of an exposed angle like that. to be honest, I feel like you almost want to play that retake angle from Imperium, but I guess we'll never know. We'll have to find out.
What's going to happen there? Still 1-1. Well, that's a bit annoying, I guess, for all involved.
That's actually a little bit surprising. Like these are always really hard decisions too, because I feel like you have Imperium on the man advantage, and I mean, yes, sure, like there is an opportunity where Anubis could have clutched it. I guess we'd have to go back and look at the rule book, but it's like those are so tough because you can replay the round, I guess, but it's also I always have a hard time with it too because damage is already inflicted and like casualties have already happened, so it's like how do you really like just reset a round like that, especially where Imperium maybe could have been able to find that round.
Yeah, I'm just watching it back. The stream hasn't quite caught up yet, but I want to like have a look at the situation in which that DC occurred again. Sort of figure things out from now. I mean, obviously we're going to take some time to get back underway here. So by the time we get back in, or maybe even before we get back in, we'll be able to have had a little bit of a look at the replay on our side.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I feel like I think it was a game with you, but I can't remember. There was a game where like there was a questionable long discussion about like who gets the round, who doesn't get the round.
Yeah, and you know what? I think it was Anubis that was involved in that as well, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I was thinking it wasn't that long ago. I think maybe it was in both of us. I can't even remember, but I know you especially had it. So
there might have been one with you, but there was the one I'm thinking of most specifically was with Trav.
Okay,
and there was there was some sort of lag in the server that was like not on either team's side. It was just like server lag or something, and then we played through it, and the game ended. And then after the game ended, like somebody lodged a complaint, and then we had to like replay 3 rounds or something. So that was a hard one because it wasn't really on either team's side. Like if a team DCs, it's like, well, sorry, that's just on you, really. You got to be able to show up and play, otherwise is what it is. But that was just because that was a bit of server lag. Having a look now at this replay, it should be pretty soon, right? 30 seconds left in the round. It's 3v2. Imperium with the advantage. And then Anubis just all DC. You cannot tell me that stays 1-1.
maybe we do. We'll wait for production to confirm that. Yeah, that's what I mean. Like these are, I feel like a lot of situations can be more difficult, but in a situation like that where the whole team DCs, it's like, well, it's tough. Yeah, like I feel like it should go for Imperium in my opinion. Like, I mean, they're in the man advantage. You know, we have no idea what could have happened. Yes, there is a world where Anubis could clutch it, but I mean, it's both of them that DC'd instantly. So like, I feel like that's kind of, like you said, kind of their own, not like their faults, but it kind of is, I guess, in a way.
It's not. I mean, it's not your fault, right? But like it's your responsibility. Is more so the way I would say it. It's like let's put it this way: like if I turn up to work a show and then all of a sudden my camera doesn't work, or my lights don't work, and my internet doesn't work, do I get paid for that show? No, because I didn't do it. And it's the same thing. If you turn up to the server, do you get to replay rounds because your PC doesn't work? No, it's your responsibility to have a PC that works, or whatever. So I don't know. We'll obviously have to have a look more in depth at this situation and see how it's all played out. But from what I'm told, scoreline's going to be 1-1. It's a dead round. We'll just wait and see.
Yeah, that's frustrating. It's not even like it's more frustrating for both teams too, right? Because again, it could have been. I don't think it was a 50-50 of a situation. Like I definitely think it was a 60-40. I would probably lean on Imperium, but yeah, you just never know in that kind of a situation.
Yeah, it's not even like you don't need to worry about necessarily. It could have been a 1v5, right? And Imperium have one player alive, and all of Anubis DC. That's still a round win in my opinion for Imperium. If you can't complete the round, if you don't complete the round, then that's on you, unfortunately. And you know, you can reset the round, obviously. There's precedence for that, for sure. But, you know, there's 30 seconds left in the round, bro. Like, you can't reset a round at 30 seconds left. But anyway, it's not my call. I'm not the admin. It is what it is.
True.
Tell you what, though, if I was the admin, oosh, I'd be laying down the law, mate.
That can be your next calling after casting. You can say, you know what, I'm just gonna min games now. So yeah, no messing around with Elfish around. It's good. I like it. Straight to facts, you know. All for it.
Well, you have to set a precedent as well, because okay, maybe there's nothing wrong with how this round ends up playing out, but like, what's to stop a team just going, oh, we're losing this round like 2v3? Don't like that. Everybody kicks out the internet cable and goes, reset the round. Like, that has happened in the past, not in CrossFire. I'm talking about just in general in esports. I'm aware of situations where that has happened. People just purposely kick out their internet cable, or, you know, whatever it may be, flick the power plug. You know, it's just...
Does happen. Yep, does happen, unfortunately.
Not good.
Not good. Well, I mean, the good thing is that everyone's here, so, I mean, it looks like it's just a matter of minutes, I would hope, that we can kind of, you know, get everything kind of in place. But I guess the other question too is, like, just, you know, with this time, you know, that's kind of been sitting around, is that, I mean, a question of, like, it's a refresher for any of these teams, maybe not, maybe too much of a cooldown for one team, but we'll find out. Sounds like it's going back in pretty quickly here, folks, so we appreciate the patience.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think if anything, it's a bit of a refresher, a reset, but
yeah, it's an if, though. Like, that's the thing. It's like, it's a reach, but, like, you just never know, right? Like, and sometimes when you are the one that got DC'd, you can kind of be a little tilted, but I mean, who knows with the situation? You know, you just can never know. Or Imperium thinking, like, we had that dead to rights, like, should have been ours. That can tilt people too. You just never know. So that's why I'm curious what will be the aftermath of this, but we'll find out.
we will find out, yes, when we are back in the game.
Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne. Welcome to the first season of CrossFire West League 2026. See this year's start of the Western League as 8 participating teams from all over the CrossFire West region battle it out in March to May in order to claim the throne and compete over a total prize pool of $228,000. For the first season of 2026, get treated to 3 months of high-stakes action, as the season consists of 2 regular season phases and a double elimination playoffs where legends are created. In the regular season, Phase 1, all 8 teams are included in a single group where they all play best of 3 matches in a single round-robin format. Support your favorite teams as every match counts here. Every performance in Phase 1 will determine which 4 teams will be part of the Elite Group, where they are guaranteed playoffs, while the other 4 teams in the Contender Group will either fight for playoffs or relegation. Expect no resets, as results accumulated in Phase 1 are carried over in the next phase of the competition. In the regular season Phase 2, witness teams from both groups compete in a single round-robin format within their same group. For the elites, this is their chance to secure advancement to the upper bracket round 2 of the playoffs. As for the contenders, be ready to see some of them say their goodbyes. In the playoffs, the 6 remaining teams will brawl in 10 total grueling best-of-5 blood fights in a double elimination bracket. 3 consecutive victories will result in a chance for royalty, while 2 defeats mean the end of a valiant journey. Legacies either move forward or are cut short. Here in the finals, experience a grand bout between a challenger from a victorious path and an adversary that has once tasted setbacks to determine who will be crowned champion of the CrossFire West League Season 1. Not a memory, a movie. Every round, every map, every series is a mark of a continuous history. This is the road of recovery for the old glory. CrossFire West League, reclaim the throne.
Well, I guess we're back and ready to go, and it looks like it is going to be 1-1, so Imperium now maybe can use that frustrating time to boost themselves to absolutely just unleash themselves in this one, maybe, but now Anubis, they're just running and gunning this as fast as possible, and Gainer able to find himself this double. They're not messing around. They're the ones that are trying to get themselves back into the winning ways, and I think this round's looking pretty much a favor here for Anubis, unless Noxlin can do the impossible with a 1-on-4. And he's going to have to, you know, put those 35 bullets to work. It's a good start for the 1, but let's see if he can find a little bit more. No bomb plant yet. Anubis is actually, they're just hunting. They're actually just going to run and gun this, and they get it done quick and easily.
Yeah. Got 4 in the server here for Anubis. But that's okay.
Oh,
Nah,
no.
don't worry about it. Nah, don't worry about it. Don't
Yeah,
even worry
exactly.
about it. Don't worry about it. It's not going to be an issue.
I'm just not even going to pay attention to it. It's fine.
There we go. Gain us back. That's all good. We'll just play the round out. It's all good. Yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Let's just move on from that. 5v5 is good. Grenade out over the top of A. And it seems like Anubis going to take a little bit slower of an approach into round number 4.
Yeah, mid control really up for grabs here too, because again, like this could be a good spot here for Anubis if they choose to, and I believe they actually that underpass could be up for grabs a little bit here too. Damp actually is posted up again, classic spot for him to be in, but he has to be able to hit the shot. Actually, ain't nothing. A little bit of a flare, a little bit of a warning. Now he actually fully repositions. Like, look at how fast like they don't even like re-aggress at all. Like they just go hard defense into this. And Anubis trying to play a little bit of mind games. They're deciding, you know what, B's not the plan. Let's go back to A. And I don't blame him. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. So just go for it. But we'll wait and see. Bit of a waiting out now with a minute remaining. 3 players here from Imperium. Can they be able to lock this down? They need to be able to make sure they can hold it, but they can't. They just get completely mopped up. And there we go. Anubis, again, on the docket here to being able to find themselves a third. And seems like they've used that little bit of a break to, you know, just make these rounds quick and dirty, so to speak.
Quick and dirty. Ironically, dirty hasn't really been doing much of that so far. It's really been everybody else from Anubis that have been leading the charge in this post-pause world that we live in. Rizda actually does take down Dirty as well, but it's not going to matter for this round. It'll be another one on the board for Anubis. Bit of aim prac there for Muffin and for Doom at the back end. So scoreline ticking over nicely for Anubis.
Yeah, and again, on paper, this should really be, I feel like a bit of a dominance here for a map like this, for a team like Anubis, but this is where Imperium will have to see what they've been able to learn so far in the portion of the season. And actually, they do go for this mid control, which is actually a nice thing to see, so that they already have Frapsy kind of pushed down deep. Muffin, bit of a quick shot onto Jag. I don't think he knows that there's 2 other players on his 6. Oh, that might be a giveaway, though. That ain't good. Interesting, though. Anubis not really breaking too much of a sweat on this Damp. Making a lot of noise. A strong reposition, potentially. Should be able to have the easy shot. He does. Now he can escape with his life for the time being. Muffin. Look at Muffin. He's actually already been able to cross. Oh, no. This is such a slip. Oh, this is bad. This is so, so bad.
I thought Jaguar might have heard him or was going looking for him, but didn't get him in the end. Still aware that Muffin's around, but Muffin will be able to double down anyway. So Anubis get into the B site. Get a plant down. Another very cheeky round out from them. But 3-on-3, I mean, this is not an impossible retake for Imperium. See if they can put it together, especially with the low HP of these Anubis players. They really need to be hitting their shots, and Doom gets one with the grenade before Gainer goes down. I don't think Muffin's going to get this one put together, unless he hits some absolute crackers, and next one will drop early. Frapsy! Oh no, Muffin! How's he done that? 6-1 after the pause. He is tearing Imperium apart.
Yeah, it's looking really, really good. It's a delicious Muffin, apparently, because, yeah, 6-1 right now, and he's just doing a great job of just popping off. And now a 4-1 lead in terms for Anubis. And that was one of the closest rounds we've seen from Imperium to maybe, you know, bring back a little bit of something in this game. And now this is where I'm starting to beg the question of, look, you're going to have to do something a little adventurous eventually here. Like, you can't play the same way. They actually do. They try to pop out of main, but Salty gets rewarded for his aggression, is able to find this double kill before he goes down to the grave. And now Noxlin catches the pin from that grenade, and now he's done. So look at how fast Anubis, fast and furious indeed. And now Rizd with a 1-on-4 once again. These guys are in 1vx situations. That's just not been good for them, and Gainer should be able to have him easily. He's got the cutoff. It's all about the timing, looking at the right place here. But Rizd, I think he's just going to hold back a little bit. Yeah, they're going to just use this for a conversation, and honestly, I don't even blame them at all.
If it was me, if I was Riz, I would kick out my PC and say, "Oh, can we reset that round?"
There's the Elfish, I know. Cheeky.
I mean, it's only fair, right? Like,
yeah, it's. I mean, look, at least
Riz
Riz
gonna win the 1v4, man. Like, you just don't know me.
Yeah, you just don't know me, bro. I'm built different. I'm him.
I am. Listen, I would win every 1v4 I was in. Alright, timeout here for Imperium. What's it going to do, though? Where's the good going to come from this, unfortunately, for Imperium, right? It's going to have to be a bit like the New Mexico timeout where, you know, they were down 0-3 and then they went on to win that half 6-3. Like, that's kind of the timeout power that we're looking for here from Imperium. Not to mention, they've had a little bit of extra time at the back end of that round in that 1v4 where they were able to chat over things as well. So you need to kind of cook something up here. They've had all sorts of time. They've had timeout. They've had the back end time. If they can't come out of this with a round, then I think they're truly cooked.
Yeah, I think so too. And I think the one thing I don't really understand is like in that situation too, is that like I don't even think they needed to call the timeout because Riz like sat there for, you know, 25, 30 seconds. So it's like, look, like let's just have the conversation now, save the timeout for later. But they decide to kind of combine it, which I mean is fine, I guess. But I'm just curious why. And I agree with you. Like, I don't know what kind of conversation they need to have. But even that B main push we saw from Imperium, I like that they tried to do something different, but they didn't throw any flashes. They kind of just did this like dry swing. I don't know why, but again, not the proper execution. The idea could have been good, like the vent player swing with the B main guys, but you could tell there was a little bit of a disconnect there too. So maybe that's what they're going to do. Maybe that's the conversation of just kind of tightening things up a little bit, but this is where you have to mix up the playbook now. This is where your style, it cannot be standard. You got to just do something big because you're already down by a significant margin. You might as well try going out swinging here.
I agree. I don't know, though. Anubis seem pretty switched on at the moment. I'm not sure what kind of change-ups you could really make as Imperium to put them away. Like, if you can't win, for example, a 2v1 against Muffin, who's like 1 HP, then there's only so much you can really say. That doesn't come down to an adaptation or a change-up tactically or anything like that. That just comes down to we need to be better players in the server, and unfortunately at the moment we're not. Anubis are the better players right now. So, see whether or not this timeout actually makes any kind of difference for Imperium, but my bet's on no. 5-1 scoreline. Can still recover this half somewhat if they do go on a bit of a streak here, though.
Fast play onto Hotel. Good timing from Jag. He reagresses. Okay. I'm not against this. Now Salty. What do you do here? Oh, wow. Okay. You stay put. So, all right.
They've got it. Surely you've got to be sending an A right now. You've seen multiple people fighting outside B. You have to be in A already. What is Dirty waiting around for?
Why?
You've got to take that risk. You really have to take that risk.
Yeah.
I know it's a 2v4 and there could still be a guy on A, but that's going to be the only chance you have of winning that round is you see 3 people fighting outside B. You go, huh, maybe there's a max of 1 or 2 on A. We're going to have to take that instead of floating around outside of A. Missed the window there, Anubis. Muffin hits a good shot, but he's immediately going to be dealt with. So 2 on the board for Imperium, and they make something happen after their own timeout.
Yeah, they do. They actually convincingly do it well, too, so not bad at all. And I agree. Like, I don't know why Anubis were kind of floating there. Like, they should have just made the play, but maybe they were hoping they could find, like, you know, some picks or something like that, or the over-aggression. But again, I think that was really grasping straws. But nonetheless, I mean, they still have rounds to work with, so they can afford it, I guess. But Imperium, thankfully for them, that timeout looks like it worked out pretty nicely. Double snipers for Anubis again. It's into vent, clearing things out. Yeah, they're not moving a muscle here, Imperium. They're actually just post up an A, just double player. They're not even going to play someone on box. Like, nobody's playing close towards main at all.
It's kind of reminiscent of the first couple of rounds that we saw actually from Imperium in this map. It was actually a 3-2 split instead of a 2-3 split in that instance, but they're not really gaining a lot of info here. I mean, you do have Riz that's pushed forward to an extent, but apart from that, how do you know what's happening on this map? And you're going to commit to this 2-3, and I think it might not pay off for them unless there's a really solid two-player hold on this A site, but it's unlikely that you're holding this site with just the 2 players when all 5 are hitting it, and that's exactly what occurs. Anubis just run them over. There's no rotating util. There's no shot coming through from GR spawn like Damp getting in there to trade someone out, something like that. It just there's no defense on the A side, unfortunately, for Imperium, and I think they need to be doing a bit of a better job of info gathering if they're just going to commit to this 2-3 split.
Yeah, oh, and they're just getting fed now too. Dirty might be able to find this. Okay, Imperium actually do find the 2 pretty quickly. 2-2 situation, 24 seconds remaining in that timer. They're going to have to get going. Jag about to fall into his demise. Yeah, Muffin just easily removes him. Oh, man. Jab cross one more time. Muffin's been able to do it once. He does it again. 6-2. Going in the last round of the first half. And yeah, it just feels like Imperium are just making some pretty basic mistakes, in my opinion. Like, again, I couldn't agree with you more. The double player in A, I just feel like they don't have the right utility they're using to kind of stop Anubis. They're just kind of playing these standard spots where they're not really doing anything with it. They're not even getting a kill to trade off of each other. It's just a bulldozer right now that they're just allowing to come through.
It feels that way. Find out if this is going to end up being a 7-2 lead. Bit more of a reserved approach from Anubis this time. Got a flash over the top there to try to set Gainer up. It's done absolutely nothing to Riz, so it'll be a freebie for him. Does continue to pull the rotate though, and I think that's not too bad for Anubis. If they have as clean of an entry here onto A as what they did in the previous round, they will still win it, because there's still 3 players over on the B side of the map. The entry, oh, it was almost a little bit messier. Salty, very low. Doom takes the duel against Damp, happy to commit to that fight, and wins it. And Imperium, once again, bit of a failure on the setup, with 3 players on the wrong side of the map, and the 2 guys on A are just getting battered and bruised, and there's nothing they can do about it.
Yeah, definitely not. And there's sides are going to be switched now. So again, what was that, a 7-2? Math serves me right. Yeah. So Anubis putting themselves in a way better performance ever since that big pause we had. So now it's going to be the question of just closing it out. And again, a lot of the criticism I've given them is getting into this late game situation. This is where we have seen them struggle to get across that finish line. But I mean, I feel like that can't be the case here, but we'll find out, I guess. But felt like a way better Anubis that we got to see after that break. Like, it seemed like they were just proper movement, hit better shots. Everybody was just kind of, doing what they needed to do.
Yeah, it's hard to make an argument, unfortunately, here for Imperium. Just looking a little bit outclassed, unfortunately. What's Dirty telling his mate? Stop talking, buddy. Who's he talking to? Is he talking to Muffin?
I think so.
Or Salty?
Maybe no, I don't know.
It's hard to tell from the camera position who he's looking at.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking that too. He's gonna sleep.
Okay, he's slightly in front of Yusuf to the right. Yusuf is directly behind Gainer, so he's definitely not talking to Gainer. Gainer is in line with the door. He's got to be talking to Muffin. Muffin's directly to his left. Yeah, he's talking to Muffin. Has to be talking to Muffin.
Yeah, maybe, yeah.
Salty's on the far end of the room. It'll be Muffin and Doom next to him. Anyway, that's the detective work for the day done.
Good job. Really proud of you. I think you being a detective, we have to figure out when we get this game started too. Because it looks like, I feel like these guys must be ready. Surely. I actually was curious about this for you. Like, whenever you play games, do you play in the dark?
No.
Is that a thing?
Never.
Yeah, I can't.
No.
Yeah, I can't either.
It is a thing. I don't think it's a thing that you should do.
My eyeballs would hurt.
It's supposed to be bad for your eyes, yeah. That's what I thought. I don't find it comfortable at all.
Me neither. Maybe we're just old. Maybe we're unks. I don't know. Never liked it, though. Well, we'll see if Anubis like it. Or maybe Imperium. They both like to play in the dark. And Dirty... Easy shot. Takes down Jag. Yeah, I like this control, like the mid-ramp like this. This is good, because now you have Doom that can just post up here with the M14, which is perfect. And again, I wouldn't... I mean, I don't mind that we see Dirty and Muffin kind of playing close with them, I guess. Like, Muffin should have the spot. I don't know if he actually could spot anything in that angle. I don't think so, but... So Imperium have actually been able to make it across. And Damp might be a dead man. Yep. Oh, man. That's twice the bomb's been dropped. Good nade. Oh, Frapsy just caught that. Anubis are just reading them like a kid's book right now. Like, they've done everything correctly.
Yeah. Tough day at the office for Imperium. Maybe Nexlon can salvage something if he gets a good timing on the fight against Doom, but Doom seems to be reasonably aware of the possibility that he's going to creep through from the Acon. He's keeping a bit of an eye on it. Imperium into the middle of the map now, though. They've got options. They could go back to A, and they're not going to be spotted. Oi, Gainer. Alarm bell's got to be ringing here, though. He's been shot at now by Nexlon, who's having a bit of a look. Doom hasn't spotted anything in middle. You haven't spotted anything outside B. There we go. That might be info. A's going to be given up for free, but a 4v2 retake for Anubis. I mean, it should definitely be doable. I think Gainer's getting a lot of false info, though. He doesn't think anything's happening on A. Luckily, he turns around in time. Riz not quite going to catch him. So it is all on Frapsy, who just tries to go aggressive, and I think you kind of have to do that in a 1v4. You've really got to try to catch some fights before Anubis can sort themselves out, which unfortunately was never really going to happen there. So Anubis get themselves to 8. Very weird round, though. That way, that one plays out.
Yeah, it was a little bit weird, right? I mean, I agree. It almost kind of felt like Imperium should have been able to find a couple more kills in that situation, but the timing was a little bit against them. But 8-2 we go, Anubis. And maybe back to mid-control one more time. Double player underpass. Yeah, they're just going to big swing this. Doom. Oh, yeah, that's... Honestly, this is a good play, though. Like, I like it. Playing the double player into this. You put the M14, a gun like that with 35 bullets in the mag, man. I mean, like, that's... Like, you're almost guaranteeing yourself a kill. Like, I almost feel like you should, especially if they're going to play close like that. So, taking down Jag, which I feel like he was playing relatively decent so far in the beginning of this. Take him and Frapsy away. So, that really just put way more pressure for someone like Noxlin or Damp to really pop off. But it hasn't really been the best game for them to show that at all. But now, I mean, this is where Riz is by himself. Nobody there to trade him. He's kind of just exploring hotel. Pretty much a triple player setup on B from Anubis as well. So, I mean, Anubis are in the best position. They don't have to do anything drastic here. Like, Salty, surprisingly, sitting here maintaining his position, so that's good. He's going to get that info. And that's all it's going to take is he just gets this jump spot, and then this is going to be utility just dumped on these guys. And Dirty will turn around. I think.
Doom's low. Salty's low. But that doesn't seem to matter. Doom's got so much damage out there. He'll catch Damp as well, who had the C4 in hand. I thought maybe there's a chance, right? Maybe with these two guys on the site being low, if they get some clean entries, Imperium could make something happen, but it's all on the shoulders of Riz, and he's not doing a bad job of it. Dirty swung that fight solo. One more player goes down here for Anubis, then all of a sudden it's really on Riz. He's going to get swung by multiple members, though, and so can't get that job over the line. And Anubis do go up to 9 as a result.
Yeah, match and series point here to close this thing out. And now we need to see, 7 in a row for Imperium if they want to bring it back. But Anubis just have to get back in tight form for one more round if they can, getting things done. Imperium are going to have to do everything in their playbook. They want to stay alive in this one, and everybody's kind of pushing towards B. Damp actually gets caught. Beautiful shot from Salty, so nice little bit of a one-tap Areno. As That's what the doctor ordered, and now Nade's getting thrown a little bit. Nothing too much for Dirty to worry about, but they're going to execute into this B site. They're not even going to really wait things out. Muffin repositions strong. Gets back into sights. Flashes work, and that utility, like I said, it just dumps on them, and there we go. I think this is it. I think that could be all it here, Elfish, because now Jag is by himself on a 1-on-4. No bomb. He's already been spotted. Salty. Trigger discipline, and now he should be able to have the job done, and there it is, a 10-2, and Anubis get the job done at the end of the day. It's a little bit extended, but they get it done in a 2-in-1.
Yeah, I think again, like obviously you really see the level which we expect from Anubis on display there, and that's kind of why we have them backed as the top team in this contenders phase, where they just kind of obliterated Imperium. I mean, yeah, New Mexico is one thing, but forget New Mexico. It was an experiment. It didn't work. 2-0 basically for Anubis today. Either way, I'm sure our panel's got a lot to say because there was a lot going down in that map. So I'll hand it back over to them to close the show out.
See you later.
Thanks, guys, for this pretty good. I can't say like that was a long day, but like the last series was pretty long. The bosses killed the action, and it felt a bit off for like most of the guys. Like me watching, it was a bit. Guys, come on, give them the round. It's not a big deal, or like you just trying a stall to get more time. I don't know.
It's the classic Anubis round since 2018.
I do want to put some assumptions, but like, yeah, all in all, Anubis won 2-1 versus Imperium. A convenient win, unless like the last map, like the 20-minute pause. But other than this, like in-game, they had all what it takes to win the game. So yeah, a lot of questions for the 10+ minute pause, but other than this, it's just Anubis.
Yeah, it's just one-sided map, to be honest. Talking about the round, without the round, with the round, it's just one-sided map. We expected to see Imperium fighting more, but I told you that I thought it's new compound. It was my bad mistake. I said that Imperium have a chance, but when I knew it's Ankara, I said no, they have 0 chances because the way how Anubis plays, Ankara is just so good. And we've seen also on the Blacklist side how good they played, and also on the Globalist side. They didn't get to play the Globalist side that much because it was 7-2. But when they played the Blacklist side, we've seen a very good performance. We've seen how good they controlled Hotel. We've seen the sneaky round that Gainer did on Hotel. He's trying to take Hotel without any information. In my opinion, the mistake is from Imperium because they leave Hotel open without any information. They just don't put anybody to get that information or even to fight for it. And this is a big mistake for you because the Hotel is one of the most critical positions in Ankara. If you don't have it, that means you have lost a lot of space for the enemy team, especially that Anubis is a team that usually goes and fights for a long.
Yeah, of course, and they really go for a long. And speaking of the highlights itself, you would see a lot of changes in tempo and their rhythm, and it felt like we had a lot of chaotic rounds. It didn't feel like we're watching some organized game a lot from both teams, to be honest. But at the same time, I really can't get over the pause. It's
maybe Imperium lost their concentration a bit, yeah.
Yeah, of course, 100%. Like, I lost my concentration into following the map and what's happening. Just imagine the players with the adrenaline rush and everything. It felt, yeah.
However, it's just, I still think that it was going to be a one-sided map still, because how Anubis plays this map is just so good. And Doom, we knew that the trouble with Doom, or the issue was with Doom. He's one of the best players in the set right now, so they needed him, and they needed him to frag, and they needed him to be here and ready. So that's why we've seen how good they played this map, Ankara, and it was a very tough V2 for Imperium. However, Anubis practiced New Mexico. This is good for them. They at least can fix their mistakes. Also, Imperium practiced Mexico, which shows that they can use it on the relegation. A very good thing, for them as well. So I guess both of the teams are kind of happy with the results. Yes, Imperium wanted the win, but now they are facing the relegation and they have to accept it, and also they need to move forward with it. So now we need to see how good Anubis will continue playing and performing versus Swamp and 3BL. As we said, that they are coming here as the favorites of the contender group, and also we want to be checking Imperium, how good they will play on the relegation. I would love to see these guys back again here.
Of course, I would love to see them back in the league. I can't say that they made the best impression out of the team, but at least they had some competitive games from Team Imperium. Their KD says it all from Imperium side. None of them got the 1.0 KD on this map at least, but on the other side it felt like Muffin been having some really good sniper shots, Doom doing his homework and doing everything, Gainer just being the happy guy, the chill guy that shoots, frags and drop heads. And for Anubis, all in all, they've been doing pretty fine, dirty on the IGL rule. 1.0 KD. You can't be mad at this.
No, this is very good from them, and I said they play the map very good. They are so scary on this map. I watched them playing versus 3BL Galaxy. Although 3BL Galaxy, when they played them, they didn't have the best mental because they got stomped on New Compound, which was the first map. However, I've seen how good they played. The change, the tactical pulls that came from Yusuf Hussein on that game and changed everything. It was 3-1 or 4-1 in favor of 3BL Galaxy, and then everything slipped. And Anubis came and won the game. So I know that they know how to play Ankara, and they played very good. And Doom, in my opinion, he played a very, very good series. That's the Doom that we wanted to see, beside the tactical pulls, of course, the technical pull. But that's the Doom we wanted to see. That's the Doom that always performed, and this is one of the most experienced players on the roster, and maybe one of the oldest players as well on the roster.
Of course, he is one of the oldest players on the roster, and that's a player you would love to watch and to see.
Yeah, exactly. And I want to mention also that he's not only playing on Ankara very good. I've watched him as well playing versus the Imperium on New Mexico. He was one of the best players as well. Although they lost the map, but he still delivered and he still played very good. So in my opinion, Doom just deserved to be the set MVP of this map, and also maybe he's going for the match MVP, as we know that the match winners right now is Anubis Gaming 2-1.
Yeah, of course, we've seen the match MVP, the set MVP, and it looks like Anubis are taking this win home. And with Doom on the scoreboard, on the killing spree, on making all those 1s and 2s, and of course the multi-kills, will give Anubis the victory over Imperium, which it was pretty clear that it was, I can't say one-sided series, since Imperium already won.
But the other two matches are one-sided though.
Yeah, well, I mean, true, it's true. I can't argue with that. But to discuss more about the game itself, we'll head to an interview with Mr. Doom. In a few seconds. Yeah. Hello, Doom. Assalamu alaikum. How are you doing? Love to see you and love to watch Anubis play. And we have like some questions. First of all, guys, New Mexico looked pretty chaotic. What was the plan? Like, what was behind New Mexico? Oh, I believe you're muted on VMX, but like I can hear him. Like he said, they played well, and he's getting back to us. Yeah, we can hear you now, I believe.
Okay,
So
he's saying that
like,
he's still muted. He's still muted. I believe he needs to refresh his VMX. However, he's saying that they played the map and they're still new to it, and this is just a test, as we mentioned and as we expected, Seki, right?
Yeah, of course, it looked like
Is it fine now?
testing the waters for the map itself, trying to find something that might help them in the playoffs. And at the same time, I believe that Doom can hear us, but don't.
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me now?
We'll get confirmation, and it looks like we can
welcome
hear you,
back,
and the boys can hear you on the stream. Yeah, welcome back to the stream. So, Penguin, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I want to ask first. This is the mic that you're using on the competitive scene, bro, with your team?
Yeah.
Oh my god, I feel pity for them, man. This is gonna be so hard for them if you hide or anything. Okay, okay. First of all, before we're getting in, what happened, man, in this round? They said that you had an issue. Did you just pretend that you had an issue, or you really had an issue? Because
no, I really something was like a visual was on my screen. I don't know what it was, so I had to like call for a take pause. But our coach took the take pause while we were playing or before the round, and we really didn't know until we were in the fight. So that's what happened, and they called us to leave.
Yeah, we definitely believe in the referees. However, this was not my question, but my question is: you guys are coming out most likely, let's say 90%, as the top of the contender group. That means that you will be in the playoffs after one season, because you know that season 1 2025 you were in the playoffs, you were in the finals. Season 2 2025 you weren't in the playoffs. Now you are 100% back into the playoffs, probably leading your group as well. How do you feel about that, and what is your next goal?
I think we will do our best to win the whole season.
Okay,
tough challenge.
Yes,
tough challenge, but we hope that we can see you guys reach the highest places. Of course, as Anubis Gaming, one of the oldest organizations that we have in Egypt. And another question from me, like you told Penguin, you're trying to win the whole thing. We have seen you lack a little bit in some maps, strats. We don't wanna say the maps to be particularly, but what should we expect? Like, of course, you know, guys, what's the defaults that you have on some certain maps? So let's just say some certain maps, how can you outcome those stuff?
I think you can expect us improving by the game. That's it. We don't. We always watch the replays. We always try to fix our mistakes, and I think we improve by the game. That's it.
Yeah, fair enough. Thank you, Doom, for this interview. I love to see, and as always, I love to see Anubis winning on CFWL. And any last words for the audience, for the people that are watching?
Yeah, thanks for supporting us, and I'm really grateful.
Thank you, Doom, and thank you for this interview. Well, I hope the best for you and for Anubis, of course. And I hope another thing. No, you.
Yusuf Hussein. I hope Yusuf Hussein buys for him a headset, bro, or maybe another mic, because this is.
that's the thing I was about to break down. Like, you really need to change this microphone. Otherwise, thank you for your performance, Doom, and thank you for everything that you have done for Anubis.
Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, they're pretty solid. He wants to win everything, yes.
Yeah, that's
what we want to see.
Challenge. Yeah, of course. That's what you want to see. Tough challenge. Can they do it? I can say probably yes, probably not, but still, heading to playoffs, anything can happen. And I believe that Team Anubis, they had this in their personality. I know that it's been a lot, or like it's been forever since we saw them get to getting the crown. But speaking of the crown, we have the elite group holding the place vitality as always with 0 losses. We have LCK that the won today. On the other side, Anubis secured another win, and Imperium dropping down to 0-8 when it comes to the scoreboard. And I believe the contenders group already settled that Imperium are out, or like they still have 5% chance, I believe. Like there's still a
slight chance.
No?
Yeah, they can hold on to it, yeah.
Yeah, you still have a small hope. If they win 2 games, I believe they can replace 3BL, and that, with that being said, 3BL has to lose 3 games. Like, it's a small, tiny chance for them to stay in the game. I believe that 3BL won't let it slip on that. Like, we still don't know. Still have 2 weeks to unfold in Phase 2, but that's what happened for today. Vitality won, LCK won, Anubis won. That's Elite Group, that's Contenders Group, and we still have a lot to unfold tomorrow.
Yeah, and talking about unfolding, I believe that tomorrow everything is going to be settled by the game, 3BL Galaxy versus Swan Gaming. I believe they're going to be playing tomorrow, because especially that if 3BL Galaxy wins tomorrow, that means that the 2 teams are locked into the playoffs already. So in my opinion, all the hopes for Swan Gaming and Imperium will be gone, and will be going soon to the schedule, I believe that tomorrow is going to be 3BL Galaxy versus Swarm Gaming, which is one of the deciders. That's why I'm highlighting this game. And LCK versus Nemesis is going to be a very good game as well. unKnights will face the Titans themselves, Vitality, which puts us into a huge upset if unKnights can be able to win. I have one thing to say. I can say that Imperium can win one match, I believe, when Vitality, if Vitality loses one game, because this is 8-0 and this is 0-8. So probably they can upset this.
Yeah, we have 3BL versus Imperium. Not Imperium, Swamp Gaming, sorry. LCK versus Nemesis. Vitality versus unKnights. 3 really good games that you would love to see. Some of them will matter a lot when it comes to the contenders group, of course. Not Imperium. Why I'm always say Imperium instead of Swamp Gaming? Like Swamp Gaming versus 3BL. This will set a lot of stuff in the contenders group, and you gotta keep in mind the contenders group is where
spicy.
all the action happens.
Yes,
yeah, it's
yes.
spicy.
Yeah, it's all the crossfire. Yeah, all the crossfire action there.
I was about to say for this stream, Penguin, in the last words.
I want to see this crossfire action tomorrow in the contender group.
That's it.
That's it.
That's what I was waiting from you, Penguin. And for tomorrow, we will see you. Me and Penguin will be on the panel, and we hope that we see a lot of good games through the course of today. We've seen 3 good best of 3s, and for tomorrow I believe they're gonna be better.
See you
tomorrow.
This is exactly the kind of game and performance I wanted to see.
This is the Hail Mary.
Every individual player is bringing their A game right now. That's what I'm talking about. I've had enough of being quiet. I want to get things moving.
Menacing, not able to get
Free!
Oh my word, straight out through that smoke just mentioned. Zane has what about Chris here? Yes, Trevor very scared going for that twig.